to the tune of OPP. Minority by nature, no time for idle chitter chat and petty iterations. Teaming to me exponentially like I'm Barack's inauguration. Erratic calculations, nah, I runs the infinite. Only way I slow me down is with some calcing by a limit. They might no longer show the work, the answer self-evident. Some truth should be proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence. Things not instantaneous can be approximated by adding up our changes till everything integrated. Word to my partners in calculus. Yo, you down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. You down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. Integral, grind exponential. You down with BCP? That's the way we rotate radiannually. You down with BCP? Down with BCP? You down with BCP? You down with BCP? That's the way we do things limitlessly. Yeah. You down with BCP? Down with BCP? You down with BCP? You down with BCP? That's the way we do things limitlessly. Yeah.
I can't see you dancing, J2K.
Yeah, you know
Oh, I am.
You down with BCP? Let's blow.
He's dancing back to just a little bit.
Shift the tempo.
Happy draft
Get these
day.
DJs not here, man.
Mean medium mode. Accumulate the statistics with my bars each row.
Happy draft day to everybody.
My question for you here is, bruh.
We're here finally, man. We're finally here.
And we're-
AFK, Heidi, Tony Moy, Creighton, Chad Speaker.
We were almost on time, too.
Well, almost, but it's us, man. It's just, if we were earlier on time, it might mess some people up. We don't want to go around messing people up. Think about it. 3 years of this.
Yeah. I find it funny because I typed something offensive towards TTNL in chat under Mr. Shorty, and it didn't show up on our side, so it's not there. And that was in response to Creighton Wilfong saying that he got belittled by TTNL. And I said, they're such assholes, they can eat a bag of dicks and go to hell. And that didn't show up in there, so...
Great Tom. Yeah,
What's-
I saw it. It did show up at first. I saw it,
Oh, okay.
but it's
You
gone.
got censored by YouTube.
Yeah, I
Yep.
guess so.
They pulled it off his own show. His own comment on his own show, they pulled it.
Right, you know
it
what?
was on there for a minute, and then I went
It's-
back to it, and I was like, oh, that's gone.
The same thing happened to me, Creighton. I was on their channel talking with them and just normal chit chatting, and they did the same thing to me. So they've got a little bit of a bummer attitude. But let's not focus on that. Today's draft day. I've been super excited for today to come up. Super happy to share it with you guys.
Guys, we are PJ's a little bit late. I don't know if Carl's joining us or not, but we got J2K here. Draft. He's like our draft expert for the show. He'll be joining us for this 3-day marathon, and we want to thank all you guys for hanging out with us. God, we got every Creighton Wilfong, Tony Moy, fucking Foster, his his twin brother Mo Lester. Bearsky Films hopped in here. Aunt Miss hopped in here. Heidi Zimmerman. Our guy Jason UK. Jason, I want to let you guys know that in a little bit I'll be putting the link to the description in the channel, or the link to the show in the description of the channel. Excuse me. So as long as we have room in here, which means if we have less than 9 screens on here, this is going to be a first time thing. I've wanted to do this for a while, but everyone's kind of, every time I bring it up, somebody talks me out of it because I don't think it's a good idea. But if somebody comes in here that we don't know and they're rude, we can take care of that. So we're going to give it a shot for this 3-day marathon. That includes you, Jason, if you want to hop in with us. Looking forward to it. So we'll post that in a little bit.
What's Jason doing up? Isn't it like 12:30 in the morning there tomorrow?
Yeah. I also want to let you know Glenn Morgan he's in Green Bay right now for the draft, and he wanted a link, so I sent it to him, and he might be joining us at some point tonight too, which would be cool because last year we had oh God, why am I forgetting his name? The Lions fan, Steve. New Breed. He was at the draft last year in Detroit, and yeah, this will be 2 years in a row. We'll have somebody that's at the draft on the show with us, so that'll be cool.
Well, I screwed up. I actually had a ticket for it, man. I just can't do it. Too much going on, and then I hurt my back yesterday, so I was just like, nope, no way, ain't happening.
Plus, you didn't have you already used up your vacation days from BCP, so it would have been unpaid.
I paid for those. That's why I don't want to use any of them ever.
You have to pay Shorty to take the day off. Huh?
Right. And it can't be on a Tuesday during the season. Wherever I'm at, I gotta do that with the British Bears. Wait for that show to get back. Jason.
Oh, so what is going on, Tin Pan Dog? Everyone in chat, thanks for joining us, man. How you guys feeling tonight?
Waiting for this draft, like all of us, man. It's finally here. We've been talking about it for 2 months.
Yeah.
Here we are finally. That went by pretty quick, actually.
I know, it feels like every time we look up, it's another year. It's another year.
Another decade, a different century. Holy crap.
Yeah.
A new coffin.
Oh, man. Do you want me to pull up that graphic right now, JTK?
Yeah, I mean, we can start talking draft rumors and stuff. I'm not sure if you guys are on the up and up, but there is some serious trade up chat about polls trying to get Genty. And really quick, so I made this graphic. I've got one for each day, and these are all the different visits, combine meetings, pro days, private workouts. So what I'm thinking is that somewhere along the lines, we're going to see, names from these lists get drafted. I think the first round is going to be a little more obvious. Once we get to day 2 and day 3, that's when a lot of these sleeper picks and, prospects that maybe not everybody knows about, so I can chat about them and give some insight.
Awesome. Chad Spiger, $2 super chat. This is for my BCP logo card. We'll send the address where you can send Foster your credit card to get the BCP logo put on it. And what is up, Tin Pan Dog? Alex Mayanemo just hopped in. Brian Gilmore, good to see you again, Brian. Hope you guys are well. Gosh, just exciting times.
Brian, I'll have some Tin Pan Dog and some egg rolls and a glass of Zach Charbonnet. Been saying it for like a year now.
That is so
Darius in the house. It is finally draft day. Thanks for the super chat, Chad. Chad's just always with us, man. Poor guy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Chad. So what you have here, JTK, is these are just kind of some of the picks that you're thinking the Bears are going to take?
Well, they're all rumors that I've basically compiled a list of all the different rumors that I saw on Twitter. And I just wanted to say that, I have done this for a long time, so I do have a process that I go through to kind of get a good sense on how realistic, how true these rumors are. So I do really spend the time to make sure that I'm not just throwing anything and everything that I see on Twitter onto a list. Mm-hmm. But each one of these are different prospects that we either met, we brought in for a top 30 visit, a combine meeting with Will Campbell, Calvin Banks. That's actually an interesting one. It was, he had a personal workout and, the Bears were quote unquote there for that personal workout. Josh Connerly, a top 30 visit. Tyler Warren, he actually didn't meet with any teams through this process, which is very interesting. But we did have a meeting with him at the combine. I know Jalen Walker and Jaid Barron, both of those guys at the pro days. The story is that our scouts went into a private room and had a private meeting, which tends to mean that they got onto the whiteboard and they started talking concepts and, getting a gauge for the player's intelligence and how they would fit in. Because both those guys aren't really need positions. But
talking about Tyler Warren?
Oh, no, Jalen Walker and Jaid Barron.
Yeah.
So Jalen Walker, off ball linebacker who is a fantastic blitzer, and there's kind of question marks on how he would fit into Dennis Allen's defense. So I imagine that they went and talked to him and kind of created a concept around, like a Micah Parsons style playbook for him, and to see, how he would feel about that, or, how he'd respond. Jaheed Barron, he's a cornerback, but he's also, he plays in the box. He's played safety. He's a big hitter. He's very aggressive. He's the perfect fit for Dennis Allen in that big, big safety role, big nickel role. He may even take over a free safety position. You really can move him all over the board. Shamir Stewart, that was a top 30 visit. I think they wanted to do some testing with him just because his statistics weren't that great, but he goes to the combine and he blows up the combine. So I'm sure that they just wanted to get their hands on him and say, figure out, why weren't the sacks there? Fantastic athlete, but how good of a football player is he? So each one of these guys I could see as a draft target somewhere in the draft.
Love it. I love it. And you think it's possible they're going to trade up for Genty?
So that's the rumor right now, and like Poles said, that it's gonna be a crazy draft, and I can see from the rumors I'm kind of hearing is there's some teams up in Cleveland may trade back with Jacksonville, and then trade back with the Bears to take a quarterback. And so that would put us at 5, and Jacksonville would go to 2 to get Travis Hunter. That's a possibility. I also wouldn't doubt a trade back. If you see some of these names, Shamir Stewart, Calvin Banks, Jaheed Barron, even, those guys might be trade back candidates, and earmuffs Shorty on this one, but I could see us trading with the Colts from 10 to 14 if Tyler Warren's on the board, because I know how much the Colts need and love Tyler Warren. So there's even a potential trade back to 14 there.
Yeah, I could see when Poles talked about. It's funny because a lot of people took what he was saying as trading up, but what I got out of it was trading down, because he said there's something about there's
a way of getting more players, more picks out of this. And hey, I think that's also a possibility, because even if, say, we traded up, we traded 10 and 41 to move up to that 5th spot, we could trade back from that 39, into the 50s and get more picks, and also that 10 and 41 to the 5th round. I saw Greg Gabriel mention that you would actually net a 4th round pick from whoever was in that 5th spot. If it's Jacksonville or Cleveland trades back with Jacksonville, you could get another 4th round pick there. So I could see us not drafting at 10, 39, or 41 at the end of the day.
Wow, that would be something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of picks, though. What is up, Armando, Patty Lara, Mr. Mayhem, JC1, Tony Moe, we already said hi to you, I think. Squeegee, Jason, check your email. Who else came in? Rick Gonzalez, my man. Good to see you again. Just to let you know, shortly here we'll get the link in the description for you guys. We just want to get our talking points, our show opener out of the way. And then we encourage anyone that would like to join us, if you are feeling so inclined, to hop in with us.
Got a thought.
So top 30 visits were Ashton, Genty, Omari, and Hampton, Josh Connerly. That's good to hear. I have a buddy who I've known him since I was 8, and he is a absolute sports nerd. And he, especially college ball, and when we were the other night when we did the call in and you called the in Louisiana, Foster, which I did think about. It would be kind of cool if we did that tonight, like try to call a couple places as they were on the clock and see what happened, what they want for that pick. But I
was thinking after.
Yeah, I completely lost my train of thought because I just saw Jason pop in. Damn it! What was I going to say?
I love that segment, by the way.
That was cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be fun to do that again.
Yeah, get random people's opinions.
Yeah.
Somebody said it in the chat. Should we call back the Dave and Buster's in New Orleans? I don't know her name, but I could just see what she thinks of their draft pick. Or even like, because I was going to run down the street because the lady I talked to Thursday at the bar over here is working tonight. Her name's Katie. So I was going to save and send me the thing to my phone. I'll run over there at some point because it's 2 blocks away, man. I can get 10, 20, 30 people's reactions after the pick, somewhere in between.
Right.
2 blocks. It's 2 blocks away. Jason.
What's up, Jason?
Hey, Jason.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Draft day, baby.
Draft day. Grown man's Christmas.
Got some scotch there, some whiskey.
A little bit of spice rum. That's my favorite tipple.
Nice.
Is it late for you? I can see it's dark outside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up 1 a.m. Yeah.
You're a trooper, man. I appreciate it.
I'm an addict, I think that's what it is.
You should have had your blow up bear in the background.
Oh, I was going to, but I'm going to need to get the cat used to it. Like I said, when I tried it last time, the cat was just going nuts the whole time. It just wouldn't settle down. So you got me my first time with my specs on because I'm trying to read. I've lost my, for some reason, the Game Pass, the Zone, is it they call it? Game Pass won't show on my phone. So I've got the ESPN webpage. So because I'm reading it in tiny writing, I've got to put my glasses on. So there's a whole new look for me tonight on the show. But how are we doing, guys? Great to be on with J2K.
Yeah, good to see you.
We roll it. Sorry, go J2.
Oh yeah, no, it's great to talk with you, Jason. I know it's not often, but yeah, appreciate your insight all the time, man.
Oh, I don't say. I think insight's a bit rich coming from you, mate. I love listening to you. There's some guys that just really know. They just do their work, don't they? And I just don't have the time to sort of do the same sort of kind of tape watching that you guys do. So I really love your takes, J2K. You just seem to know ball. You know college football, which is the main thing. You, Adam Mason, knows is quite good. Swifty obviously comes into his own. But I never get really like mad passionate about certain players like some do. I know some people are like really crazy and will go nuts if someone sort of slides off their favorite pick. It's all about how they get them to fit, how they adapt to the pros. You can see some stuff. And there's players that I think they'd be quite good. But then you've got to fit them in, haven't you? You've only got so many picks. You've got to make where they fit on the need of the team and where best player available and whether it's value in the draft. And at that point, I don't really know if that will count this year because it's. I put a little comment in Swifty's show earlier that it's a really bad year to have the number 10 pick and a great year to have the 39-41, just because of the nature of the way.
No.
Brilliant. Was that you, Foster?
Of course it was. We even got the British Bears. We got the British Bears show up there in the corner because you're on. I had to, man. I was waiting for you to say something like that, and you just threw out some numbers. So, because that's what I love about you is your stat bombs, man. You always got 20 or 30 things. Did you know this? Did you know that? So,
I'm a geek like that, yeah. I just like it's facts, isn't it? When so you can, and I know you can sort of distort it a bit with some of them, can't you? But when you've got proper numbers, then that kind of shows you what a player is, doesn't it, or how a game went or whatever. But yeah, that's just me. That's my take. But yeah, please. Anyway, I disturbed you, and I put.
No, I remember what I was saying. Now it was Jalen Walker. So my buddy, who's a college football basketball nut, he didn't know who Jalen Walker was, and when we did the call in that night, and we just couldn't figure out, we couldn't get anyone on the horn from Chicago because he kept hanging up on us. Because that's what we do in Chicago.
Oh, that was so funny. That was so funny.
Hey,
I
just so
didn't
you
know-
know, guys, that was only on Shorty they hung up. Nobody hung up on me.
I saw Foster's number on the phone. I picked
Someone
up.
said, "Don't let him make any more phone calls. Let Foster do it." Yeah.
when we just decided, okay, let's just take him. I didn't know who the hell he was, and neither did my buddy.
Wow.
And then I go look at him, and I'm like, this guy isn't he awfully undersized?
Yes, he's undersized, but I mean, J2K probably knows more than I do. But I'm going to overstate this. A partial Micah Parsons type of player that it could be. He can cover receivers. He can pass rush. He's pretty versatile. And J2K, I'm sure, knows a lot more than I do. I'm sure he's watched some film on him. I've only watched highlights on him and what. Okay, I'll take that guy. If that's the guy we're going to get, I'll take him because, we've got more than one position we need to fill. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody say, the offensive line's good. I've seen some of the ESPN and some of these outlets on, of course, both on the East and West Coast, nothing in the Central because they know a little more, saying, oh, yeah, well, now that the offensive line set, and I'm like, do you know that for sure? Because I don't until I see it. I've been a Bears fan for 50 years, and I've seen a lot of crap happen and we've witnessed it the last 3 years. Oh, yeah, this should be fine. We should do good with him at center. And then no center for 3 years. I'm just – there's your facts, Jason. Those are facts.
Yeah, I would say with Jalen Walker, he's got really heavy hands. He plays far stronger than his stature looks. And a really good way to think about Jalen Walker is the year before last, Abdul Carter was in a linebacker role, off linebacker role. And he switched to edge this last year, and you saw that sack production really show up. Jalen Walker is Abdul Carter, but didn't play the edge position, basically. So I think Jalen Walker has as much upside as Abdul Carter. You just got to see it in college, Abdul Carter as an edge player. Mm-hmm.
So Jalen Walker is an outside linebacker?
Yes. What I would say in our defense, I could see him as a Sam linebacker in an over front, right? So he's up more over the tight end with the left defensive end next to him, kind of like your old Roosevelt Collins back in the day, Colvin. I could see him in Dennis Allen's scheme as a middle linebacker because of how much Allen likes to blitz his middle linebacker. And then I could also see him as a straight edge rusher on passing downs. So there's a lot of ways you can incorporate him. And then when you go to Dallas and you look at what, Micah Parsons has done in Dallas, they have Flus as their defensive coordinator now. I mean, he's going to figure out a way to use Micah Parsons in a 4-3 defense scheme. You're going to see, other teams with similar, draft picks like Abdul Carter, James Pierce, where they may be a 4-3 team, but figure out a way to involve them similar to Parsons has been involved in Dallas. Awesome. So I wouldn't limit him in any way what he could do in any defense. It's up to the defensive coordinator to get the guy on the field and get as much success out of him that he can.
We've got Glenn Morgan in the house up in Green Bay.
What's up, Glenn?
What up, boys? What's up? How's it going?
Man, how are you doing?
Man, I'm very relaxed. It's flowing. It is flowing here, and I'm enjoying myself thoroughly. I'm with some of my really good Green Bay fans. I'm here with my best friend of 50-plus years. I'm here as a Bears fan. I'm here as a draft analyst. I'm just here, and I am enjoying it all. Green Bay, if you haven't been here before, it's a great place to be, a great place to enjoy a football game, and right now it is an exceptional venue to enjoy a draft.
Did you get your drinks from someone whose yard you parked in?
I just take whatever they give me. I ask no questions. I give no quarter. I drink my fill.
So, Glenn, who do you want? What do you want the Bears to do at 10?
All right, I will answer that question, but first, who do you think that I might want? Knowing what you feel you know of me and how I think and how I move, who do you think that I would want for the Chicago Bears to take with 10th pick overall?
Every time I zig, you zag. I have no idea.
Fair enough.
You want to tackle?
Okay, all right. Anybody else? What are we feeling here?
Linebacker or tight end?
One of those two is correct, my friend. One of those two is correct.
You want my guy too? You want Tyler Warren? That's my guy.
Fuck yes, I want Tyler Warren. I want Tyler Warren, which means, of course, the Bears are not going to take him because I want him, and they very rarely do they listen to me. But Tyler Warren would be the best fit at the in terms of the position that we don't necessarily need, but the best player available. With Tyler Warren, he gives you so many opportunities to do so many different things. He is an impact player without even having to touch the ball. Whether or not he's inline blocking, whether or not you can flex him out to the slot, he has your spatiality. Just think about it, for example. If he's inline blocking and then you flex him out to the slot, all of a sudden now the defense has to think, what the hell are we doing here? Are the Bears passing, running? What's going on here? You flex him out to the slot. Now that linebacker that was on him when he was in line now has to defer to undersized nickelback possibly. Or you have him out in a slot, and then you put him in a motion as a jet sweep. Is he going to run the ball? Is he going to catch the ball? No. He's going to do a tight end pass. Or maybe you flex him out and you put him from the slot position and you move him back into the backfield. Now he's a lead blocker? No, he's not a lead blocker. He's actually the primary receiver. There's so many different things you can do with him without even having to touch the ball. Does he have 4.5, 4.4 speed to stretch the team? No, not necessarily. But horizontally, he can affect spatiality on the field. And because of his football IQ, because of what he's learned at Penn State, a program that's been great for putting out NFL tight ends, he has the IQ to come in and assimilate immediately. He's an impact player, whether or not he touches the ball or whether or not he doesn't touch the ball. You get inside the red zone, contested catches, he's one of the best three receivers, receiver or tight end, in his entire draft at catching the balls with his contested passes. So again, here's a guy who can affect the field, whether it's inside the 20-yard line or whether it's between the 20s. I love the availability of Tyler Warren, and he is so good after he catches the ball. His ability to run after he catches the ball, his ability just to run once he touches the ball in his hands is something that is a little bit distinct compared to a lot of his other players at the tight end position, or whether or not it's any other position. I'm letting you guys know right now, he is probably one of the most impact player, ready NFL players in this draft, regardless of position. I think the Bears at 10, if they got him, they should run up to the podium because it would be a steal. I hope he's there for us at 10. And by us, I mean the Chicago Bears. Chances are that's not going to happen. I'm going to be pissed off. And that's why I'm drinking right now. I'm getting ready ahead of time.
All of that, and you were close, but you missed one important element. He will be perfect for when Ben Johnson starts running the T formation again.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you mentioned Ben Johnson, and he is great with 12 personnel. And that's another reason why I think the Bears should really take advantage of the opportunity to draft Tyler Warren if he's there. I don't want to trade up for Jimmy. If Jimmy falls to 10, I'm not pissed the Bears take him. I get it. Again, that would be value pick for that player and his talent level. But I don't want to trade for Genty. I don't want to give up what we have in the second round with 41, 39, 41, and then early in the third round with 72. I think the Bears need to maximize their draft capital. And so that's why at 10, I think it's optimal for the Bears to use and take the best player available.
Well said, my friend. We agree. High five.
I have absolutely no problem with any of that. Let me ask you a question, Glenn.
All right, let me get the place where I can hear you. All right.
You got to drink. I want you to drink something. I'm going to say something.
Oh.
Hey, John.
Okay, I'm better fortified to answer your question now.
No, he wanted you to spit your drink out again.
That's what I was trying to do. I'm just curious who would possibly draft him before the Bears, because I'm worried.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm losing it. One more time. Say it again.
What are the teams that you think might take Warren ahead of the Bears? Because I'm just worried he's going to be one of the guys that's not going to be there.
Great question. You know, I'm not certain how the Saints feel or what the story is with Derek Carr on his shoulder, but that would be a team that I would be concerned that at 9 would take a player like Warren, because they've been looking for a tight end pretty much since they lost their tight end years ago. They've been looking for a tight end that can help that offense. And with Kellen Moore being the new head coach / offensive coordinator, his ability to utilize players offensively in terms of his schemes, Tyler Warren would fit in exceptionally well. And they're an Asian team on both sides of the ball, offensively, defensively. So a guy like Tyler Warren gives them their Travis Kelce, so to speak. So I would be concerned about the Saints taking him. I don't think anybody's going to trade up to get Tyler Warren, so I don't have to worry about that. It's just more of a concern of what the Saints are going to do. Now, the Saints might go quarterback with Shedeur Sanders because of Derek Carr's shoulder situation. And also, don't forget, Derek Carr is 36 years old. He hasn't really done anything since he's been in the league in terms of, presenting that challenge to win a Super Bowl. He's been a nice quarterback, but not a quarterback that has been someone that's been dominating, the field, so to speak. Plus, he's an unrestricted free agent going into next year. Someone like Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, Glenn, NFL rumor just dropped. Denver Broncos are trying to move up into the top 10. Could you see Sean Payton targeting Tyler Warren?
That's a really good question. I could, because of what he did, and I'm right now, because of this, I'm failing to remember the tight end who he had for so long, who was so effective for the Saints for a number of years. I could see him possibly doing that, but again, moving up in the draft to get a tight end, that would be something unconventional. There might be another player that they may be targeting at that position. Maybe a Teodoro McMillan, possibly a receiver. That would give someone with the size to challenge inside the red zone, something that the Saints really haven't been able to do. I'm sorry, not the Saints, even the Broncos. I take that back. They got Cortland Sutton. I don't know. Would they trade up to 10? Who would they be getting at 10? You know what? It might be the Lions season. I have a hard time imagining who they would want at 10. I mean, Tyler Warren would really help them out a lot. If you trade it for a tight end, when you can still be there and possibly get Colston later on, if the Colts don't take him, I don't know. That's a big gamble. They would have to have a lot of designs and plays in mind to get Tyler Warren. I'll put it this way. Peyton has a long-term contract, so he's going to be there for a while. So if there's anybody that could take a risk, so to speak, in trading him to get a tight end, it would probably be him. I hope that's not the case, but if he does, as a Bears fan, I'm cool with that. Give us more picks, give us more opportunities to get other things that we need. The Bears still need to target offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver position in terms of the slot, possibly, obviously running back, and as well safety positions, specifically in the secondary, because we don't know about Briscoe's health. So I'm all fine with the Bears trading down. If I don't get my Tyler Warren wish dream, that's fine. If we trade down and get something else, that is all good for Chicago Bears.
Couldn't agree more. So once the Bears pick, are you gonna hop on with us for another minute later?
I'm making no promises. I tell you no lies. I will do my best. I'm a little bit, we'll see what happens. I'm going with the flow, and where the flow takes me, that's where I'll roll. But hey, I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to share some time with you. I will definitely do my best to get back on, real time as best as I can. If not, hey, we've got plenty of time to talk about not just tonight, but tomorrow night, which should be a big night for the Bears as well, going forward. And then we can recap everything next week as well. So, guys, I appreciate you. I'm going to check out for now because, this is calling me. And, enjoy the draft. I don't know what else to say, guys, because I'm just going to start rambling because the liquor is flowing.
You too, my friend.
Safe out there, brother. Stay safe.
I hear some cheering.
This is the second year. It's the second year in a row we had someone from the draft on with us. So thank you for hopping on.
All right, guys. I'll let you later. Check it out from Lambeau Field. This is Guy. Glenn Morgan. I like you guys. Peace.
See you,
Fun,
buddy.
Glenn.
Thanks, Glenn.
Wow, that was fucking cool.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Love
he's
Glenn
awesome,
Morgan, man.
Awesome guy. And he was,
Glenn
I
Morgan
started to say it, and then Brian Gilmore said it because I think he was thinking of Jimmy Graham, because the only guys that I can remember doing something for New Orleans tight end wise are Graham and Taysom Hill in the since Graham left there. I can't even think of another tight end on that team. I know one other, but I can't even remember his name. So what does that tell you?
I'm with him. Like, if I have my heart set on Warren for all the reasons he said and the T formation. I know, call me crazy. I honestly envision Ben Johnson. I'm not saying using a T formation full time, but anyone that hasn't seen it, I did a show last weekend about the reasons why I think it could work, and it's about the symmetrical backfield. It's about the
Are you
symmetrical.
guys watching? I'm sorry, Shorty. Are you watching this?
The draft?
Yeah, because it just started off with I have a presidential memo to read, and then he opens it and says the Bears still suck.
Oh, did he really?
Yes.
Fuck, who said that? Oh, that fucker.
Yeah. In the green, I can't even
Clay
see.
Matthews.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but that just kind of was like, all right.
I'm
You know
just
what?
hearing that the
Let's shut
Jags
up.
and the Browns have a trade in works to move up or to swap picks as soon as Cam Ward is selected.
Wait,
We'll
what?
see if that actually is true.
Well,
So when I was saying earlier, the Jags. Sorry.
Go ahead, mate.
So I think the Jags are going to move up to Cleveland spot, right? And then Cleveland may trade with the Bears, and Cleveland goes quarterback. Bears go Genty
At 2?
at 5.
Oh,
So Jags are at 5, Cleveland's at 2. So there, I just saw it flash through that there's a trade in place, and they're just waiting for Cam Ward to be the official selection.
wow.
And we've got 9 minutes and 18 seconds till that happens.
And the next rumor is that the Bears have been looking to trade up for Genty, who the Browns may want a quarterback and feel like they could trade back to 10 to get their guy.
Wow. That would really shock me if they traded up.
For Genty?
Yeah.
I mean, people are upset with the idea of taking Genty at 10 overall, let alone
Right.
trading up.
What do you think it might cost them, JTK?
A 41 and the
Yeah.
10th pick,
One
and then
of the
they
second.
would get back a 4th round pick this year.
Okay. Yeah.
See, I said it the other day a couple of times. I said the only way if I'm running the Bears, the only way I'm trading up is if Carter falls a couple spots,
Oh,
because I
sorry.
think he's
A
the
couple of
only
people
guy I
have
would
said
trade
that.
up for.
Oh,
A
good.
couple of people are saying that that's what they're. Steve and Chad are saying they're coming up to get Carter. Yeah, you'd imagine so, wouldn't you? To be honest, I think
Well,
that's.
I love Genty, but just this is such. I mean, I can't. I'm trying to remember the last time, and J2K maybe you'll know. When was the last time? Because I'm looking at running backs in every round, even UDFAs, who I feel, and you look at their tape, can come in and contribute immediately. There's just so many of them. There's got to be like 30 running backs that can come in and just help a team immediately on day one. Maybe I'm wrong, but when you guys hear Irv Mulligan go somewhere and you see him next in the middle of the season, you go, wow, we could have had that guy who was a UDFA. Just remember it.
Bruce Irving last year, right? Will they get him in the 5th round? You know? Yeah, for sure. I think the thinking right now is that Genty is so much further ahead of, the next best running back, which is probably Omari and Hampton.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of it too has to do with, not just Genty's play on the field, but his character. It seems like teams are just in love with guy's character. He's one of these prospects that he's not going to bust because he didn't work hard enough or he doesn't have the character to, achieve the best version of himself.
And that's that. I think they value that, don't they, as well? I think I heard, I can't remember who it was. It might have been, what's the guy who used to do the ESPN not ESPN. The Chicago game, the post-game show with AB and Lance Briggs. What's his name? Dave Wanstead. That's it. I got there in the end. Right. Thank God we got all night, eh? Just He said once that, I think it was him that said that your ability sets your floor, your attitude sets your ceiling. And I think that's why they probably value that, isn't it? If they think that he's got the tools and he's going to work to maximize them, then they'll probably think that. But I think that'd be what I agree that they had him in, didn't they, for a visit? So if they fall in love with him, like they did with Caleb, obviously, but they never had another quarterback come into the building, maybe that's what they're going to do, and they're willing to give up some draft capital for it. But I think, I can see why some people are nervous, but I think, we need an edge, a D tackle, a safety as well. But with the D line draft is deep, isn't it? And they may be happy to go into the season with potentially a low draft pick again to back up Kirana Magaji and Braxton. But I think they're still high on them too, aren't they? So they don't see it as a desperate need. And I was going to ask somebody, I think maybe J2K would know, is I was wondering what the tackle class looks like in next year's draft, because maybe they got an eye on something already, because I know people are looking that far ahead, aren't they? So I don't know if there was someone or if there's a couple of players I think might be useful to get in next year's draft for left tackle. But
I've heard it's a better class, but I haven't dove into it and researched it enough. And I think it can be much worse because it's not particularly strong, is it? I think there's probably maybe one or two that are going to come in and be starters, aren't there? Yeah.
Wow.
So I know that certain people on Reddit are going to be absolutely spitting blood if we trade up for Genty. That's from what I've been reading the last few days, man. There's some of them will be on suicide watch or something. But it's a bit crazy. But that would certainly be wild. Like you said, it was in the press conference, wouldn't it? If they trade up, because people wanted them to trade down, didn't they, from 10? But we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I love it. I love this, man. It's so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's interesting that every year we find a way to have a civil war with ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I just posted the link to the show in the description. If you would like to join us, go ahead and click on that link, and you can hop in with us for a bit. We'll ask you guys just to hop in for a few minutes, and leave the space for somebody else who might want to use it. So if you would like to, you're more than welcome.
Yeah,
so the pick is in. Cam Ward is a Tennessee Titan.
Oh.
I'm actually behind you somehow, J2.
Who? Yeah, so am I, right? So am I.
I got
but
the
I'm
pick is
usually
in.
not. I'm watching it over the air.
Yeah,
hey, Chad. Steve and Chips Ahoy Boy in the chat. Thanks for popping in, guys. Steve S. and Chipsy.
And I'm on Twitter, so I'm actually getting reports kind of like straight from these draft rooms or reporters on the ground. So they probably see the pick is in and before the news outlets get it like official or something, right?
Well, this is live, but it's got to be on a delay because he's just coming to announce the pick right now, literally.
So thoughts on Cam Ward as a quarterback in the NFL? What do you guys think?
What if it's Travis Hunter?
I
haven't looked. We don't need one, so I didn't care. I wasn't looking.
The first pick in the draft, no. That's the first pick in the draft. And it's like, but just because he's a quarterback and you have a team that needs a quarterback, I feel like this is a player that they're going to regret having to. It's kind of like when the Browns drafted Tim Couch.
Yeah.
Was the first pick in the draft. So it's about how I feel about Cam Ward.
Cam Ward was a 0-star recruit in high school.
Right.
Here's the thing, man. The Titans are desperate because if they had a quarterback, they're taking Travis Hunter or Carter. I mean, think about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they benched Will Levis last year for Mason Rudolph. So,
they
weren't too happy.
And they actually had a better offense after benching him.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, You know, and what Mason Rudolph is now, who's he with, the Steelers? Who signed him?
Yeah, he went back to the Steelers.
Yeah.
All right,
back to
so
the
it
Steelers.
is official.
Jags are on the clock. Sorry to interrupt. The Jags are on the clock.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jags traded with the Browns.
Ready with the Browns.
Moving
wow.
up for Travis
Wow.
Hunter. I'm assuming
I would.
they got to
think
need
that.
it
That's what
at cornerback and wide receiver.
they got
but,
lots
you know,
of needs in Jacksonville.
Maybe Carter's still in play here, but you know they picked
They
up
gave him-
the 5th-year option for Walker, I believe.
Yeah. Yep. Heard that the other day.
They gave up their 2026 first rounder to do that.
The Jag, what did they do? Just swap picks and then gave them the first rounder? Is that it? Anything in return?
Jags trading the number 5. Oh, just don't flip it. It said it's just changed to another bloody thing.
Browns are trading number overall pick for a 4th rounder and a 6th rounder to the Jags.
Wow.
Doesn't say what the Jags are getting.
Yeah, and the Jags gave up their next year's first rounder as well. The Jags gave up their first round pick for next year.
Yeah.
Currently own 3 top 30. They gave them the 36, the 4th pick on Friday.
I meant to get this banner ready before the show, and I totally forgot to keep the Titans are not on the clock anymore.
Yeah, Tony, next year's first to come up.
That's wild.
That is pretty wild. They gave them a pick 36 and next year's first.
You know, I wouldn't mind if we gave up picks this year to move up, just because of the draft class it is. But to give up picks next year, and the class is going to be so much better, that's just wild.
Yeah, especially your first, to give up the first rounder. I mean,
yeah, because they had the 5th pick anyway. It was only come up 3 spots.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
And everybody thinks the Bears for Trubisky was a bad deal. I mean, it was, but
oh god, did you have to mention that so early?
Yeah. It's always nice to get some slap of reality when you're up there dreaming like I am.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome. Cheers for that.
Let's see.
Now that J2K brought all this to light, I'm going, is there going to be a trade with Cleveland? Are we really going to do this? Are they really going to move up to get Genty?
Man, I mean, I've been hearing it's either a smokescreen, but you know, I don't know. From everything I hear, they love Genty, and you know, I think Ben Johnson really values a strong running game, and I think that Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles feel like we don't have as many needs as the fans do, right? Because I think a lot of us are saying, hey, we still need backup offensive guard, a left tackle, we still need a defensive tackle, a defensive end. But then you go and look at, you know, the free agents we had, and outside of left tackle, they did all that. You know, they got interior offensive line and defensive line. So Poles may feel like he's pretty set at that, other than you know, mid or late round draft picks at those positions.
I don't know if you guys remember, 2 weeks ago I was sitting here talking about, okay, we think we know what we see that we think we have. I don't know if you guys understood that. But we see what we have, and we think what we think about it. But we don't know what Johnson and Poles have said. Hey, man, you know what? Don't worry, because all I got to do is take and work on what's his name? Who's it? Come on, Bill Murray. And then Karan's healthy this year, dude. He's going to be fine. He's going to end up taking that jet. You know, and this is their conversation that we know nothing about. Like you were talking about, J2K. They know more of what they exactly have than we do for sure, because they're in the building every day with them. So they might think exactly what you're talking about. You know what? Yeah, we will pick up another defensive tackle and an offensive line, but we're going to do that later. We're going to do that in the fourth or the third or the fifth, seventh, whatever. Or maybe because they were so diligent. I mean, so many of those visits were like 6 and seventh rounders and UDFA guys. They had more visits from those people than the players everybody knows.
That's right.
So they might have, multiple plans in order, and we don't know what's going on in that building. So they could be just saying, you know what? Everybody thinks this and that. If we get this running back and we add an interior offensive lineman and maybe grab another defensive tackle, we're in better shape than anybody thinks you are because we know what's in our building. Jags pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, but I'm sure J2K knows.
I'm searching. I'm going through it. But yeah, to your point, I think Bears fans, we kind of overinflate the players that we end up picking
Curtis
up, like
is
the
at
free
the-
agency and the draft. And an example is the wide receivers we ended up picking up. I'm not as high on them as I think other people are. And I still feel like wide receiver is a huge need for this team, that slot receiver, a third receiver. And then I look at the players that we've been interested in for top 30 visits and meetings. And I see that in the third round, there's like 4 wide receivers that are ranked in that range that we've met with. So, now I'm like, okay, I think they see what I'm seeing, and I've got a level head about this, where I think after free agency hit right off the bat, people are like, oh, wide receiver isn't a need anymore. But, things change. Hunter to Jags. I traded up for Hunter. Duval.
I think Olamides. Yeah, I think Olamides is going to be better than we have. I have because of fantasy league. I happen to catch about 7 Redskins games. I'm going to just keep calling them that because they are that to me, and they should go back to their old name. So I think he's matter of fact, he was like in my top 3. Of course, I don't know if you guys remember the guy I wanted for the Bears was I really wanted Tutu Atwell, and it was kind of a surprise when he signed for $10 million. So I get exactly what you're saying, but there's even wide receivers that people have no names. I threw some names on I forget what show I was on, and he didn't even know anything about any of these guys. And I'm going, come on, a couple of these guys are from Clemson and Auburn, and you don't even know who they are. Keandre Lambert-Smith from Auburn. Nobody knows the guy, but he's 6'2", like 210 pounds. He's got speed and moves. He's not even on anybody's – he might be like a 4th or 5th round pick. But nobody said anything about him because everybody knows everybody in the first 3 rounds, and you get to that point, and then you got people like J2K and Danny Shinnon and guys that watch this and follow it and delve into it that know some of the deeper picks that we're not, regular fans are not aware of. So they could do exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, J2K. They'd set it up probably to have multiple ways to go because you don't know who's going to go where.
Yes.
Is it?
So far so good because Carter's still there.
Yeah, Lambert-Smith ran a 4.37.
Yep.
6 foot, 4.37. Yep. Yeah.
You have you seen any film of him? Because that's I think 4th or 5th round they're talking. I mean, if we make a trade, we pick up a pick. It could happen.
Yeah, he was
underrated in my opinion. That's all.
He was one of the players that I did a video for, a short video for. But I'll just be honest right now. A lot of those back end guys are kind of blending together.
Yeah. That's why they're back end guys.
Right. Yep.
It's just about a lot of those guys are about the person and the heart because the sizes and the stats can all be similar, but what's inside we don't know until they get on the field and play.
Yeah.
The irony of another two-way player such as Travis Hunter coming from a school that was coached by Deion Sanders is just remarkable. Receiver and cornerback.
Right.
That's kind of serendipitous, right?
Well, and I wonder, Sanders probably saw that in him and thought, hey, I did it, and I know like what kind of a toll it took or how to handle those situations. So let me grab this kid and mold him under, my tutelage because I know how to do that. That's probably how he got Hunter to Colorado.
That's a good point. Boy, it takes a lot to type up all this shit for the ticker. Damn.
Screw it. Everybody knows. if you're taking time doing that, you miss part of this show.
That's what I'm doing. I'm missing part of the show. It's taking me a freaking half an hour to type all this shit. I meant to do this beforehand.
3 minutes till we find out who the Giants are. Oh, did they just pick? No. J2K's on ahead of it. Sorry, that was Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
I don't have the sound up, so I can't. Sometimes it's hard to just even tell what I'm looking at.
Phew, that was. There we go.
Creighton. No, I'm actually Creighton. Creighton says, Foster, you in the shitter. I'm actually in my room that I woke up in when the house was on fire, filled with smoke. It's finally like done. I got new hardwood floors and just painted it up.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Is that your toilet seat?
Oh, that's the refrigerator, knucklehead.
It looked like the reflection of a toilet seat. Do you see that?
What are you looking at? The Bears C?
Oh, that's the Bears C.
Yeah.
Vertical.
I'm
It
sorry,
is supposed
Bears.
to go the other way, but
Sorry,
I
Bears.
was like, I got all the stuff for this room, and then I'm like, holy crap, the sun blasts in there every morning because that's straight east. And I was like, I got to put something over that window. It immediately burns up in the morning, man. It's like being in a room with a magnifying glass.
So
I'm
the
on the
pick
second-
is
I'm in
in.
the attic
Oh,
with this window right where the sun shines in every day.
well, I've got
Pick's
it.
in for the Giants. It's Abdul Carter. No surprises.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
No,
now things get really interesting because you got the top three off the board in order that everybody knew would go this way. I've heard that New England has done more than extensive work on Josh Campbell. So my guess is that Josh Campbell is going to go to New England.
That's kind of the thought all around on Twitter and some of the YouTube shows earlier.
So, what we got?
Here's where it comes in, because don't you guys think if Genty's there at 5, he's not going to get past. I don't believe he's going to get past the Raiders no matter what. I mean, I don't know that for fact, but you look at the team, they got a bunch of needs too. And having just extended Gino, somebody like that with their coordinator, going to make it easier on the quarterback to have that running game, because they've got, I think that Etienne's 31, 32, and then they've got Sincere McCormick. That's their backfield. It's not strong for the Raiders. So,
and also with the Browns too, Kareem Hunt was injured last year, so even Genty's in play for them.
Yeah, absolutely. He bounced around a bunch last year. Kareem did. Wasn't he with the Texans to start the season? Doesn't matter. He's not with the Bears.
So do we think the Giants are taking Carter then? Even though, I mean, it's not a big need of theirs, is it? Thibodeau and Lawrence, isn't it?
Right.
The Giants took Carter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's official.
Wow.
Yeah.
They
I'm
took Carter.
still behind, damn it. I'm so, you've gone right. There we go. Catching up.
Those draft trackers, I always found them to be much later than me just scrolling constantly on Twitter.
I think that's the way, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I just managed to. I was just logging in there. I was not paying attention because I was just trying to get into the Sky Sports. I've managed to get it live on there on the coverage on the TV on my phone, but it's I'm still behind there. The commissioner is just reading out the Giants selection now on mine.
Mm-hmm.
How did I fuck that? I still
Yeah,
messed this
see,
tracker up.
you're even farther behind on me because they're already, whatchamacallit's already on the clock here in Chicago.
I was.
So I'm watching a live feed that's probably fed through ESPN first and then to ABC second. So I'm getting a delay because of that.
Yeah.
But it's over the air. I know they're giving it to ESPN first because people pay for that.
Mm.
So I'm curious, with the Giants taking Carter, they just signed Brian Burns, last year, and they have Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Do you think, Thibodeau could be on that trade block? I wonder if Poles is interested in that.
Only the Poles knows.
he's a big defensive end. He kind of fits that tall, lanky characteristic that we've seen from Dennis Allen. But
I look at the Giants and Cleveland kind of same, because does anybody really know exactly what to expect out of the quarterback situation for both teams?
Right.
So the better the defense, the better, they build their defense, and maybe they get a quarterback or develop one this year or next year. So I'm not even going to say that they're going to get rid of any of these guys, because could you imagine if Carter fell and Cleveland picked them up on the other side of Garrett?
Right.
I'm just saying it sure would help their quarterback problem a lot, even though it's a defensive player, because it's going to put a lot of pressure on any other team's quarterback.
Right. You can go to more of a run game, let your defense stop them and all that kind of stuff. And comparatively, I think the Giants with Russell, what's that?
I said just like the Bears did forever.
Right.
Defense and a running game.
I think the Giants are in a better quarterback situation with Russell Wilson than Cleveland is with
Winston or
Pickett
or
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. Didn't Cleveland sign Jameis Winston and Flacco?
No, Jameis Winston and went to the Giants. And Cleveland traded for Kenny Pickett and signed Flacco.
Yeah, Pickett and Flacco, that's right. That's there too.
Yeah.
So Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston in New York, I think is a better combination than Flacco and Kenny Pickett. So I'm expecting both teams to draft a quarterback. I'm not sure, Browns would do that in the top 10, but now they have the ammunition to move up into the back of the first to go and get like their guy. Where I think the biggest run of quarterbacks is going to be that late first, early second.
Yep. Milroe, Dart. Who's the other? There's like 4 guys I was looking at the other day.
The other one.
Quay or Shea. I can't remember the names, man.
Yeah, Shaw.
Shaw. There's another one too.
I like
Milroe.
Milroe's one of them. Gabriel. I really like Gabriel from Oregon. Will Howard was getting a lot of hype because he had some great film on that playoff stretch, but then he showed up to the combine and reminded everybody that he can't throw the deep out. So he might have dropped. I mean, he's 6'4", 240, and he's really pretty mobile and stuff. So I could see, and what I've heard is people just love his character. So I could see a team gambling on that upside with him. What was the other guy? Syracuse quarterback who was at Ohio State. McCord. What's his name? Yeah, Kyle McCord. He had a monster season after a pretty disastrous one at Ohio State. He came back and he was a gamer. So yeah, there's a handful of guys at early second round that I could see teams all fighting for.
No, absolutely agreed, man.
Second round picks then.
I'll be honest. I'm shocked.
The kid from Syracuse, I've seen a bunch of his games because they always show local Big Ten games here in Chicago. So, like I saw Illinois, Syracuse, and I think Michigan State, Syracuse, Indiana, and Syracuse. So I got to see a bunch of him playing, and I would not be surprised if somebody like you said, early second round for him.
All right, the pick's in.
I'm shocked that the Giants didn't trade out of that pick. Because they have.
No, Giants didn't trade out. Cleveland did. So, so the pick's in for the Patriots, and it is offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Ooh.
Yep. Called that.
So
and now I'm
we
hearing,
start getting into the nitty.
Well, now the Browns are on the clock, and I'm hearing they're taking calls.
Here we go.
This could be Genty for the Bears, guys.
Do the Bears move up and take Genty here at 5?
Don't be shocked. Do not be shocked.
I won't be. I won't be. I just hate giving up the capital, man. But no, we know polls can. If there's something to be worked, we know he will work it. You just look at that first draft he did, taking those late rounders and getting all those picks, getting more darts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
One of whom was Braxton Jones.
Yep.
Oh.
See, that's if the Bears trade up for a running back at 5.
Just hearing you say that, man.
That's like the T formation's coming back, baby. I mean, I've kind of said this for a while. Like, it's the NFL is cyclical, right? It's an entire passing league now, so all the defenses are geared to stop the pass, so they're defensive back heavy, and now you're starting to see where it's perfect time to start taking running backs. Good ones.
It's a cycle, man. It's a cycle. Go back from the 80s. Go back from the early 80s and look at the cycle of things.
Pick is in for the Cleveland Browns, and it is a shocker in my opinion.
No.
Defensive tackle, Mason Graham.
Oh,
poor kid.
That line's going to be killer, man.
Garrett.
He's going to be working with Myles Garrett. Offensive line in the AFC Central, best beware, man. Bengals are going to get the crap kicked out of them. They better do something with their offensive line.
Wow.
No,
I've only just seen on ESPN's website that the Will Campbell pick's coming.
Talk about ruining my day if I got drafted by the fucking Browns.
Right.
Kids probably like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'd be like, okay.
The Raiders are going to take Genty, then, aren't they? The Raiders are going to take Ashton Genty.
That's
or an offensive tackle.
Yeah.
I've been hearing that they were high on Membu.
Yeah. I've seen that too. I've seen Membu mentioned for a couple of days.
If you do look at most of the boards that I've been looking at, Campbell's been ahead of Membu on every board. So it depends on your
Chips, the white boy was right. Fat guy taken. Boom.
Well said, Chips. He just doesn't have the ass for me. I like
crap. Good night, everybody. I'm done with the draft. Can't even get through 10 freaking picks, and Shorty's got to go into men's areas.
Men's asses. I'm talking about Will. Will Campbell. Will Campbell.
Cliff Wright.
Like Will Campbell, just I don't know. If I was going to take a tackle that high, I would want a tree trunk for a body from the waist down. A good anchor, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No, Will, it almost seems like Mason Graham would be a better tackle than some of these tackles in the draft based on his body size. You know what I mean?
It's not great, is it?
Two-way player.
Yeah. That'd be cool, right? Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, two-way offensive lineman, defensive tackle, or something.
Yeah,
that'll take you back 75 years ago because that's what they used to do a lot of.
Yeah,
5 years ago.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Mason Graham.
So he says, funny. He already has lineman crusty fingers. I'm talking about Campbell because they showed him walk. I don't know if you guys saw it, but they showed him walking up with like his hands waving, and they're already a little whatever
gnarly.
Gnarly. Oh, by the way, I'm up to 3 million in Gran Turismo 7, Jason. So I'm about to buy an F1 car to compete against your Tomahawk.
Okay. See you on
Is
the
that
track.
is that what you guys have been doing for the last 20 minutes?
No.
Turns out Jason's a big gamer. Found that out. Became even closer friends. And then he kicked my fucking ass. Like, what, 42 to zip?
Yeah, I know.
Playing Madden or something.
Yeah, on Madden. Yeah, because you haven't been playing it. I play it every day, man. And you were so like grinding on Gran Turismo to get some credits to buy cars that you hadn't played. You'd lost your skills on Madden. So yeah, I crushed you 42-0, didn't I?
This is not a joke. In the last 5 games of Madden that I played, I got my ass kicked 80 to zip by a 10-year-old. I got my ass kicked like 62 to zip by another 10-year-old. I lost to you, then I beat you, and then you beat my ass 42 to zip. So I'm like, I probably
Jason, did you tell me you let him win that game yet or no?
I made some adjustments. I said, what coaching matters, man. What can I say?
And we were playing Bears against Bears.
That's it. Yeah.
Hi, Eric. Eric says hi, guys. Steve S. Stever.
Hey, Eric. He was 8 years old. That's Steve S.'s kid that kicked my ass. He was 8 years old.
Oh, now I'm disappointed. I only got 42.
I'm not kidding. It was like 80 to fucking zip. And the kid's trying. He's like, you want to quit? I'm like, no, you got to sit here and kick my ass.
You're gonna have to suffer kicking my ass for the next 12 minutes.
Brilliant.
Whether you like it or not. Yeah, Shorty's trying to go up, make the kid double digits. 8. Come on, man. You probably should have never been playing against him in the first place.
I wasn't expecting 80 to zip. I could have handled like 21 to 10. I would have been fine with that. Man.
So
I used to play Madden. I think the last time I played Madden was like Madden 03 or something.
Yeah, that's about the last time I was good at Madden.
Sega Genesis, or maybe it was the first one of the first Xbox, or no, the Play. I can't remember what the damn game systems were. Nothing like today, though.
No.
Squeegee's New England got his favorite pick. Your guy's off the board, huh?
Will Campbell.
Well, the Browns pick is it? Wait, we already did it. They're just coming on with the Browns now.
Yeah, I'm watching on ESPN's website on my phone, and it's way behind, man.
Oh, wait a second, I fucked that up then. Wait, who drafted who drafted Mason?
The Browns.
Browns at 5.
Browns took Mason Graham.
Oh,
and they're just showing it now on ABC and ESPN.
Jeez.
Steve says Shorty was good at Madden 95.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played the best game of all time.
All right, you guys. Picks in. The Raiders have selected.
Plenty.
Jesus, they're just showing the pick on TV for me, and you already got the next pick?
Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Which paves the way for your Tyler Warren pick.
We figured that, though, honestly, correct? I mean,
it's what they've been mocking the whole time. Yeah. Everyone was saying they're taking him at the Raiders taking him. Yeah.
But saying there's no way he's getting past the Raiders.
Hmm.
And I even said my thought was on that immediately was, well, if the Giants don't take him to compensate for the shit with Barkley, he certainly ain't going to get past the Raiders. So there's no way you guys getting 10. Now, here's a question: Does New Orleans jump the gun and take Shedeur Sanders, leaving someone left to fall to the Bears,
or a tackle? Because they're wide open now. New Orleans could be anything, couldn't they?
The hostess at the Dave and Buster's in New Orleans preferred if New Orleans took an offensive lineman over Sanders, the quarterback. I don't know if you saw any of that conversation when I called her last week.
I did.
Yeah, the Saints. Yeah, the Saints declined the 5th-year option for Penning, their offensive tackle, and so the idea, or the rumor, is that Membu could be that pick. But we still got Carolina
retired too, though. J2, so they lost 2 offensive, or they didn't pick up the 5th-year option, and then I forgot his name. Retired last week.
Ramchick retired as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would make total sense, wouldn't it? If that's who they're taking. probably almost who they got to take. I don't know the roster, but I'm sure they don't have the depth that they want, especially if they're knowing that the one guy's not going to work out because they're not renewing his option, and then this guy retires. And that line had enough problems last year as it was with all 5 of those guys intact. What, two games they came out and smoked a couple games, and then they were. I think if you remember, those first 2 games last year, New Orleans scored like 75 points, and
That's
then
right.
tanked.
Yeah.
They tanked.
Yeah.
The offense fell apart, and the defense, because of all the salary cap issues from 3 years prior, which thank God the Bears are no longer in that situation. That's probably one of the best assets and the best things that Foles has done. He's taken us out of a point to where we're going to be in salary cap hell.
Yeah, totally. People seem to
We
forget
suffered
that.
through it, but it's done.
All the haters who want to, still kill him because of Valus Jones and whatever, and what was the receiver Claypool, seem to forget that we were like at 80 million dead cap space or something when he took over, and now it's almost nothing. So that's a massive part of the job, isn't it, to try and get that under control? Because it means you're spending all of your wages on all your salary on your players rather than people who aren't playing for you. So you instantly got a disadvantage. If you've got like 10% less salary than everyone else, then you've got. How is that not going to hurt you? I don't understand why.
I think at that point, we were paying Leno for like 3 more seasons. Danny Trevathan. There was a list of guys we just were paying that had been off the Bears for a season or 2 already, and we were still paying them. I mean, I might be exaggerating, but it sure felt that way.
It's true. Danny Trevathan, we paid for like 3 years after he retired.
Yeah, last year was the first year of the book, wasn't it?
Goldman? Yeah, and then he came back to the Saints. Now he's with the Falcons?
That's right.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Eddie
Goldman.
Eddie Goldman? Yeah.
Oh, Goldman, yeah.
Well, at least we'll see Ashton Genty up close then, won't we? So we're playing the Raiders next season.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll get a good look at him.
Yeah, that we will. Good point.
Adam Mason will go to that one, I expect, won't he?
Yeah. I'm worried the Jets are taking my guy.
By the Warren, yeah, that's the one they got to get past, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm with you, Shorty. Warren. I don't see him falling to 10, man. Too multifaceted, too good of it. Just
Run, pass.
Yep.
He's done everything in that offense. Probably kick the ball too.
That's it. Jets are on the clock.
If he's gone, I really want to see him trade now.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak.
I would really prefer that we pick up some more capital.
Yeah, at this point, like for me, Mimbu is the next guy that I would want.
Yeah.
I've got Warren and Loveland ranked the same, just different flavor. And if you could go back 10 picks and get Loveland, I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with Warren at 10 too. But man, it looks like a trade back would be awesome right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's it, isn't it? So there's no big drop off from sort of 10 to 50, is there really? So, well, not exactly that, but you know what I mean. There's a lot. Yeah. There's a big pool of that second tier, isn't there, that we can really exploit if we get an extra pick in the sort of 40s, 50s.
Yeah,
we kind of need somebody to jump at Sanders, man, one way or the other somehow.
Yeah, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? If someone came up,
that would change. Could change that 10th draft slot in a very nice way for the Bears. I just don't see it happening. You know who I got? I actually, the other day I was going through some of the shit and I'm going, man, wouldn't it be interesting? And I could see it being a possibility. I don't know how much, but if the Rams at like 17 took Shedeur Sanders, because how much longer is Stafford going to play? When do you replace him, man? There's really nobody to replace him on the team. So when do you get your quarterback that's going to replace him? Because I don't see him being there more than 2 seasons. Does anybody else?
Right. Yeah, I think the Rams are definitely in play for a quarterback, and I did hear a rumor that they had a good interview with Milroe.
Really?
But man, at this point, rumors and all that kind of stuff, it's
Yeah.
who knows? It's all a
Lying
smoke
season.
screen or
Lying season.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I could, and I don't know if I'm right. It just popped into my head, man. Oh, they'll take 17 because I think they're at 17. I could see him taking that chance on it because you look at that team at the end of the year, they were a play away from going to the Super Bowl, if anybody remembers.
Right.
They lost. They barely lost that game. They were a play away. Everybody got healthy, and we know what that team is. And then they even got we got one of their starters, so they already had a replacement for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the year, Jackson, I think he played 2 games at the end of the year, and one of them was the game in Seattle where he played right guard, and it was the best game of his career. Jonah Jackson, that's on the Bears now.
Yeah,
that's the best game he ever played in his life was at right guard in the NFL.
So the pick is in. I'm hearing for the Jets, and
I got the pick is in too, but it's a freaking commercial.
Armand Membu, offensive tackle, Missouri.
Here we go.
We knew that one.
Hey, that sounds good.
So, how do we think with the Panthers then? Will Johnson, maybe?
Panthers, they need a bunch of things too. It's not.
I'm hearing Jalen Walker to the Panthers because the defensive coordinator is known for being able to utilize a player like him.
They could go either way, man. Their owner too. Oh no, we're not taking that guy. We're taking
right.
All he's got to do is pick up the phone and say, "Nope, we're taking him," and they're back in that situation again. Although it could have worked out worse for them because that Carolina offense, the last 4 or 5 games, they actually looked pretty decent, scored some points, if you remember.
Did, yeah, when Young came back in after, they did. They had a strong finish, didn't they?
Yeah. And
and Ben Johnson pointed to Carolina picking up interior offensive linemen as kind of the key to the success of
That's right. He did.
Yeah, they did it for 2 years in a row. They pretty much bought that offensive line that finished out the seasons last year. I think only one guy in the line was a draft pick. But I mean, look what the Bears just did. We just bought a whole interior. So if it works, right?
This is looking good.
Sure, he's going to get his wish.
I don't know, man. I could see both the guys that we're looking at go before we get there.
Which guys? Tyler Warren and
the linebacker,
Jalen Walker.
Yeah, Walker and Warren.
Panthers need an edge, so they may think that he fits the bill.
So where does New Orleans shift now? And the only reason I bring that up is because the guys they wanted are both gone. Campbell and Membo. I mean, those, and I'm really just going on the fans, but
maybe that's the trade for that. That's where the Broncos come in and fuck my day up.
They wouldn't trade up from 20 to 10 for a tight end, would they? When they can get Loveland.
You don't know what Peyton's got up his sleeve, man.
Well,
yeah. That was one move. I don't like the guy because he's from Chicago and he refuses to do anything with his hometown. He will never come here and work here. But I knew the minute he went to Denver, and he's like, and they got rid of Russell. I'm going, okay, so this Knicks kid's got to be better than we're saying.
You're wrong about that, Foster.
What?
He played for the Bears.
Ah.
Who?
Peyton. Sean Payton.
Yeah, but he said he'd never coach here. He's a Chicago guy, is what I'm saying. He's from the suburbs. And he did play on the Bears, but he said he'd never work with this team. That was only because he had no choice, kind of. Think about it.
Yeah.
Those where was he at? Eastern Illinois?
All right, JTK. When it comes to the Bears pick, you're like a pick ahead of us. You got to hold off.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to say this too. Well, I asked them every time, man. I just want to know. Don't you guys just want to know? I wanted to say this at the beginning because I wanted to say, may Steve McMichael rest in peace. It's like I was all set to wear my Peyton jersey and my Butkus cap, and at the last minute I pulled this out because he passed away. Man, he was a Chicago legend. So rest in peace.
Absolutely,
Steve.
Yeah.
He fought the good fight, man.
But should have
There's no way they expected him to live that long.
To start the show. You know what? Let's have a moment of silence for Mongo. You know, I almost feel like I'm relieved for him.
Yeah.
Like that's like the worst form of human torture. I mean, it's like claustrophobically stuck in your own body.
It's grim, isn't it? It's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. The blessing is he does not have to suffer through this anymore ever again.
Yeah, and he got to see himself going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
That's
exactly. Yeah.
I really believe that's what kept him alive.
Right.
Was the goal to see that. And you know, I don't know what you guys or anything. I once I saw his sister, I was pretty highly involved, posting and putting everything I could out to help her get him in Hall of Fame, because he should have been in the Hall of Fame long ago, man. I always said, if Howie's Long is there, he deserves to be there because he was better than Howie Long, and I don't care what anybody says.
Absolutely.
I truly believe that. Not only statistically, but on the field, play in, play out, he's one of the hardest working guys that I've ever seen in my career. I mean, watching the Bears for the last 50 years. The only one who worked hard was Peyton. The only guy I can come up with them on.
Yeah. I was talking to my wife about it last night after he passed, and I was like, the only thing I could think of that would be worse than going through what he went through is if you put me in a box that was just slightly larger than my body and laid flat and I couldn't move, and then you buried me 10 feet underground alive.
I do that every night when I get into the coffin, dude.
That's you. Your coffin is above ground at least.
Second
You
floor.
guys need to announce the next pick for the Panthers.
The Panthers.
It says it's in, but it hasn't announced it.
Yeah, mine says in as well. Go on, let's. I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy with J2K to announce them because he's getting them. I'm happy for that.
Yeah,
You're gonna ruin my day, J2K.
Panthers are taking wide receiver T-Mac, Tet McMillan.
Whoa.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Another weapon for Young. That doesn't surprise me either.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, New Orleans.
That helps.
MciMillain.
Hey, Creighton, do some exercises with those fingers, man. If they're cramping up,
MILLAN.
button.
Let me know if I spelled that correctly when it comes up.
Squeegee says the Panthers fleeced the Bears. Just kidding.
Carolina, Tet
McMillan.
See,
No
really,
second I.
AN. It's AN.
Just AN.
Yeah.
wouldn't it be great if we somehow traded 39 and picked up another pick for next year? The gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Right? Yeah.
Pick up a second or a third, or pick up a third or fourth rounder even next year. That just adds on to that entire trade, man.
Yeah, the trade that keeps on giving.
Good
Hi,
evening,
Lynn.
Lynn Hayden.
Lynn Hayden in the house.
Hey, Lynn.
Lynn, I put the link to the show in the description if you are feeling froggy. Good to see you, my friend. I miss you.
I hope you're well, Lynn. Hope you're feeling better.
Lynn is she cracks me up, man. I have laughed so hard doing shows with Lynn and just talking to her on the phone. She's awesome. Anyone that doesn't know, she's got her own channel, Chicago. It's just called Lynn Hayden, really, but I forgot what it's called actually.
It's right
Have
there
you seen
in our logo, dude.
Let's talk Chicago Bears.
Let's talk Chicago Bears with Lynn Hayden. Everybody I send her loves it. They love her. Everybody I've sent to that show, they're like, man, she's awesome. Why hasn't she got more followers and viewers? And I'm like, she doesn't even care, dude. She's a Bears fan like the rest of us.
Yep.
It's all
Greg
about the Bears and having fun.
Greg Braggs fell in love with her and promoted the shit out of her and got her like 500 subscribers.
Awesome.
She didn't even know who he was. That's the best part.
I know. I jumped in on that show, remember, like an asshole.
All right.
Just seen from Adam Schefter that the minutes after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants GM Joe Schoen, or whatever you say it, he said his team is picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year contract option.
Oh, they are?
Oh,
yeah. They announced it just after picking Carter.
It would make sense. Yeah.
It gives them options too. It gives them options too, because if something works out and they don't want to go into a next contract with him, and it doesn't even have to be this year, they've got trade bait.
Yeah.
You know, or if it works out, hell, man, we'll keep these guys together for a couple more years. They sign them to a 2 or 3 year extension while Carter's still on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
So you're getting 2 solid guys for the price of 1, 1.5, 1.25. Whatever, you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. I never know what the fuck you're talking about, Foster.
You know exactly what the hell I mean in this case, dude.
What did you say earlier? I wanted you to repeat it because it was.
I can't.
It's like the whole. Don't.
We think we know what we saw. We think we saw that. We think we know.
And it made so much sense.
And find it. Just put it on a clip, and then you could just sit there like this.
What is your famous line? Don't believe everything you think.
You shouldn't believe everything you think. That's true though. That's actually true, man.
That's 100% fact. Yeah.
What the Creighton Wilfong? What the fuck are you talking about, Foster? Did you have a stroke? No, that was last week. Or maybe last month. I can't remember, Creighton.
Creighton, right after you said in the beginning of the show, before we started in the chat, you said you asked if Foster was doing the show from the shitter. Literally, like 2 minutes after you said that, in the behind the scenes, he pops into the screen and he has no shirt on. I'm like, oh fuck, is he sitting on the toilet?
Take your shirt off to.
You don't, yeah, Shorty, you're getting it wrong if you're taking your shirt off to take a shit, mate. That's
Right?
Oh, you don't take your shirt off, take a shit. I'm the only one that does that. Huh?
No.
has to be your pants.
like some people just have to get
because
take a shit.
it was like 75 degrees, and I'm sitting here with these windows and these wide open rooms, and it was just blazing. It was like 82 degrees up here today because the tree's not in bloom. I don't have no curtains. So I hurt my back, so I've been laying on the floor half the afternoon to try and be able to do something tomorrow. Like I'm going, I hope I can make it. That's why I'm sitting in a damn recliner. I'm not in my usual spot. This is a totally different room, obviously.
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable, man. I can't get fucking comfortable on anything.
tell me about it. My 7th cervical vertebrae is killing me now for some reason. And I got like a knot in my back that's causing my arm and my scapula to hurt.
Yeah, but the problem is I just don't care, Shirley. I only care about me. Joke around, dude. It's terrible. It's terrible. No, I get it, dude. It's fucking sucks when you get old. Ask Jason, he'll tell you.
Well, there's only one alternative. Never complain about getting old.
Yeah, but you've been the same age for 400 years.
True. True.
For the Saints.
What?
Picks in for the Saints.
Yeah, it says it. It says the picture for the Saints, and they're actually just showing McMillan get his jersey.
Oh,
Is it A2K?
Offensive tackle Kelvin Banks.
Ooh.
All right, so I'm gonna shut up on this on our pick here. I'm, with Walker still being available and Warren.
Yeah,
I think it's one of those two, or a trade back.
I would love to see Glenn Morgan right now. Well, I know Shorty. I know. I'll be happy with the tight end too. But
Yes.
what are you doing over there, dude? Pull him. Somebody pull
Goat
him.
impressions, I think. With some of it.
I don't think he was even paying attention. I think he was over there either playing with
That
his
was
race
just a
car or
courtesy
something
laugh.
else.
Oh, easy.
That was a courtesy laugh, just proving I don't listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Courtesy laugh.
Finally, it's payback
Nod 'em,
time. He's
smile,
going to
nod 'em,
fuck with me
smile,
tonight.
yeah.
This whole next 3 days.
By the way, does
What?
PJ know it's Thursday night?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He's probably at home dying from coaching all week.
Yeah, he got himself in deep on that one, huh?
Yes, he did. But as long as he enjoys it, it doesn't kill him. I mean, if it's something that becomes a burden, you don't want that. But if he's loving it every day out there,
Yeah, exactly.
you gotta be grateful for that. Because when you find something you love doing, you're never working.
Holy shit, Cliff! I didn't know Curtis was in Green Bay right now.
I showed it to you like 20 minutes ago.
That was
Did
a
you?
while ago. Yeah.
Curtis?
Yeah. I said it, but somebody was talking. I cut somebody off.
I was probably typing up that fucking half an hour long thing I forgot to put back up here. This.
Just freaking stop, because it don't matter. Everybody knows the shit, and nobody really cares except for what Pick 10 is, right?
Excuse me.
You're taking your own time away from missing this show. Jason's got to get some sleep. What is it? Fucking 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
Yes, it's just gone 2 a.m. yet.
Yeah,
You have to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
like 4 hours.
No, actually, I'm 10 o'clock start. 10 o'clock start tomorrow, so it's cool.
There you go.
Oh, that's not bad. That's
Yeah, it's not bad.
No, that's a blessing, or you wouldn't be here right now. So I'm glad.
Yeah,
I'm glad you don't have to work till 10. I'd be sitting here with Shorty and J2K's go okay, but then to sit here all day with Shorty without PJ, man,
I know
that's almost as bad as Shorty and J2K having to deal with just me. Nobody wins. Nobody wins.
We're all losers.
I didn't go that far with it. I just said nobody wins. So who they going to take? Do you know already, J2?
I don't.
Okay.
We are officially on the clock, though.
We are on the clock. Can someone explain to me why ESPN think our needs include cornerback? Is that, I mean,
Cornerback?
yeah, that's what they got down as for us, for ESPN on the draft cast.
That's whoever that is an idiot.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. They say D tackle, running back, wide receiver, cornerback, and edge.
Well, that cornerback should be
Safety.
Yeah.
But even they're
Well,
like
linebacker as
we
well.
don't
We
need
haven't
safety. We
replaced
got
Campbell,
5.
right?
And they don't even think that we don't even have one signed for next season. But do we? What's up with Gordon? He can play anywhere.
Well, apparently so. Terrell Smith. I think they'll pick one up. I think we might pick one up. I think we might pick one up in 72 maybe. If Xavier Watts or Malachi Starks might be there still then.
God, right. That's why Malachi. Anyone with the name Malachi at safety, I'll take him.
Come on, I like the name
Yeah.
Lathan Ransom.
Lathan Ransom.
You just like the word ransom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reminds him of
Send your credit cards to Foster Covers, P.O. Box 666.
On the clock. We're on the clock, boys. Here we go.
So this hasn't been as wild of a trade
The
draft
pick is
as
in.
everybody was saying.
No, it
The
hasn't.
Bears pick is in.
Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
How do I get my YouTube TV to speed up?
They taking the linebacker?
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Don't.
Whoa.
Wow. Somebody on this panel is going to be extremely happy and someone is not going to be happy.
Uh-oh.
So
We're
would
gonna
that
wait
be
till everyone
you
sees it,
being
or they're
happy,
gonna-
J2, and Shorty being unhappy?
We will see.
Don't give it away. You maybe wait a
This one
while,
you can
though.
wait. This one you can wait on. Don't tell us. Now I can't take my eyes off the
Get
freaking
away from the
screen.
chat then. We'll get away from the chat in case someone puts it in there.
I ain't looking at the chat.
I've got like 5 minutes to go because I'm that far behind.
Well, ESPN saying the pick is in.
Yep.
Oh, the tension. It's unbearable. Gets Shorty. He's on edge. He's standing up.
I can't stop watching now.
All right, let's see if I can.
All right, chat. Don't put the pick in until Shorty sees it or one of these other guys sees it. Just hold off and put it in. I want to see this live.
The story of this is, where does Shedeur go to? Where does he fall to? Meanwhile, the Bears pick is in, and they do have every tight end available.
Can you hear this?
Yeah,
Okay,
turn it down.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
The Niners are on the clock right now. About 90 seconds in. Hey, there's our
NFL fans everywhere. Because
We're on the same time.
I have an announcement for you, live from the heart of the NFL draft, right here in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Fuck Green Bay.
The schedule release marks a pivotal moment in the NFL calendar. It sets the stage for a
Oh, come on.
What is this?
Sneak out over every single game and bye week, the primetime revenge and rematch.
Come on, ladies.
Late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And who's playing at Lambeau in December?
Sorry, but neither of you two are combined as hot as Kay Adams.
The players who are drafted here tonight.
I already have the 11th pick in already.
Yeah.
Really? We're still waiting for the Bears.
Tony,
We're still waiting for the Bears here on the ESPN. Come on.
don't look at the chat, you guys.
I'm not allowed to
Don't-
go over to the star.
Don't look at the chat. Chat.
Nothing says holiday cheer like
I'm not
watching
looking. Don't tell me.
destroy another.
Shut up.
Without further ado, everybody get it together, mark your calendar, set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on May 14th. There you go.
Oh,
Locked in. We can't wait. You can tune in on
Oh my goodness.
Hope that's a Thursday.
Great content from the
Oh, it's a Wednesday.
the club social channels around the schedule release.
Doesn't this always happen to the Bears? Our
Right.
picks in and they throw a commercial or some.
yeah, they just chucked some. They do, didn't they? You're bloody right. It happened last year, didn't it?
I know. It's
They put someone out there and talk for 18 minutes.
Buckle up for the greatest season
Come on.
That is quite the hype. I know what I'm doing on May 14th.
And they go to a fucking commercial.
You'll be working up all this. You hear the booze. That's what happens when the Bears are about to make their pick. At the first ever draft.
I'm not looking at the chat.
We find out the Bears we were talking about, do they trade up for Genty? They might have attempted, didn't work out. What they
They
did.
got one of your guys, JT, didn't they?
What they did. Well, the tackles are gone. So this is a tight end. This is a tight end. You mentioned it too, but you said tight end in your mock draft. Genty's gone, and the tackles are gone. But you mentioned tight end in your mock draft. So you mentioned the Bears makes perfect sense. Make the Bears pick Green Bay.
This is nice.
Oh,
NFL family lost a true legend.
oh yeah.
Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue
Yes, they're holding it back, aren't they?
generations to come. 50 years ago, with the fourth pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award. So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears, Colston Loveland.
Ooh.
Glenn's got to be blowing up, man.
On my list, so they're both excellent players, different styles. He's a smooth mover. Kind of remind me a little bit of Mark Andrews, but quite honestly, you could put Sam Laporta on that list who Ben Johnson had coached. A real sudden mover. He creates separation down the field with his
Fucking
route.
Carl's having a jerk off session right now.
Again, just look at
Yes, I was just gonna say that, dude.
There was a lot.
Colston Loveland, you guys.
A lot of analysts had him as the better tight end than Tyler Warren.
How's everybody feel, Dan? Are you? If they say this,
I'm good with it. I still would have rather had Warren.
Loveland is the better blocker.
That's what fits the scheme. That's why he's here.
Yeah,
I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
I can't see it doing anything but helping this offense be better.
Yeah. We know that
how much 3 years in a row we've been complaining about not just the interior offensive line, but how many times have we sat here and said, "Wow, he didn't even try to block him," whether it was Komet or anybody else.
Well,
think about it. Think about it.
Between what was the veteran? What was the 40-year-old tight end? What was his name? The big dog.
Mercedes Lewis.
Between Mercedes Lewis and Gerald Everett, their contribution to the entire season was negative yards last year. So with what if you add up all their yards they gained from the catches, the few catches they made, and then take away the penalties they gave away, there was actually negative yards. So we could do with a better tight end to back up Cole. But Ben Johnson ran more 12 personnel than anyone else last year, didn't he? So kind of fits. I thought it'd be a tight end. Everyone was expecting Warren, but I had seen, I'd say that some people were saying that they thought Loveland was the better all-round tight end. And as JTK said, if he's better at blocking, then yeah, they'll use him just as much, aren't they? I mean, yeah, look at what they did with Laporta. So that's how they see. That's what he's done, isn't it? That's Johnson's new Laporta, isn't it? That's
squeegee.
I got no problem with the pick. I was expecting something else, absolutely. You think Poles couldn't get to a spot trading back where he wanted to make sure that he was going to get his guy and just took him? I don't know. I'm throwing a question out there.
Well, like Cliff says, probably didn't get any decent offers. There's nothing they were prepared to move for.
Right.
When you've got 39 and 41 in your back pocket, that's still going to be two good, two players to come in and make an impact, isn't it?
And I wouldn't be surprised because if you get that point into the draft, and J2K, I'm sure you can elaborate on this. The quality of player and the potential for a player at 39 and 41, it's probably not too different between 39 to 60. And I don't know if I'm correct. I'm just thinking in my head what's there according to my fake board, but it's a mix of other people's boards.
Yeah. So
I if we can trade back there, that would be dependent on who's there. If somebody falls, man, you got to snag it. You got to snag the guy.
Yeah.
I just went through.
Poles and Johnson got who they wanted to insert into this offense, and how can I be upset with that in any way, shape, or form? Because they know what they need to make this offense work, and it's
that's it.
You got muted, Foster. But I was going to say just really quick that I just went through all my replies where I said that in Twitter, where I said that I had Loveland as my number one tight end and reposted it.
Nice.
Wait, you said what?
Loveland's my number one tight end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he is. He has been. And the reason why I think so highly of him is he can stretch the field. What he can do in this offense is such a huge addition to what Komet can do. And you really can see him as a big wide receiver or an inline blocking tight end. He's 6'6", 245. The guy looks skinny because he is so tall and his arms are so long, but he's got legit size, and give him a couple years in NFL weight room, he's going to put on more mass. Incredibly explosive. I've seen him beat cornerbacks with his route run. The guy, not only is he a pure hands catcher, full extension, catching the ball, but the hops that he has, like I wish that he wasn't injured so he could have done the combine. You would have seen that broad jump and the vertical jump would have been top in the class at tight ends. This guy can catch a football that is 9 to 10 feet off the ground. So you think about, a safety, a cornerback, a linebacker trying to cover. Linebackers can't keep up with him. A safety isn't going to be as tall as him to box him out. The guy can outrun a cornerback. This guy is going to be absolutely huge and explosive in a Ben Johnson offense.
Cool. Sounds good to me.
I'm not upset with the pick. I really like Loveland. Just had my heart set on Tyler Warren. That's all.
I'm going to piggyback off of you because not only can he do that, he will be able to take on any safety, cornerback, or linebacker that comes up in the running game.
Mm-hmm. You can run an explosive offense out of a 12 personnel.
Yeah,
and I do think we're going to get our running back. You're right.
Yeah.
So I think the combination of the two, Loveland is going to pull safeties, linebackers out of that box. Our running back's going to be hitting a box with 7 people in there. Yes, I did, Squeegee. I had him as my number 1. And look, I loved Warren. There's so much things you could do with Warren. The difference between him and why I put Loveland ahead of Warren, Warren is like the guy you do a whole bunch of stuff with, game plan with, in that behind the line of scrimmage and in the next 10 yards, right? Move him around all over the place, create all these mismatches. Loveland is the guy where you can do a lot of those similar things, not as well as Warren does in that behind the line of scrimmage, but he gives you that 20, 30 yards. He pushes those safeties deep as a tight end.
Yeah, there's not many guys. There's not many guys doing that in the NFL.
Well said, Heidi.
No, they're going to be used together in combination, man. I mean, that's if Komet is the guy who he was 2 seasons ago. More of that because it seemed like he lost some. It seemed like he lost some focus near the end of the season. And how can you blame the guy? It's pretty tough when you're used to winning all the time, and then you come and you lose for 3 years straight. That's got to take a toll. So hopefully this renews him and gets him back climbing up the steps because he was on the up coming out of 2 years ago. And it kind of had, and it's probably more coaching and scheming because he wasn't as involved in the offense as I thought he should have been. A lot of options though, too,
Definitely.
Yeah,
it all comes back to the damn interior offensive line and then Caleb holding the ball too. Combination of things.
Komet had the best EPA between Caleb and any receiver.
Yeah,
meaning he caught the most passes. He gained more yards than the expected play average would suggest. And we know that Ben Johnson talked about EPA being his number 1 thing. Going forward. So I don't think this doesn't subtract Cole Komet. If anything, this is a nice addition because the focus is now going to go more onto Loveland. Komet can be used a little more in that Tyler Warren role that I think we all thought about.
He didn't make your list here for. So
no.
Did they give him a top 30 visit or anything? Did they?
No visit. He wasn't at the combine. Now Michigan is a local team, so there's a local pro day, but he was injured, so he didn't do a pro day. So
but I'm sure they talked to him, and they were at the 3 guys at that one Michigan game.
Yes, and they scout more than just what that list is. So I'm very curious going into the second round because I've got a day 2 graphic as well. How that rolls out because the last 2 years we've seen Ryan Poles take guys that have been top 30 visits, right?
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering, because I remember Greg Gabriel say that every year would be different. Sometimes they would bring in a bunch of guys as a smokescreen, and then some years they bring all the guys in that they actually are really looking at. Yeah.
This was the day that I asked Carl if he could make me a thumbnail because I was too busy at work. So he made the thumbnail for that show.
Right?
I just asked him if he was spanking it right now.
And Brian Gilmore, I did say that Loveland is a better blocker than Warren. And just to be fair to Warren, and to be upfront about Loveland, there's still average blockers because college tight ends tend to just be average blockers. You've got like Jackson Hawes from Georgia Tech, who's just this monster of a man who is the best blocking tight end in this draft. But Loveland actually is the better blocker between Warren and Loveland. Well, Warren's a little bit more of a hugger, and that's just a style that he's going to have to move away from. Loveland, I think he's been underappreciated as a blocker because he's been such a move tight end for Michigan. But when you see him block, he does a very good job. And Michigan had a horrible quarterback play, so you didn't get to see the best of Tyler Warren.
Mm-hmm. Trapakipo looks pretty upset.
He does, doesn't he?
Dude, I waited for this. We're still doing dumbass Bears stuff.
We didn't say this, but the 49ers took Micichael Williams. That was another guy that I was looking at in that spot.
Yeah.
And then the Cowboys took Booker, the guard.
Have they? Okay. We don't
Wow.
know.
Rebuilding that offensive line.
Yeah.
Yep.
We can still with those 3 picks we've got next tomorrow. We can still, the areas we need running back, D tackle, and edge are still pretty strong. We can pick up a tackle somewhere, but I think and a safety would be my preference, perhaps with 72. But there's still a good chance we can get a decent running back and a decent edge tomorrow.
And I won't play. Well, I'll play a little spoiler alert, but don't be surprised if
Bears come back into the first.
If the Bears draft a linebacker tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's a guy, Demetrius Knight Jr., that we brought in as a top 30 visit that is right around that ranking.
Okay.
Who did San Fran take?
17.
Michael Williams.
They took Micichael Williams.
Oh, really?
Which, yeah, I mean, I had him higher on my board than other guys because I think on a lot of boards he was like at 19, 18. Because that was one of the guys, if the Bears would have taken him, I wouldn't have minded him either.
Right.
Yeah.
I had him higher than some of those guys that were supposedly ahead of him.
So who's a good comp for Colson Loveland?
Ooh. That's going to be all on J2K.
He fits into that kind of George Kittle, but he's got just so much. He's so much longer than George Kittle.
A tourist saying Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts. I actually think that Loveland's more explosive than Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
I think he's got better hip flexion in and out of his breaks. Yeah.
While Carl says no, I'm shaking and feel really conflicted. I don't like the pick. Wow. Get the fuck
His
out
own guy that he should know plenty about because he knows everything about Michigan and he's conflicted.
Yeah. Throwing him off.
I would have thought if they would have drafted like it could have been like anybody from Michigan and he would have just been like over the moon.
Lynn says she saw him play at Michigan. She saw him play at Michigan a lot.
Yeah.
And that's good.
It was never on my radar. That's I think part of why I'm shocked. Like I'm still processing it.
Remember
I
the
think
show that
in the end you're going to be real happy when you see this guy play.
I agree.
Remember the show I came on and I got you to watch some Tyler or some Loveland, and you were like boner alert. I'm like those good times. So, and then just really quick, Brian Gilmore, Jimmy Graham. Yes, when he was younger, he was more of like a basketball player turned tight end. He had more of these kind of skills. I think Graham was always maybe he's a little got a little more broader shoulders. Loveland really blends into like the big slot receivers or big X receiver. Like I think he's a power slot, but his body type is almost like a big X receiver, like Drake London or something like that. Someone who's he's got the size, he's got the length, and the way he runs, he's very wide receiver-esque, but he's a good blocker for being that type of a tight end. So, look, at the end of the day, I think you guys all will love the Loveland pick. He was my number one tight end. I also thought he was the best fit for Ben Johnson. And I got a little bit wary when Ben Johnson brought up Tyler Warren. That was a bit of a smokescreen. You remember when he brought that up at the owners' meeting?
Yeah.
Like it's rare that early in the draft process, a coach brings up a player's name and that ends up being the player we draft.
Well, here's the other thing. I'm looking about it, and I wouldn't have thought of this except we had talked about Chase Claypool earlier. So not only did we get a tight end, but it's like the like you were saying, it's kind of like the big X receiver that you wanted, that you've been trying to get for 2 years. So again, versatility, because he can line up on the outside. I know he runs a 4.7 40, but if you've got a couple of moves, that 4.7 40 is more than adequate to do the job. Just takes a couple moves on that end of it.
I saw that apparently.
I think everybody's going to be happy though. We'll talk about this again in October, and we'll see what everybody's saying by the end of October. That'll be 7-8 games in.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Now, just a heads up. So Loveland didn't run at his pro day or at the combine, but the year before, when teams or college teams do pro days, they're juniors and sophomores. They also run and they get timed. So I just got these stats. So back then, a year ago, he was 6'5", 250, and he ran a 4.54 40. That is insanely fast for a tight end.
That's what Colston Loveland ran?
Yes.
What happened this year? Was he hurt?
He got a shoulder injury late in the season.
Okay. Just because he dropped off 2/100ths of 2/10 of a second.
STC is asking, does anyone think he's worth pick 10 though?
In this draft, probably not being able to trade back within the range that polls needed to take him. Yeah, because we've discussed this before. From 10 to 40, you could take a handful of guys at that spot. Matter of fact, the last few guys that were just picked, I could have seen the Bears taking any of them guys too.
I would have said this before the draft if
Grant, Kenneth Grant goes to the Dolphins, guys, that early.
Charles Grant?
Kenneth Grant out of Michigan, the nose tackle that I wanted.
Oh, yes. That's fair. But if you guys asked me prior to the draft if I thought Loveland was worth the 10th pick, I would say absolutely, 100%. A lot of people who did rankings, they had Tyler Warren and Loveland in the top 5 or the top 10 of player rankings. But obviously Cam Ward, it was taken higher because he's a quarterback, right? But the rest of it, yes, he 100% is worthy of that top 10 pick.
Yeah.
I had not seen them both in the top 10. As a matter of fact, the last one I looked at, Warren was at 11 and Loveland was at like 13.
According to ESPN, which is just what I've got on at the moment, is they're basically overall 7th rank. He said seventh total best player. Yeah, overall.
Yeah, I saw it was like Warren is 5 and Loveland was 7.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, they're saying he's top 10 in terms of the entire draft. So
Yep.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I think I was just looking at, I think it was East Coast Gridiron. I was looking at their board. So that doesn't mean anything. It's just, podcasters, but
yeah,
that's still,
funny.
that's, if they've got them ranked that high and other guys too, I mean, it's better than I had thought. But I was looking at Warren or the line, Walker or Warren for that pick. But either way, I am not upset.
It's
You guys think Kenneth Grant would go that early? Because I thought he would be like in the 17 to 25, 22 range.
I could see him going this early. Yeah, someone might take him. Yeah.
Yeah, he fits for me because there's just this. He's a nose tackle, but the athletic upside was just so much that, and he's 20 years old. He's one of the youngest players in this draft. That, he really could become an absolute monster. There's the ceiling for him is just so high. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have minded him at 10, honestly.
Yeah,
but it's just that's this draft.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's in this particular draft because I don't know, what did you have really? 3 blue chippers, and then you got to throw the quarterback in there because you knew he's going to be drafted first. So that's 4 guys. After that.
So just before I go, I think I'm probably going to head off because it's heading off for 2:45 in the morning now. Is that on ESPN? Matt Miller's is the guy they comp him to is surprise, Sam Laporta. So I guess that's how they think they're going to use him. He has big hands, doesn't drop many balls, catches the ball in stride, gets north-south and runs hard after the catch. Effective route runner who wins with his hands, shakes defenders and accelerates out of breaks at the top of routes. He runs away from coverage on crosses and is a big target who gets to his spots against zone. Yeah, sounds good.
Tyler Warren goes to Colts.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
It does indeed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, fellas.
Well, hey, Jason, thank you, man. Appreciate talking with you.
Yeah, it's great to hang out with you guys, especially you, JTK. Yeah, thanks for that. It's good to see what happened. Yeah, screw you. I need some sleep.
Thanks for coming on with us, man.
Thanks for coming on. Go get your 6 hours of sleep so you're rested for the crap you got to do tomorrow.
It's great to hang out with you guys. Draft time's exciting. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Maybe I can hop in again, see how I feel, see how much sleep I get.
Yeah, and Saturday.
And yeah, exactly, Saturday. Yeah,
and then Saturday night, we're gonna after we're done with the draft, we're gonna race.
Yeah,
when I pick up my F1, my Formula One car.
I work on Saturdays as well, remember? So I'll be after that. But yeah, that's you're 6 hours behind, aren't you? Or 5 hours, so it's all good.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, anyway, guys, for everyone in the chat, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks to you guys for being good company as always and seeing what went down. And take it easy. Enjoy the rest of the night, and I will catch you on the next one.
All right, you too, Jason.
All right, buddy. Have a good night.
Bear down.
Bear down.
Peace.
Oh my God, Lynn's texting me right now.
Always good to see Jason, man. Because I don't have any way to talk to him. At least like I talked to Chris last week for like an hour.
So Lynn, to answer your question and from your text to me, Jason he does the British Bears show with us, or on BCP with Chris Watts, and he flew in last year for my 50th birthday on Christmas, and we did the whole thing all over again with another Brit, and we went to 2 games together, and and then he ended up getting engaged to his girlfriend that he brought with, and he asked her to marry him while they were after he took her to the Chicago Symphony Orchestra. So pretty cool.
That was really cool. And then Chris Smith and your birthday, because it's the same day, was just a heck of a fun day for me, man. I don't know about you guys, but I just was so happy to be there, man. That was a great Christmas, and you're being there for your birthday was special, Shorty.
Yeah, dude, it was. I'm really glad you made it. Thank you.
I appreciate the invite. I really appreciate it, and I love your family. Just a bunch of good people in his family. I don't know how they even let him in, but
yeah,
I can't stay serious for too long. Ain't no fucking game show.
Yeah, I have a PS5 now, Steve. Yeah.
Steve, does your son got a kid who's about 4 so he can kick his ass on that?
He's got a younger son that'll probably kick my ass on Madden too.
There you go. That's the only reason he's asking if you got one, because he's already got the kid set up to kick your ass, dude.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't doubt if Poles trades back into the first round.
Greg B says Poles is trading up in the second, picking a kicker. Long snapper, dude. Long snapper. What's up, Greg? Thanks for joining us, man.
What's up, Steve?
Steve Rogers in the house.
I'm gonna be honest. I was shocked because I had my heart set on Tyler Warren, and when it got there and he wasn't picked, I was like, "Oh, this is happening." And then I'm not disappointed with the pick at all. I think it's a great player. So I can just imagine what they're gonna be able to do with a player like that. It's fun to think about in Ben Johnson's offense. What do you think about the pick, Steve Rogers?
Nobody jumped up and screamed, but I was thinking Warren or Walker, and after thinking about it and looking back, because J2K fortunately reminded us that we did talk, that he did bring up him on this show, and we did actually look at some highlights of him. And then with Carl's point of view, I really now I can't wait to see what they do with this guy in the field, man. I mean it. I can't.
Yeah.
Because I can already see in my head him lining up in 3 different positions.
Yeah.
And being able to be effective in all 3 of them.
Yeah. J2K, is this like I forget who mentioned this earlier? It might have been Lynn. No, maybe it was Heidi. Somebody mentioned that tight ends usually take a few years to develop. Do you see him as being one of these types of tight ends, or do you think he can come in and make an immediate impact? I mean, Sam Laporta did, right?
No, I think he can make an immediate impact, because what's so difficult about tight ends is they have to learn the blocking scheme and the passing game, right? Mm-hmm. With Loveland, you can really give him a receiver's package that's all he needs to think about is like, okay, I'm split wide. I'm running these routes around these routes in college. I just need to get to the right depth, right placement at the right time, that kind of stuff. Not too big of a deal. Now, when you move him to an inline blocker, that's when things get a little more complicated, because now, does he stay home? Does he release? Does he, fake stay home and then release later on? It gets a little more convoluted. Which guy is his key to block? That's the part that takes more time for tight end to deal with. But we have Komet to do that.
Right.
So we can kind of give them just like, spoonfuls of receiving targets and then slowly bring them into the run game over the season.
And that makes sense to this fact. That's why we brought the blocking tight end in from Miami.
Right. Yeah, so he does a very specific role.
Absolutely. That's why I was kind of high on Luke Lachey, because I thought the other way with Lachey, where he would come in and immediately help in the blocking scheme and slowly get better and better in the passing scheme. But this is a better option, man, especially since they went and grabbed him, because they've got that blocking tight end in position, and he's familiar with the scheme. I believe he worked with Johnson. That's why he's here. Because when Johnson was in Miami, I don't know if I'm correct, but I think there's a connection there. So it was kind of set up to pick him. If I'm looking at it honestly, with maybe from Pole's vantage point, he went out and got this guy because this was one of the guys that he did target in the draft and knew it without even saying anything about it or even bringing the guy in. It's a little change up from the way it's been in the past. It's a change up.
And he created a little bit of, Ben Johnson created a little bit of smoke with the Tyler Warren comments at the coaching, right? So Bears fans were just thinking
hindsight,
it's Tyler Warren.
A lot,
right?
Go.
Yeah. It's hard not to get excited when you see his tape. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
He can almost just start off as a wide receiver and work his way to tight end,
That's exactly what JT was getting at, man.
Yeah.
You throw him that receivers packet. You've got the guy from Miami when you need him, and then you slowly work in the blocking scheme, because that is going to be tougher. And we saw that, you guys remember with Komet, his rookie year, it was like, and then the second year got a little better, and for whatever reason, it's just what it is. Scheme.
What do you call a 350-pound Packer fan?
I saw he did this earlier, and I can't remember the answer.
Skinny.
It's like 6'5" guy is shorty.
Oh God. Alex, my name was as Mrs. Squeegee.
Yeah, man. God. There is, man. It's so Jalen Walker went to the Falcons. 15th pick, Atlanta Falcons. Jalen Walker.
I should probably
just name it. See, because here's the thing, and we talked about it. Is like you get the 10. And there's a bunch of guys grouped in there that could go anywhere between 10 and, let's say, 35 or 40. Realistically, we're probably going to see some guys go in the 20s that you go, wow, he could have been picked at 12, 14.
It's poll time.
Uh-oh. Do you know how to do it? Because Carl's not here.
Yeah, I do. Didn't you see the poll earlier? You know how I know how to do it?
No, I missed it.
Because Carl taught me.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing we got people around who know stuff. Not that it's you or I, but
yeah. I also somebody say that God, I lost my train of thought. What's up, Frank Murdoch? I saw Frank hop in here. Say Warren over Loveland, 100%. Yeah, so you would have liked Warren over Loveland. Yeah. But somebody said if Ben wanted the guy, that's enough. That's all I need. And I think that kind of says it. I think that our fan base's confidence in Ben Johnson is just, it should be exactly what it is. We're all pretty high on Ben Johnson.
Wow, man.
Totally,
Absolutely.
man.
Totally. So I was just going through to see if there was any side notes in Green Bay. I was looking to make sure like Glenn Morgan didn't get arrested. Because I know I don't know. I'd love to hear what he has to say right now, man. Because they addressed the position, it just wasn't who he thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I just can't. I can't wait to see I can't wait to see what they're going to do with this kid. And I'm going to tend to agree with J2K where you do, because it's easier, man. You throw him that offensive package and slowly work in the defensive blocking scheme that he needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
You could even work one side at a time or one set of reps where you're taking your T formation play and running 3 or 4 plays out of it. And I'm not saying that that's the T formation shorty. I'm just trying to make you smile a little bit.
No, I mean he could still work in a T formation.
Oh,
And you can
crap,
have
I didn't
an
mean to go that far.
explosive. You can have an explosive offense day one with him, which is what's so great.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not involved as much in the run game, but you can flex him out wide and just have him running routes, and he
Mhm.
can do that day one. So, like, I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick, and I have been discussing with people, debating with people, who's the better tight end, Warren or Loveland, and I've been saying it's Loveland in my opinion. So for me, like it's a bit of a shocker just because of how many people have been talking up Warren to the Bears, and not just Shorty, like all over
Oh yeah,
Twitter,
no.
everybody's saying this, right? And I'm
We
thinking,
just saw Glenn Morgan. We just saw Glenn Morgan going
Right.
at ape for him.
right? And I'm like, that's awesome. I'm totally cool with that. But you guys, I've got Loveland, as my better tight end just by a little bit and a different flavor. I like both guys. I would have been happy with both of them at 10, but I got the guy I liked more than the other guy. And I know it's a bit of a shocker for people, and people are questioning whether or not we could have traded back and still drafted him. But unless we traded back with the Colts and they took Warren, then we could have taken Loveland. But I think the Colts were in a great situation where they're like, one of those two tight ends will be there.
Right.
Most likely.
Or going to take.
If we saw Warren go to the Jets or something like that, then maybe Colts start picking up the phone. Hey, we want to move up for a tight end. But
Be right back.
as soon as they saw us draft Loveland, I knew the Colts were sitting pretty to take Warren. So yeah, I love the pick. I'm super happy with it. I know it's going to be something we'll watch for a decade. Who's the better tight end, right?
That would just make my decade, man.
Right.
I would just love that if he was a guy that was there a long time and contributed.
Yeah, we'll be comparing,
game, whatever.
Right. I'm sure when we get around to drafting a running back, we'll compare the other running backs we could have taken, with the one that we did take, and we'll discuss and debate and stuff. I'm actually kind of glad that this is kind of such a shocker of a pick for people, that there isn't a civil war brewing around it, because not a lot of people, were dead set on Colston Loveland being their pick, right?
Yeah.
If anything, I think, yeah.
I was just gonna say there was a lot of Warren, and then Walter Nolan, who just went to the Cardinals. There was 5 or 6 guys that were going around, but there was a lot of people on Warren. And I won't say I wasn't one of them, because I had, like I said, I wanted Walker or Warren, but I cannot complain, man. I'm going to leave this to Johnson, because I'm sure he knows that offense better than you or I do. It's his.
Yeah, and I guess Ben Johnson called up Loveland and said, he was the better fit, and he reminded him of Sam Laporta. So, clearly Ben Johnson sees Loveland as the better pick and the best player for us and an impact player. So even if Loveland could have been had later in this draft, 3-4 picks later, Ben Johnson is going to utilize Loveland to the point that Loveland's statistics and success is going to be so good that everybody's going to be like, that was a great pick. Look at his stats, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out there to go to the bathroom, and my wife's like, they didn't get your guy, huh? I'm like, no, but they got the same position. He might be better. So I can't really complain. What's up, Wild Hog? The biggest
I know this, J2. I will definitely be watching Warren and Loveland and comparing.
Yes.
And I'm sure a lot of other Bears fans will. Because if it turns out the other way around, or anything where Warren's better, you know how Bear fans are. We're going to hear it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not hoping for that. I'm just, like I said, I think looking at the player as a whole, there's more to have with Loveland now that I'm being honest, and just because I was sitting here doing the same thing. I don't know if you were doing it, Shorty, too. I pulled up a few I won't even say highlights, just game film from Michigan, just to see what I saw, and I'm going, I didn't see that before. I only ran like 6-7 plays, but because everything that I looked at him was just a highlight, so that kind of gives you that one-sided look. There wasn't a lot of blocking that they showed, and on this, it was some running plays, and I'm like, he took that fucking linebacker out, knocked him on his ass.
Nice.
So,
Steve Rogers saying the last tight end drafted in the first was Greg Olson, and I'm still pissed about that trade. Is Greg Olson the Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I believe.
yeah,
I think he's actually up for Hall of Fame this year, isn't he?
is it that quick already?
Something.
I wish
I'm so used to him on TV as a broadcaster because he's become, to me, he's made himself better and better as a broadcaster too in the short amount of time that he's been broadcasting.
Yeah.
I wish I could meet Mike Martz so I could just bitch slap him for that trade.
Right.
Shit. If I did that with the Chicago teams alone, man, my hand would be broken. I'll start with Lou Brock. 1966.
Greg Olson is available for the Hall of Fame next year.
Next
year's
coming. Let's go.
Didn't the Bears trade Red Grange? You would know, Foster. I'm sure you were.
But you know what? I can't remember. I don't remember. Because you've got that first 30 years where you could just start and look at, I can't even name them, but you could just name off some running backs. And half those guys, not only were they great running backs, like Bronco Nagurski, he was a great defensive end. Your running back and your defensive Pro Bowl defensive end. I don't even know what they called it then. It wasn't a Pro Bowl.
Erica, thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, Erica.
Here come all the fire poles and Ben Johnson rants.
Eric is good, man. I see her like anything I get on half the time she's on there, but she's definitely insightful, man. Got some good humor and some square takes. Gotta love it.
Mm-hmm.
So did somebody say something in the back?
Yeah.
Mason.
Check that out. Yeah.
Oh, Adam Mason's here.
Did you
I didn't
see
see
it?
him. No. Bring Adam in. What's up, Adam?
Hey,
Get
buddy.
down. What's up, Adam?
I feel like I have a responsibility tonight to help some people out. I'm going to have a BCP moment. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be okay, everyone.
There you go.
It's going to be okay. It's better. It's better than Ashton Genty. You're welcome.
Yeah, I know you and Ashton Genty.
I'm not gonna lie, I was celebrating when the Raiders took Ashton Genty. I was celebrating so hard.
I just didn't see how they would pass on him.
How long have you been back there, Adam? I'm sorry I didn't.
Eddie Owen and Sincere McCormick. That's their backfield, you know.
Couple minutes is all.
Sorry. I had to leave, take a leak, and I came back, and there's so much shit going on in the bottom. I didn't realize there was another person down there.
I ended my stream, and then I have just a couple minutes here. I'm going to go eat, rest my voice. But
so give us your thoughts on this pick.
I like it. Like I didn't like Colston Loveland a couple weeks ago, and then you guys know I did the limited series with Carl, and Carl said, "Hey, go back and look, just watch the tape again and be fair with it." And I did. And I posted it on Twitter and I put it on video with Carl. And I said, you know what? I actually love this kid. I really like him. He's a perfect fit for the Bears. He's a good compliment to Cole Kmet. He's a good Y receiver, a good Y tight end. He's going to fit really well. I felt like it was maybe a little bit of a reach at 10. But when you hear our boards are not the same as the boards that are on teams. And when you saw Kenny Grant go at 13, I was preaching Kenny Grant was a top 10 pick all along. And he'll make it to the second round. We'll be picking him at 39. Don't worry about it. Bull crap, you guys. He's a top 10 talent. Kenny Grant was a top 10 talent. So same thing for Colston Loveland. You heard it all this last week. People talking very highly of him, that the Chargers were willing to trade up with the Bears at 10 to get Colston Loveland, that many teams thought Colston Loveland would go before Tyler Warren. There's a reason the Bears picked him. Obviously, the Bears see him as a really good fit, a good complement to Cole Kmet, and this has got Ben Johnson written all over it. Ben Johnson sees this as his Sam Laporta, his guy that's going to work well within his system. So I don't hate it at all. I think we could have used the defensive lineman. Jalen Walker fell, and I was getting excited. Maybe we were getting Jalen Walker, but this is better than Ashton Genty. Sorry, I have to say it.
I had a dream that we drafted Tyler Warren, and then after that I started really thinking about it, and I was like, man, he would be perfect in the T formation that Ben Johnson's going to bring back. So I had my heart set on it.
So you were getting excited, but your dreams are obviously blasphemous.
I love that you're dreaming of the T formation. You literally fall asleep and it just keeps going. Like, how many running backs can I get on the field?
It's not even about the running backs. Go, Adam, I implore you to watch 5 minutes of the video I just did about why I think the T formation could work again. And it's not even about running backs in the backfield. It's about the formation that makes it symmetrical. And then from there, you're motioning Tyler Warren out, or you're motioning Colston out, and your running backs, and then now you always know what the defense is doing, because there's always either you're going to stay in the formation or you're going to motion out of it. You can motion two guys out of it and have a single backfield. But if you always start in that formation, it's perfectly symmetrical.
I'll watch your video.
You better have some talent, man. I don't know if you guys noticed. So I played in the T formation. Literally, for 3 seasons, we ran a T formation. And the first year we were 14-0, and we lost a bunch of talent. I think we went 1-22 in the next 2 seasons because we just did not have the talent to run the offense that we were running.
The Bengals just took Shamar Stewart.
Yeah.
Woof.
I was going to say that, but Erica said it in the chat.
All right, before I'm going to get going here in a second. Before I go, I just got to ask: do you guys think we're trading back up into the first?
I'm wondering. That's a good question. I think it's quite possible.
We've got the capital to do it, and it's not going to cost us what it would have done to trade up. We can trade 39 to come up to 29, and only have to give up, say, trading down from 72 to 120. You know, we'll push that 3rd rounder back to a late 4th rounder to come up 10 spots. As long as we don't give up picks, I'd like to see us do it if Josh Connerly is there late in the 1st round, get ahead of the Chiefs, get ahead of one of those teams that are going to take. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Oh, that would be sweet to undercut their asses. After we grab Tooney, go ahead.
Before you go, I want to ask you a question. Yeah. Who's a comp for Colston?
You know, I don't have a good comp for him. I saw Tyler Eifert, the Bengals. I saw that they had him as a good comp. The only thing I didn't do enough on him to do a comp, but I just think he's a good wide receiver, a good Y tight end. There's Carl. I was trying to tell Carl to come back over for a minute because I knew he'd be. But then Carl told me he's not excited about the pick.
I wasn't even planning on coming on screen, but I just needed to give Adam his flowers, my flowers. You got the defensive tackle line perfect. Graham, Grant, Nolan. No one on this earth said Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins at 13. So props.
Everybody was saying he's a 2nd-round pick. Like they didn't do enough work
open
on
them.
him.
I say the 3rd eye. They got to open their 4th eye. Open them both, man. Like you got it.
Yeah,
good job.
I had him going around 20, 22. But that's
I had Grant in top 15
because of what other teams' needs there were.
I'm sure you did.
And I had Loveland at 7.
Yeah, a lot of people had Loveland, like the Daniel Jeremiah guy. You can see my voice is gone. Like I freaked out, but I'm not a fan of it.
Why don't you like it, Carl? You just don't want us to take a tight end.
No. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Tyler Warren ad nauseum. I mean, it's the same argument. But
well, and we talked about when we were doing our little preview shows for the last 10 weeks, we talked about Colston Loveland, and you brought up how you liked him, but I wasn't sold on him, and you convinced me to go watch again, and I fell in love with him. I shouldn't say I fell. I came around on him, and I saw he was a good prospect because of you. I wasn't head over heels saying, "Oh, the Bears have to take him at 10." but I came around on him because of you.
Cliff, what are you apologizing for? You have nothing to apologize to me. There's nothing you could say to me that would warrant an apology. So you're good, Cliff. I don't know, man. I was a contrarian to the Tyler Warren idea, and that's why I know Dan showed the picture, the thumbnail that I made. Like, just go best pick available. The best compliment in the draft to Komet was Colston Loveland. Yeah. You needed a tight end
Seattle
too.
just grabbed Gray Zabel.
Yeah, Gray Zabel. That was kind of predicted though to the Seahawks.
Yeah. I thought Will Johnson would go to the Bengals, but it sounds like I'm going to miss out on 4 Michigan men in the top 20.
Man, the Bengals taking Shamar Stewart. That's a gutsy pick.
Well, that means that tomorrow, Trey Hendrickson will have a new team.
Could. Well, wouldn't that be crazy if the Bears were able to trade?
Is so good.
If the Bears traded number 39 for Trey Hendrickson, ooh, we couldn't do it salary cap wise. You'd have to be restructuring some stuff.
Straight up and rob yourself. Poor Seahawks. You downgraded at quarterback.
Raging Oracle.
Is Connor Williams an upgrade to Gray Zabel today? Like with 2 torn ACLs and no interest in football, is he still better than Gray Zabel? He might be.
Well, if he's healthy, if he can play on the field,
if he can and if he wants to, it's 2 separate things. But
I think those surgeries took a toll on him. I think that's why he was done last year. He was playing decent before he quit. Before he retired.
I don't want to come on here and spew Michigan bias, but it's 2 times in this chat that I've seen people can try to compare Loveland to Kelsey. I know it's a little bit of like copium, but
well, who's your comparison then? I don't have one.
I don't have a straight up comparison, man. But yeah, I mean, talk about your third wide receiver. We talked about re-signing Keenan Allen, all these things. In an ideal sense, Colston Loveland is your slot wide receiver.
Yeah, he's a great wide receiver, a great wide tight end. He's going to be phenomenal to line up in different spots.
I legitimately can't remember if I just said this, but it's not Colston Loveland's fault that his college quarterback was 31 years old. Take the 500 yards of production and throw it out the window because he's an undefeated national champion out of 2023. He's a good player. I don't like it at 10.
Well, look at the drop off so when I went back and watched, the biggest thing, the drop off, everything from when he had JJ McCarthy to who was your quarterback last year. I can't remember his name.
What's your dad's name? He's the same age. It's the same age. So
no,
it's a joke.
Shut up.
Just jokes. All I got is jokes.
What's the quarterback's name though? What's your quarterback at Michigan?
They had some kid who came off of cancer. He wasn't that good, but he's a valiant man. And then they had literally a 31-year-old or 27-year-old kid.
Carl's not going to tell us the name.
I don't know it. I literally don't know it. That's how bad it was, Adam.
But when you look at the 2 years, I think his NFL passer rating when targeted was like 130 with JJ McCarthy. This last year it was like 80 and you watch the film, it's the quarterback play. He was put and he gets open. Like I noticed that a lot on the tape when I was rewatching it. He gets open a ton. Like his separation rates are really good. And his contested catch rates were great with JJ McCarthy. His drop rates were low, but with this new core, with the last year was just kind of an anomaly for him. So I know they're looking at more than 1 year when they're looking at Colston Loveland because if you look at their championship year, he's clearly a top 10 pick.
Cliff might be right onto it. I mean, I'm sure the Bears would have loved to trade out as soon as they tried to trade up for Genty, and it didn't happen.
I don't know.
I don't know if they valued him as the 10th best player. You sure hope so, but like you said,
they might have because
you don't love the tight ends in round 2 and beyond, so you just take what you get and you get what you get.
You look at where things are falling.
I was very bullish on Kenneth Grant. Adam Mason was very bullish on Kenneth Grant. J2K was very bullish on Kenneth Grant. So was the NFL. Dolphins took him at 13.
Yeah.
I wish that was the Bears. That would have been a better pick.
I wanted Kenneth. I was saying Kenneth Grant for a few weeks. I just kind of switched in the last week.
Well, when the Browns traded with the Jaguars, I tricked myself into thinking that the Browns would take Ashton Genty at 5. That would mean that maybe never mind. The Raiders would not take a tight end. So I don't even know what I thought, but I convinced myself that Mason Graham could fall to 10. Didn't happen. So
that was the best path.
O'Toole hopped in chat earlier, and he said his comp to Loveland was Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I mean, specimen. It's apples to oranges. No, the archetype, sure. I'll give you the archetype.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts is a physical specimen.
Yeah.
Colston Loveland is
How
not.
about like Waller, kind of Laporte. I don't know. No offense.
Maybe Waller's fine. I heard Tyler Eifert. I really like the Kelsey comp from like the unassuming tight end who ends up being an elite pass catcher. I think that's in the cards. I am not saying that Colston Loveland even has a rat's ass chance of being the best tight end ever and being a Hall of Famer.
I don't think he's far off from the comp of Sam Laporta, but it's hard to like say someone will do that right off the bat.
Yeah.
You know, he's the same style though, so I can see why he took him.
Did it right off the bat, which sucks. So
well, and maybe Colston Loveland will. I don't know. You don't know. We'll see.
Sam Laporta, productivity wise, this past season was not good. It was not good for most of the season.
Well,
he was injured.
His rookie year was freaking phenomenal. It usually takes tight ends 2 or 3 years to adjust to the league.
Yeah.
I guess that's the perfect time. Groom Loveland, and like I said, you got to think long and hard about trading Kmet while you still have him under contract.
No. This is a compliment to Kmet.
Not in 2025, Shorty. I'm saying moving forward, his value is never going to be any higher. It's always going to be diminishing from this day moving on. And it sucks because I love Kmet.
I don't know about that.
I love Kmet.
Yeah, I can't say it's going to diminish because I just can't say that because I'm expecting him now to definitely have a better season than last season, even though everybody's brought up the numbers like JTK was talking about earlier.
You're not going to ask the 10th overall pick whose forte is to catch the ball. You're not going to ask him to block for the entirety of his career. As Loveland's passing targets increase, Kmet's going to be like, you know what, buddy, just why don't you block this play? Oh, this week you're just going to block this week. And then he's going to get sick of it and he's going to walk for free. Unless
there's going to be really good opportunities in 12 personnel for him to get open. You saw what Cole Kmet did when he got over the middle of the field and when he reaches up, catches the ball, and then drags people in 10 yards to the end zone. Like, there's going to be a role for Cole Kmet. This is not just one or the other. 12 personnel is going to open things up.
This Buccaneers pick is a pick that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. To some, at surface value, you might think that taking a wide receiver is a mistake when you've got
I kind of thought they'd go Jihad Campbell.
You got Evans, you got Chris Godwin, and then you've got the kid from Washington, the old Husky. I don't know if Naj is in here, but Evans is slowing down, and the guy they just re-signed is essentially injury-prone, coming off that huge injury. So
I want J2K to respond to this chat from Raging Oracle. Talk him off a ledge, J2K.
Read it.
This is a dumbass pick. He's hurt, and Kmet just got paid to be tight end 1. So you just use the number 10 pick on a tight end 2 when he can't catch red zone contested and is a terrible blocker. First off, by the time he comes into his contract year, assuming he's any good, Cole Kmet will be coming out of this contract year, and he'll probably be
Kmet's got 2 years.
aging.
Pretty sure.
He just signed a contract last year.
This is a compliment to Kmet. So you're talking not tight end 1, tight end 2. You're talking like A and B. You're talking inline. You're talking Y. So I don't know where the red zone contested catch thing, he can't do that because this guy, his explosion, if he was able to work out of the combine, he would have had the best broad jump and vertical jump of any tight end in the class. He's a full like extension hand receiving tight end. The terrible blocker, I don't understand that because he's a better blocker than Warren is.
Yeah,
And
J2K. If I could just watch Colston Loveland in 2023 against Alabama.
This is one of those things where people look at PFF stats too much. You have to analyze it farther. His blocking grade this year on PFF is bad. But look back at other years, it's really good. And if you watch him on tape, he's not a bad blocker. I don't know how he got the bad PFF blocking grade. Sometimes PFF is not great. That's why you always say you have to take the stats and you have to take the tape together, but he's not a bad blocker.
Sorry, J2K.
Yeah.
And Simon, I'm sorry, I'll let you go. Let me just say, Simon, I think that the biggest in this draft with that pick, to me, it had to be a skill position player, whether it was Genty or whether it was Warren or whether it was Colston Loveland. So you're going to get the value that you want later on in the second round with those 2 picks. This was the pick. Either it was Warren or Loveland for me.
And if I could interject one last time, I'm not wavering from what I said years and years ago at this point. I mean, 2025, top 3 picks. 2 of them have to be linemen. I don't think you can afford to go running back anymore, guys, at 39 or 41.
What were you going to say, J2K?
Oh, just the same stuff about Loveland that I said 30 minutes ago. I love the pick. He was my number 1 tight end. He was my 7th overall ranked player. I think he's got far more upside than Sam Laporta does. I actually think Sam Laporta's rookie year was more of an anomaly, and he's come back down to earth. So I actually like Loveland far more than Sam Laporta. For people who are questioning this pick, I think this has more to do with the amount of media coverage that was put on Tyler Warren to the Bears. And I think people kind of had their heart set that if Genty didn't get to this pick or Will Campbell didn't get to this pick, that it would be Tyler Warren. And to be staring him right in the face at 10, everybody thought it would be Warren, and it wasn't. It was Loveland. But he's the better tight end. And if you're okay with taking a tight end at 10, where it was Warren, I think you got the better tight end of the 2.
I hear you. Couple things, and now that I'm losing the thoughts. No smoke behind this at all, right? Adam Mason, you did a great job with your coverage. Top 30 visits, 60 visits, combine visits. Apparently, the rumor is that the Bears fell in love with him at the pro day, but there was no smoke here. So if that's any indicator of what the Bears are going to be doing moving forward, that actually gives me a lot of hope. I like them.
Was Ben Johnson bringing up Tyler Warren at the head coaching meeting some smoke?
What happened? Yeah, maybe they inflated the value there.
That's true. That's really true.
What happened, in my opinion, is he got asked a question about a prospect, and he's never going to say a negative thing about him, right? So.
Yeah, but he did elaborate. I think he smoked a little bit there with the elaboration, like talking about how great of a football player he is. He's a great, but it's still fun. It makes it fun for us.
Everyone liked. I think everyone liked Tyler Warren to the Bears because of the versatility, right? Ben Johnson, the young mastermind, all that stuff, right? And what did I say, Adam? You can attest to this more than anyone. I've always called Tyler Warren a gadget guy. I think the Bears felt the same way.
I think they wanted that true wide receiver or that true wide tight end that can play multiple.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be a good fit.
Not to toot my own horn, I thought that Loveland was the better fit of the options. I just didn't like a tight end at 10, man, and I still don't.
I'm glad you got me a couple weeks ago to watch tape again, because I posted that on Twitter too. I posted it when it happened. I said I had a friend tell me to go watch tape again. I've done it. I've come around on it. I'm glad you did that, because if not, I probably have been like, what the F are we? I'd probably be like a lot of people in the chat, honestly, where I'd be like, what are we doing? This is a stupid pick. If I hadn't gone and redone that, Carl, because you told me to, I probably would be a little more upset. But
this is a very important draft pick for the running back argument.
Oh yeah, Denver.
If Hampton goes here, maybe that starts the run. If Hampton doesn't go here, there might be a little bit of a ways before a running back is called.
I don't see running back 3 picked until next round either way, but this is important.
I see the picks in, and this is actually, I think, a good point to why this draft you shouldn't get upset about where these guys are going in this 10 to 20 range. Correct. It's Jaheed Barron, cornerback. A guy that I thought could have been a top 10 pick.
Yeah, I agree with you, JT.
Right?
I liked Barron more than Will Johnson.
So, for the fans out there, don't get so mad at Loveland pick because you think, we could have traded back for him or whatnot. It's just this draft.
That's a great point.
It could have been 20, 10.
Just gonna say, takes one guy to value one player. That's all it takes.
And I think the more people analyze what we just talked about, Carl had me go back and rewatch tape on Colston Loveland because I wasn't sold initially. I think the more people start to do that, they'll see the value of Loveland. It's just the media didn't push Loveland. They pushed Tyler Warren. They pushed Ashton Genty. They didn't push Colston Loveland. So our fans, Bears fans, didn't get sold on Colston Loveland because he wasn't pushed as hard. Once they start to get to know Colston Loveland, I think they'll like the pick more.
And Loveland was arguably your second best offensive weapon, non-quarterback on an undefeated college team. Wow, that guy, that was crazy. That was like a jump scare. The guy clapping. I'm watching the NFL Network broadcast, by the way, but
I went through all my Twitter replies where I said Loveland's my number 1 tight end and reposted them.
As you should.
I've been on him for over a month as my top tight end and an absolute weapon for us. So, I mean, I understand that not everybody does the work that I do and all that stuff. And there's no wrong way to be a fan of football. So, I understand the pushback, but look, I did the work and I see an absolute playmaker, a perfect fit. You talk about like the growth of Caleb Williams with an asset like this, and I will disagree that I do think that running back is still in play just because we did fix the interior of offensive line and this is Ben Johnson's draft.
There's a chance that you can get a good offensive lineman.
If they get Trey Henderson in the second, if they get Trey Henderson in the second,
why do you want? You mean Travion Henderson?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Why do you want that player?
Speed.
I mean, do you not see him as a carbon copy of Swift?
No, I see it
better pass pro,
twice as fast as Swift. By the way, Relentless Mikey, $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Much appreciated, Relentless Mikey. Ben Johnson knows what he's doing.
If they've tipped their hand with how they want to complement the players on their roster, I think it would be silly to pass on Judkins for Henderson.
I think it's going to be Caleb Johnson, very similar to Judkins, but that big bruising. I think they're going Caleb Johnson tomorrow.
I think that Caleb Johnson has a lot more to offer in the pass game than Judkins, but Judkins is probably just a straight up better running back. Maybe
Could we really be putting off offensive line or defensive, one of the two? Like, say we take Jonas Savania from Arizona tomorrow because they brought him in for a top 30.
That's what I'm saying. I think you need to bring in Ceviche, something like that.
That means we push defensive end or defensive tackle all the way to pick 72. Like, is that really going to happen?
I mean,
like either offensive or defensive line is getting pushed back.
They probably didn't anticipate Grady Jarrett being available, and he was signed the same day he was cut. So that might be a big indicator as to what they think about their defensive line room. He may have been the final piece in their eyes.
We got to be replacing Andrew Billings soon, though. Andrew Billings on the last year of his contract, and he hasn't played as a starter quality.
He's coming off a pec injury. I'm hearing whispers of Billings wanting to retire. So, yeah, it could end up really bad in that specific
Alfred
spot,
Collins they brought in for a top 30. They could be looking at Alfred Collins later.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe at this point, I would say I'm going to stick to my guns. Oof. Next two picks have to be linemen, 2 offensive, 2 defensive, or
who we can end up with him? We can end up with Scab.
Wait, so J2K seems to be far ahead than us. I mean, are they celebrating? They don't look like they're celebrating. I'm on the NFL Network broadcast, and I'm talking about Sanders. Is this Omarion Hampton, as I initially thought?
For who? For Broncos?
Steelers.
Oh, Steelers.
Says that the pick is in. They've got the camera on the Sanders family, and they're bouncing, but they're not jumping. If you know, you know.
Is he on the phone?
No, they're just bouncing, keeping loose, but no one's happy.
Yeah, it means nothing.
Are you going to call Katie?
I got Sanders going to the Rams.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's probably really good. I mean, you've got I don't want to say flamboyant. That's the not word or correct word, but like that extrovert personality to pair with Los Angeles would be a match made in heaven in itself.
Steelers are going Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
Really? Wow.
It's a great pick. Cameron Hayward's getting long on the tooth.
Yeah, not a bad pick. I just didn't see that being what they would do.
Well, I think it's time for me to admit that I was wrong on the running back debate. Unless something happens here, but like, I don't think the Vikings are going running back anymore. Omarion Hampton's going to be probably the 33rd pick.
Did you say Derek Harmon?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell the last name?
Harmon.
It's like it sounds.
Derek Harmon is like the perfect epitome of getting after the quarterback. Like he's impossible to stop, but he sacrifices his lanes to do it. He doesn't always, stay in his spot or stop the run the best, but he's absolutely a beast in getting to the quarterback.
You know what? San Diego is a very good spot for Omarion Hampton too.
Can you imagine him falling to 39 for us? He won't get past the first of the second round. He won't get past the.
Yeah, if Omarion Hampton's on the board tonight, he's the 33rd pick. I can almost promise that.
Someone will trade up for him.
Yeah.
You guys got me thinking now more with the defensive line. I'm going, well, between bringing in Jared and Dale, are they going to put that defensive line position way back, even though we need a number one in Billings' position. You know, that's why I was also high on Grant.
I like Dio Odengbo as an interior pass rusher on obvious passing downs, but like, what's that front look like? Is Austin Booker on the field for that? Are you only bringing 3? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
They might be higher on Zach Pickens than we are.
That's
that
a situation
was my
where
next.
I bounce my
my
head
next
on
two
the concrete
comments
like a
were
basketball.
Zach Pickens
I
might be
despise
healthy, and
Zach
they're
Pickens.
just. I won't even say higher. They're just like, well, for now, he's going to be one of the guys in contention for that position.
Or maybe
Do you
they'll
know-
just give him Trenbolone.
Do you know who I'm seeing on these videos of Bears camp and who looks completely beefed? Like he looks like a freaking monster, like Jervon Dexter did last year, and he's the perfect size for Dennis Allen, and he's flexible. Dominic Robinson in the last year of his contract. I know we're low on him, but it might be a thing where Dennis Allen really likes him and wants to give him an opportunity. You know?
You had me
Yeah,
on
when
last
we
year.
hired Dennis Allen, sorry.
Go ahead. I was done.
When we hired Dennis Allen, he was one of the players that I thought like he got a boost because of scheme and
His size.
his overall his skill set. Yeah, I still actually like him. I know last year, we kind of had a little civil war with him and Hardy for making that final defensive end spot, and they both ended up making it. But I still do like him. It's just his run defense is excellent, but it's just the pass rush just hasn't showed up yet.
Yeah, but his I know stats are only so much, but his stats were actually elevated from the first couple of years of his career. His pass rush, his win rate, his pressures per snap, they were all up. So last year,
about Dom Rob?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he showed improvement.
Yeah,
he's
slow,
not there
steady
yet.
improvement.
But maybe Dennis Allen sees that size, that big defensive end, and he wants to give him a shot to. I don't know. Who knows?
And they also might be really high on Booker.
Well, yeah, we
Too.
still need a fourth one though.
Yeah. Well, my thing was this, because I don't with the versatility of Gervon Dexter, you guys, and I don't know if you remember this, he did 18% of his snaps his rookie year were at the defensive end position. So I could see him moving those guys around a lot. I'm just worried about the nose tackle or the one.
Shorty.
So I just had to look this up, and I did.
Come on.
Which defensive end had the number one pass rush win rate for the Bears last year?
You're going to tell us Dom
Say some
Robinson.
Dom Rob crap.
It's Tom Robb. Now, obviously, he came in situations where it wasn't
Yeah.
as critical. He only played in 6 games, and it was not even that many snaps. I mean, he played 40, 50 snaps? I don't know. But he had a 14.7% pass rush win rate, which was it's actually tied with Montez Sweat as number 1 on the team.
I'm allowed to peek, Carl. I'm allowed to peek, Carl. I'm allowed to peek.
But it's something.
Just
I mean, it's
let it
something to
go.
give some optimism of maybe that's what Dennis Allen's looking at and saying, "Hey, I want to give Dom Robb a shot."
You
I can
might as
definitely
well.
see it. I've been talking about all that stuff for a couple weeks now, where we're not sitting there looking at these guys. We don't know what Johnson's scheme and what he sees, and Allen. I'm just going offense, defense.
That's the best thing about a new coaching staff is they shouldn't have the bias that I have against Zach
Right.
Pickens or anything like that, right? You can pencil in the starters, but outside of a select few, there really shouldn't be any bona fide starters. You got to earn everything in front of this new staff, and I think that's the best way to go about it.
Absolutely.
I like the depth of our defensive tackle. I thought Chris Williams, for a 6th-round draft pick, played actually decent. And I'm talking about like the 4th, 5th defensive tackles. Ford off of the Packers, he looked pretty
He was fine.
decent. Coert was a defensive nose tackle backup.
I like
him. So I mean, if we don't go defensive tackle high, I kind of doubt we go defensive tackle late.
Who was 55? I think he's from the Colts. I liked him too. He came back in his first game was against the Redskins. He came off injury. Forgot his name. He was an end.
D tackle or you edge?
Defensive end.
DT.
Oh,
He was
Who
a
was
free
it?
agent last year.
no, yeah, he was from the Colts. I am
struggling.
blanking on his name too,
I like him though.
but I think he's gone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we,
Yeah.
we had some pieces there, but like we're not keeping them, so we have to replace them.
The Bears, I think someone was asking in the chat about defensive ends and defensive tackles we met with. it was interesting. They met with first round defensive tackles. I think they met with Walter Nolan and Mason Graham at the combine, the Stugley combine. But then they met with, after that, they met with third, fourth rounders. So like
Norman
Alfred
Locke,
Collins,
probably
right?
a second rounder.
Yeah, they brought
Yeah.
him in for a top 30 visit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's a second, third rounder for sure. Omar Norman Lott. So you could be looking at Alfred Collins, Omar Norman Lott. We could still be looking to fill the defense. They met with Riley Mills, who's a Notre Dame prospect. And there were rumors that they met with him on a local too, but I didn't see anything that was like verified. They met with him on a local because he went to Notre Dame, so he can come in for a free top 30.
Baron Sparrell from Texas, edge rusher. Probably a fifth round, but
yeah, there's still some options there.
Omar Norman Lott.
Wow.
That guy needs. I was watching some film of him, and this isn't even by me pulling it up. I was watching East Coast Gridiron. Sorry, that's another
Sponsor.
podcast. What?
You're gonna call that bar, find out what they think about this pick.
Oh, actually, I want you to send me a link to my phone, and I'm gonna walk over there and go meet Katie, the bartender, who I spoke to on the phone last Thursday, and then get some reactions. Literally, I need you to send that to my cell phone.
Omar Norman Lott is very much like Derek Harmon. Very much.
I can do that actually.
I would not mind getting him. I really wouldn't. I think that would be a fine pick. In the right
But that's not a
position.
guy who's going to be available in the third round.
Omar Norman Lott?
Yeah.
He's going to be right in that range.
I thought that's where he was going to go.
There's always going to be a situation where a guy we think, oh, he's never going to be there, falls that way. But I don't know about, because what
I'm
pick
probably
is
a
that
little
for the
higher
Bears?
on
Is it
Norman Lott than
72?
you guys are. I'm thinking that he's a mid-second round pick.
And he
Or
could be
even early.
easily.
right?
See,
That's my point here. Is if you don't pick him at 39 or 41, I doubt he gets to 72 if that's the pick.
That's the thing. All these guys in that range from 15 to 75 could be. You could mix that order up, and you could have a whole variation of where they end
Yeah,
up
it's
going.
20 to 60. Yeah. Man,
Gotta answer
I'm
Taylor
watching
here.
the NFL Network. It says that the pick is not in yet. Timer's up.
For the Chargers.
Yeah, the pick's not in yet. According to this, I'm not listening to it. I'm just watching.
Well, they're out of time now.
Yeah, the
It's
graphic
in.
hasn't came up, so
J2K, who did the Chargers take?
I'm looking right now.
See,
oh, now it says the pick is in, so the graphics.
I'm
probably
literally
slow.
watching the current pick as
I can
J2K is
watch.
giving us the next pick.
Do you have YouTube TV?
Yeah.
You have. There's a setting you can use to have reduced delay.
You IT guy, you.
I
I'm
don't
getting
see
it over the
anything on
air, and I'm
Twitter.
right in between them both. I'm probably like.
All right, guys. I gotta bounce out of here. Sorry to cut
Yeah.
you short, but
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
toast.
glad I can't freak out at Barron going to the Packers. I guess I could freak out at Amon Wari, but my girlfriend's a Vikings fan, so I'm gonna hop off as well and enjoy that with her.
All right, Adam, thanks for joining us, man. Much love and much appreciation.
okay. Love you guys.
Thanks.
See ya.
Thanks, Adam. Stay
too,
safe,
bro.
Right, y'all.
We'll be here all weekend,
You guys will be doing
whether
the
you
same thing
like it or
tomorrow.
not.
tomorrow and Saturday.
Alrighty, gentlemen. You guys have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Later, Kyle.
Peace.
Bears.
Go Bears.
Bears. Well, there you have it. I really, I am just raging. I hate when I feel that way about a player, about a pick that we like. You're making me feel about the day we drafted. What the fuck is his name? The useless defensive end white boy we drafted.
Shane McMuffin,
Oh God,
Shane McMillan,
Hey McClellan,
yeah, McClellan, McMuffin.
Yeah.
McMuffin.
He's
I mean,
soft like a muffin.
You're like bringing back like how I felt about that pick at that time. I can clearly see that you feel the same way.
Oh, sorry. Carl left too soon. Omar Hampton went to the Chargers.
Oh. This team was getting ran up the gut between the guards for 3 to 5 per over the last 9 games. Other teams didn't even hide it. They just did it because they could, and they take a tight end.
Well, hold up. Now, this is something that I think kind of happened with Bears fans, and I saw it in general, but we went into free agency needing trenches. We got trenches.
Yep.
For some reason, needing trenches still stayed with everybody. And one of the hardest things you can find in free agency is skill players, young skill players. You know, running backs are on their second contracts. You know, star wide receivers get paid a lot of money and don't leave their teams. You know, a move tight end who, you know, has success and has proven himself, they get re-signed.
Yeah.
So when going into this draft, like, I'm very confident that we will get another D-line and offensive lineman somewhere in this draft. But I just knew that this was going to be a Ben Johnson skill player draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am just happy it's a skill position player. It could have been one of. Loveland just wasn't on my radar at 10. That's about all I have to say about that. It's not. I don't hate the pick at all. I wanted a skill position player at 10 because of this draft. By the way, I'm so glad Shedeur Sanders is just falling.
I knew that was going to happen.
God, and I hope he goes to a cold weather outdoor team. Because fuck Deion Sanders for shitting all over. I mean, fucking shitting all over the Bears last year about Caleb Williams going to the Bears. Now he shouldn't go to the Bears. I would refuse to go to the Bears if I was him because the Bears fucking suck and they're a cold weather team and I'll never let my kids play for a cold weather team. Well, guess what? One of them already is. One of them is now. Am I wrong? Wait, who is the first? Where did he go? No, sorry.
I did want to respond to Raging Oracle.
His other kid wasn't drafted. Never mind. I was thinking Travis.
Neither of them were drafted.
Raging Oracle saying, how did all those skill players work out last year? Well, we didn't have the offensive line, and our defensive line took a hit with Billings, and we didn't have enough behind him to help that out. So we solved those two things. Now, sure, we can add more, but at the same time, you know, last year, you know, Caleb Williams was throwing behind the same offensive line that Swift was running behind. Yeah. Now we fixed the interior offensive line. I don't think Swift's going to have as bad of a year as he did last year. He might even have a much better year. And with Colston Loveland stretching that defense and pulling linebackers away from out of the box and safeties deeper, you might see more explosive plays and consistency out of Swift.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see how Swift can't have a better year. Johnson knows exactly how to use the guy. We saw it.
That's
against him.
Yes, that's all you have to do is think about what Ben did with all of his skill position players. Raging.
And then I'm going to throw this in there too because nobody's said a damn word about Roschon Johnson. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but when we drafted him, I'm like, this guy has the capability of being a 3-down back. And some people laughed and some people agreed. And I just think we used, even with the bad offensive line, we used both of those guys wrong last year. There was too many times we'd come into a game and start a game, and I'm like, okay, so you're going to run Swift, and he's going to pick up a yard or two. And I'm telling the TV this, and as I'm saying it, that's exactly what happened. And I'm like, why didn't we stack the line? Because they didn't have 7 or 8 guys in the box to begin with, 8 or 9, whatever. So I'm like, why didn't we start with Roschon Johnson up? If you're going to run that way, why didn't we start with Roschon Johnson running? Get your power guy in there. Make sure you get 3 or 4 yards instead of trying to play a game with Swift and get 1 or 2 yards or no yards. And I'm not even saying I'm right, but I mean, it just makes sense. And then he was – so Roschon was pretty effective on the goal line when you needed 2 or 3 yards. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's an old saying that goes, run over them and then run around them.
Right.
Right.
And I just see us, it seemed to me like we were doing that exactly backwards last season with those guys.
Right. Yeah.
And Swift still had some success.
Right.
So I mean, I just don't. I expect him to have a much better season this year than last year because Johnson is here. And I know Cliff's saying Roshan isn't the guy. I'm not even saying he's the guy. It's about the way that you use your personnel. And we've just seen under Eberflus that the personnel was not used properly in a lot of occasions. I don't care offensively and defense. And then we've seen it when they've been used properly here and there. So when we traded for Sweat, look at that. When he was healthy and the defense was being the players in the defense were being utilized right. I'm going to say this because I really think that the Cowboys are going to have a really good defense, and you watch Jack Sanborn tee off and have a great season, and just especially now.
So, Raising, you don't think that they upgrade? I mean, and listen, Jonah Jackson, I'm not really all that high on that. Time will tell. Joe Tooney is a good. That was a good trade.
Good rental player for 2 years. 3 the most. I'm just saying.
I wish they would have brought back Tevin Jenkins for the $3 million he got. I mean, that would have been nice just to have him as, at the very least, as backup.
Sturdy, I said the same thing. Sanborn, $1.5 million. Guaranteed $750,000. Why didn't we do that?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to draft one. I don't know, Sewell. There's too many. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
No, you're good. I just want to respond to Raging Oracle. He's making a lot of good points, but I wanted to respond to we're not close to having the depth or the overall talent for the O line or D line. So we still have plenty of draft picks left. We only used one draft pick, and I don't think it was necessarily a good idea to take a backup depth player at 10. And so that makes me understand the Loveland pick more, because he's going to be someone who's going to show up day one and produce in a very specific role. His role will grow as he gets, more acclimated to the NFL. But it's just something that you get right off the bat. You get more explosiveness in your offense. And we can still take Jonathan via offensive tackle / inside offensive guard at 41. I do know that there are other offensive linemen that we have looked at that I do like. Anthony Belton, if you go and watch him, he's someone that we probably take at 72. He's a pure offensive tackle. He's a mauler. He's got pretty good athleticism. And then there's also some interior offensive linemen we've looked at. Dylan Fairchild, Jackson Slater, which I love Jackson Slater.
Yeah.
Might get him in the 5th. Drew Kendall and Jake Majors as two centers that we could get in the 5th, 7th round. So look, the draft's not over. Don't get upset that Poles has gone back to the I'm never going to fix the trenches mentality. So we got time. Just, give it 2 more days, and then let's talk about how much Poles has actually fixed the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, because he's going to bring in a slew of UDFA.
Mm-hmm.
You might, if you find one guy in every year, you bring in a bunch of them, you find one guy that's a guy you didn't have to spend nothing for. No draft capital, no trade. I'm hoping that works out. I usually got one guy every year. I think I'm 1 for 3 in the last 3 seasons. So hopefully, and it's still out, so I can't even say that.
Green Bay's selection is in.
Who did
they drafted? Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas.
That's what, 7 wide receivers drafted in 3 years. I'm serious.
Yeah, you're right. No, 100%.
That draft, that first draft, I actually had us taking Romeo Duck, trading back at the 3rd round pick when we took Velus Jones. I traded back and picked up Romeo Dobbs out of Nevada.
Oh man!
Could you imagine if we just done that?
Yeah,
that one simple move right there.
Matthew Goldman.
Golden.
Matthew Golden. Okay.
Golden. Yeah. I was a huge Romeo Dobbs fan, man. And And
He
Khalil
was there for the
Shakir.
taking.
Khalil Shakir was another one I was a huge fan of. He went in the 5th round, and he's one of the best slot third down conversion wide receivers in the NFL right now. You know, even a guy, Calvin Austin III, who went to Pittsburgh, who's been, you know, more of a role player, but he's a punt returner, kick returner, and he's a speedy, you know, underneath guy. You know, it was just mind blowing to me.
Austin didn't get enough, didn't get thrown to enough because Pickens, man.
Right, and they haven't had a quarterback.
A lot of those games, and I kept going because I even had him on my fantasy team. I'm like, man, get this guy the ball, give him a chance more.
Yep.
Cliff, I had to reload. I have too many live windows open. So what if they I still want a running back, and I would be happy with Cam Scatterbo if they couldn't get Trey Henderson, and only because Cam Scatterbo would, I think, be a better complement to Swift at this point. But I'm thinking Trey Henderson because I think Swift is gone after this year, and he'll be our speed back of the future. What do you think about both of those players? J2K.
Okay. I really like Travion Henderson. I actually think there's something special about him, and I do like Judkins, and I do like Caleb Johnson, and I know some of the deficiencies of Travion Henderson. A little bit of a vision issue. He sometimes just kind of hits the hole quick and hard, but he's kind of the home run threat that's kind of his game, right? He doesn't try to dance around, or he doesn't like slow up and try to manipulate the linebackers, which I think that's something you can teach a running back to do. So I'm a huge fan of Travion Henderson. I loved watching Cam Scatterbo in college, and I am absolutely rooting for him in the NFL, but I would not draft the guy at all. The reason why, nothing to do with his play, nothing to do with his personality. I've just seen, like, literally the lights go out on him mid-game, and he keeps playing. And I've just had these 2 moments specifically where it just took my breath away, and I was like, get off the field, dude.
Yeah.
Like, this is your long-term health we're talking about. And so I have some serious concerns with that. But I got to leave that up to the doctors and people who know more than I do, because what I thought I saw was just me watching a physical reaction of his on the field. He stayed in the game, so I assume a doctor did check him out. But I've just got so many concerns about his head injuries being a little bit too much.
Kind of like watching Brisker finish that game after you could clearly see he was not there. You see him on the sideline talking, and it looked like the lights were out, like you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the fear. And then also to the point of, do we take someone that complements Swift or not? You know, just because Swift is going to be gone in a year, I don't think that's going to be necessarily a priority when you're talking about a player who's got a 4-year contract because he's a drafted player. So I don't think that's too big of a deal. And also, I think that Ben does value speed more so than, a hammer. And granted, he got Montgomery, but he had Montgomery and he had Swift. They traded up to get Gibbs, and then they traded Swift because, they do share a similar role. But I still think his preference is to have a speed back as his primary back, and then, maybe more of a hammer as a secondary back. With Swift leaving, why take the hammer this year if the, speed guy is sitting right in front of you and he's the better rated player, right? If they have Judkins rated higher than Travion Henderson, by all means take Judkins. Take the highest rated running back. If that's Caleb Johnson, then draft him. But take the highest rated player at running back and then let it work itself out is kind of my theory on what they will do.
Yeah, Judkins would be nice. He's kind of a combination of both, isn't he? Speed and a little bit of a hammer.
I don't know if Judkins and Hampton, they both ran in the 4.4s, high 4.4s. I think 4.46 for Judkins, 4.48 for Hampton, or maybe it was the other way around. Henderson ran a 4.43, but I see Henderson as being far faster than Hampton or Judkins. Yet the 40 times are still so close together. So I think play speed, Judkins and Hampton aren't nearly as fast as their 40 times suggests, and Henderson is actually a little faster than his 40 times suggests.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, I honestly I lean a little more to Judkins.
I'm drinking White Claws tonight, and they make me to piss like a fucking racehorse all the time. So I'll be right back.
90% water.
Yeah.
Like a splash of flavoring and alcohol and a bunch of bubbles.
I'm drinking almost the same thing. I'm just drinking a bottle of purified Niagara water. It's not much different, Shorty. The only difference is alcohol and bubbles. Right?
And no buzz from either. No.
Yeah, I don't want the buzz though.
Right.
Like if I got the buzz, I might be on the camera later getting arrested.
You're right. Yeah. You're not making it home from the bar tonight.
I usually when I quit drinking J2, I would break out in handcuffs, dude.
Really?
Religiously, man. It was bad. It was bad. Not even because of shit I did, just because of what comes out of my mouth.
Right. You just wake up in the slammer. So Judkins, you like Judkins a little bit more?
Yeah, I was looking at more of the Ram guy because I don't, my thing backing up Roshan, it just doesn't appear that that's going to happen.
Well, I still have hope for Roshan. Yeah.
I'm not done on Rojo. I'm not done on Dominic Robinson either. I've never said I was done with either of those guys because I just haven't really seen enough.
Yeah. I thought that Roshan got a little tentative after he came back from concussion.
Absolutely he did. Sorry.
Wearing that extra helmet. Yeah. So maybe with a better offensive line, he starts seeing these holes are actually opening up for him. He can start running downhill a little bit more and get back to his old self. I still, like the player, and I'm not going to give up on him.
Yeah, I'm with you. And then, you know what you brought up with the concussion, I just remember seeing when he came back, like his first game, I'm like, why are you not moving? Why are you not going? There was like such a hesitation to hit the hole that was there. I mean, if I saw it on TV, and it seemed to take him a while before he started looking a little, not even completely comfortable like he was prior to it. But it took him a long while to look comfortable in that position again, to what I saw.
And when we first saw Roshan, he was just slamming people.
Right.
It was like, welcome to the NFL. No, welcome to Roshan Johnson. So I think he can get it back. But, we'll see. Right?
Yeah.
I still like him. And he's a 3-down back because he's a good blocker and a good receiver.
Yeah.
Right?
The day we drafted him on this show, I said, this guy can be a 3-down back with Chicago Bears. You may think I'm joking, but I could go back and find you the clip. I said it when we drafted him. Just because it was one of the backs that I was watching. There was a bunch of them. It's like every year you got the guys that you see stuff on, get some information on, and you follow those guys no matter what. You of all people would know J2. I know Shorty. Shorty doesn't know.
Some draft news. The Giants have traded back into the first round with the Texans.
Ooh.
And I believe they will be drafting a quarterback.
Shedeur Sanders to the fucking cold weather outdoor team.
I think it might be Jackson Dart.
I was just going to say, what if they take Dart or Milrow?
I think it's either Dart or Shedeur. Oh, and the pick is in Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
To the Giants.
Yeah.
Wow.
That had been talked about earlier, them doing exactly this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, that's not like a huge surprise.
I don't know. It's
I'm sure
better
a lot
than
of people are surprised though that Dart's gone before Sanders.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know about you, J2, but I would have gone Cam Ward, Sanders, Milroe, Dart.
I
we
had
talked about
Dart.
earlier. Go ahead.
I had Dart as my number 2. I have kind of a weird, like,
Okay.
a weird feeling with Shador where I liked a lot of his tape. I liked what I saw. I thought that in time he can develop into a very instinctual quarterback. You know, he kind of plays the game almost like an athlete, and he has a pretty good arm. You know, I think there was so much trouble in Colorado with without having an offensive line that he kind of just like moved around and then threw the ball, and it wasn't like you go, okay, you're losing the offensive scheme when you move like that too early, and you know now you're just being an athletic, gifted, talented person as opposed to being a true drop back quarterback. So you never developed that. And being the son of Deion Sanders, and the NFL not being, you know, the lights not being too bright or the transition not being so big, that if he goes to the right place, you just give him, you know, a year or two on the bench, and I think he could grow into this top 15 quarterback. But I mean, he also has pretty poor attitude as far as interviews. He's really lackadaisical, doesn't really seem to care where he goes or how high he goes in the draft. A little bit of a concern. So I'm not really sure, you know, where to place him, like future success.
Right. Sorry,
I gotta pause for you guys for a moment because Raging. Listen, bro.
The chat.
Like
get into the chat. That's what
I understand that you're upset about this pick, but you guys just please keep it respectful to everyone in chat.
Well, we don't have to do this either, Squeege. We don't have to call people names and stuff for their opinion, man. That's
Squeegee.
It's always the biggest problem is
be respectful.
When you know what, you got the right to your opinion. But wait, you got the right to your opinion, but we don't have to sit here and call. You don't have to call somebody a name, man, just because it's a disagreement.
And you know,
at the end of the world, you're not fighting for your life. The Bears are going to do what the Bears are going to do. Some people are going to like it, some people aren't. That's the way it's been forever.
Yep.
So,
and there's nothing you can do about it. You're either going to accept it or you're not. And there's no reason for anyone to be getting shitty with each other and insulting people in chat. So please, I mean, Raging, I think you know that I don't just block people. So I'm going to just politely ask you, everyone, to just keep it respectful to each other. Like Foster said, this is not life and death. Okay? This is the Bears. The Bears control their fate, not any one of us. And you can be upset about the pick. God knows I hated the fucking Shea McClellan pick. But please, just ramp it down.
Tell the truth. You were on board all the way. You're a big Boise State fan. You wanted McClellan from day one. Tell the truth.
They go to Boise State?
My light can't reach that far. I'm pretty sure he did. I think he did.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
Hey, J2, you know where Shea McCollum played college?
Yeah.
Was it Boise State?
Yeah, Boise State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah, just keep it respectful, guys. Well, please.
Here's the thing: nobody's got to hear anything just because you're reading it. If you start reading it, you don't like it, go to the next conversation.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple. I mean, I don't want to sit here and go off on one person because every one of you guys that I talk to, when we have conversations through the chat, I feel like I'm respected, and I feel like everybody here is just a regular person explaining their thoughts and their process. So I just don't like getting into the names, man, when you're calling somebody a name, because there's no reason to go that route. We see that kind of crap every day, man.
Yeah, we don't need that.
That's the other thing. If there's somebody, just block them.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter. It's so unimportant.
Raging's on here because he's venting his frustrations.
And
and
Raging's been on here for years too. So I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you guys, everybody knows. It's just, it is what it is, man. I know you guys have done it before, Raging, but I don't even care that you do it. It's when somebody's calling, when people are calling each other names. That's all. We don't need to talk about somebody's physical description. We're talking about ideas here, not the person that you're looking at. So
I don't.
I had a guy threaten me in a parking lot. He's like, "You bald old fucking man, I'll take you out so fast." So I just shut up. Because this guy was about 30 and he was probably about 20 pounds heavier than me and 2 inches taller. And I really wanted to do something, but I had somebody else's truck. And I had a kid with me who was 29, 30 years old who was crapping in his pants.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to make the move because now I've got 2 other people involved. If I'm alone, different story, but it wasn't that way. So we've just got to be courteous to each other no matter what discrepancy we have on ideas, because it's a football team, man. You ain't out on the street to fighting for your life. So let's keep it courteous and clean. Have your arguments and your disagreements. That's fine, because everybody does it, man. That's what people do. Just knock off the name call and stuff, because there's no call for it, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I had to just go on with my spew.
It's the last thing I want to do is block anybody or put anybody in a timer. I really don't. It's going to take a lot, but my buttons are getting pushed. So everyone just relax, breathe. You woke up today. All right.
So, hey, guys, some draft news. Falcons have traded up into the first round, trading their 46th, a 7th round pick, and next year's first round draft pick to the Rams for 26 and 101.
Wow.
Why are people trading next year's first round draft picks?
I would have not expected that in this draft unless it happened in the first 5 picks. Right?
Right.
I'm just
absolutely.
Saying, I don't understand it. I'm glad we didn't trade up. I'm glad we didn't trade up, man.
Right.
We got a guy that looks like he's going to help this offense progress in more ways than just picking a running back. So I mean, I keep thinking about that too, because I'm like,
just laughing at Steve.
Oh, so how about those Bears? Yeah, how about them, Steve? Show me, as PJ would say. You gotta show me. I gotta see it.
It's a good move for the Rams, man. Because they got all the draft capital they gave up to buy a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And the Falcons took James Pierce, edge rusher, after taking Jalen Walker, edge rusher.
Whoa.
Linebacker.
They know what they got offensively. They want to clamp down and give up less points. That's a good way to do it. That's a good way to start, for sure.
And they took last year in the second round or third round, they took Braylon Trice out of Washington, who I was really high on. And I heard that there was glowing reviews from him in training camp, but then he got injured, like a season-long injury.
Yeah.
Man, Falcons, they may have a legit defense very soon.
That could be scary, man. Yeah, and you know what I love is
season tickets.
The turnaround is happening. I've been waiting for this for a while because I'm such an NFC guy. You got to remember when I started watching, there was the AFL and the NFL. They had just merged, so it was all new, and we didn't like as a kid. Even when I was a little kid, my dad didn't watch the AFL. He was just a diehard Bears fan, and his teams even it was the Packers and the Bears and the Lions and the Vikings were a new team. And
was the AFL a lesser like division or conference?
It was considered that. I mean, they considered it the B league, but they proved themselves. The AFL, my dad said this too, and even from what I remember, because in '70 when they merged, they were still the NFL and the AFL. No, maybe that's 68 to 70. I don't know. But the AFL was like, they were just a big passing league. You go back and look at some of the numbers those guys threw for in that league in the 60s. And you could skip a couple decades and then they would the NFL caught up to throwing those kind of numbers up on in games, man.
And I got something to read for Raging Oracle to maybe have him feel a little bit better about this pick. But I'm just seeing someone posted this, and it's well put. Colston Loveland is the locksmith, in quotes, because no defense has the key to stop him. He's a matchup nightmare who had 75% of his catches go for a first down, red zone threat, seam stretcher, blocker with bite. Caleb Williams got another weapon, and I completely agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Chad, thank you very much, man. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We appreciate your generous donations to the channel, your membership. We really do. So thank you for joining us. And you got 2 more days of this shit. This is when the memories are made, is like Saturday when we're sitting there with our dicks in our hand going, we're waiting for all these picks before we get, well, in your case, your vagina in your hand, Foster, but and I'm not talking about one you personally own. It's the ones from Wisconsin,
Iowa, Indiana, Missouri.
You just travel the Midwest.
No, Iowa, Tasca. I don't remember what I'm saying.
Armando, yes, he can be effective in the T formation. You are damn right. I love it.
Don't bring it up, man. There was a whole thing on that the other night.
Got you guys talking fucking T formation. Look at that.
I watched it. I even stopped commenting because I didn't want to hear Shorty go on and on, but I did.
This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Everyone's going to be sitting on the couch or standing up watching Bears games, however you do it. And somebody's going to be drinking some water or coffee or a beer, and they're going to fucking see the T formation, and they're just going to go spit out their fucking drink and think of me.
I was hoping you were going to say something better, but.
That's all you got?
I guess I'll just take it for what it is, man. I was hoping you were going to say something like, yeah, you're going to be sitting there and you're going to take a drink, and all of a sudden Loveland's going to have the ball in the end zone. You're going to go, what the fuck just happened? But you got to go with Shorty's T formation. I wanted to address this because I forgot what I said, and then I just saw this from Greg B. Happy would be trade down. Second happy would be trade up for Genty, but a tight end, my God. Well, I had us taking either linebacker or tight end at 10 anyways at this point, as did many others have us taking Tyler Warren. So if the skill position, it's probably we also, J2K said it. I said it before. I said this is Ben Johnson, not just Cole for sure. Because he knows what he's going to do with this guy, or he has an idea of it. So I can't, there's no way I could be upset, especially for the fact that I myself was all in on Warren. Shorty, you were in on Warren. If they would have taken Warren, what would you have said, J2?
I would have been fine with it. I understand the traits that Warren has and how you can use him. And, I think that he is a little bit, he's so similar to Komet, but you can use a similar tight end to Komet in a 2 tight end, 12 personnel. So I wouldn't have minded, but also, I really took a step back because of this draft, the players in the top 20, outside of say the top 3 or 4 players at the blue chippers, that these guys can just go at any point, in that, like 7 to what happened? I lost you guys. 7 to 30.
What did I just do? Hold on.
I don't know. We're all pulled, but
there we go. There we go. Sorry about that.
Wait a minute. One too many. There we go. Oh,
there we go. Are you doing it or me?
I hit it the same time you did, like 3 times, man.
Listen, the T formation. You got both tight ends in the backfield.
Yeah.
Okay, you got Swift in the middle. Now you start off in a symmetrical formation, even though if you flex them both to a tight end position on the line, it still remains symmetrical. But you start off, oh God, if you don't think that Ben Johnson, with his offensive acumen, is not going to dream up some T formation plays just because it's the Bears, I would beg you to question that. Steve said, "Did you see my T formation comment earlier?" He said, "T formation is in year 2 to 3 in Ben Johnson's system. We need to focus on the basics, right? Cadences, motions, options, and reads first. Ben Johnson football 101, T formation 301. Fair enough. Did you guys see what Ben Johnson? I want to share this. Did you see his when the Piccolo Award was given to TJ Edwards and to Roma Dunze?
I did.
He wrote a poem.
Yeah, I heard it.
And here it is. He wore the sea upon his chest, not just in games, but in each test. A bear by number, name, and grace, but more than steady face. He wasn't picked in any round or frame. No headlines danced around his name. Yet he still fought, and still he rose, a quiet strength the whole team knows. With courage burned deep and true, he gave all and all he do. Not just in wins, but every day he led with heart in every play. He stood for loyalty and trust, a friend, a guide, both first and just. He showed that greatness doesn't shout, but lifts others up day in and day out. His life is marked by dedication. Can you believe I can read, Foster? This is amazing. His life is marked by dedication.
Miracles happen every day.
A model for each generation. Each practice moment, snap and stride, he gave the game his soul and pride. Well, when illness came, he met the storm with strength that moved beyond the norm. And though his race was far too brief, he left behind a bold belief. That love is real and brotherhood, that fighting back is doing good. That joy and grit can coexist, that every name deserves a list. Today we see his spirit rise and steadfast hands and throughout his eyes. And though he is gone, his story grows, a legacy that never slows. God, I just got goosebumps.
No, yeah,
I mean,
man.
This
the first time the hair was standing up on my neck, and I was almost crying, dude.
I mean, this is like, this you couldn't ask for anything better out of it. Up to this point, he is checking all the boxes, man. He's checking all the boxes, guys. I know, right?
Go ahead.
She was just saying that's so great it made her cry. I mean, it's fantastic. Who's Wani?
I get it, Patty. I same thing the first time I read it. Actually, I didn't read it. I heard it read on YouTube somewhere.
I mean, I'm just so excited to see what he's going to do. I can't wait. And that's why Raging, that's why I'm excited about this pick, because it gives him he's got so many weapons to work with on offense now. And we're not even done with this draft yet. That's why I think there's one more skill position player coming along with trenches.
Just started. The draft just started. We haven't done anything. I mean, we made one pick.
Mm-hmm. Malachi Starks. Fuck, he went higher than... Man, I had Malachi Starks. Like every mock draft I did, Malachi Starks didn't go in the first round.
Yeah, second round. Early second. But I don't even know what pick we're on because I don't have the TV in front of me. I switched rooms because my back was killing me in that chair.
Baltimore just took 27. Baltimore took Malachi Starks. Man, I love that. Of course, Baltimore fucking took Malachi Starks. You can go through the draft and find every Steeler and every Raven.
Yeah. And Cliff brought it up. Starks went before Herman Wary.
Golly.
You guys follow Kristen Tanis on Twitter?
Yeah.
She's very intelligent.
I DM'd her and asked her if she'd be a guest. She never responded.
Yeah. I remember I said that I reposted my my tweets about Loveland being my number one tight end.
Yeah.
She just responded to me, and this is from a conversation about a week ago. And she's like, I completely agree. It's going to be exciting to see what Ben can do with 12 personnel. Loveland is a great player, and I'm glad they chose him over Warren.
There you go.
So I'm just trying to walk some of you guys off the ledge on this pick. In my opinion, and take it with a grain of salt if you like, but I think it's a great pick. He's my number one tight end. And for me, he's even more than a tight end. He's a seam stretcher. And I think that the rest of the offense is going to benefit from him just simply being on the field with the threat of him, pulling linebackers out of the box and pushing safeties deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm laughing at the chat, guys. Not you, J2.
No, I'm laughing at them too.
It says get Foster to DM her. Foster would scare her more. Foster is a seam stretcher. Oh my God. Antmus. Oh my God. This is terrible. I got a terrible story that he just reminded me of. So I'm driving with my girlfriend, and we both had a few too many drinks. And the cops pull us over because I'm opening the door. I'm like, I want to get out of the car, but we're doing like 40 miles an hour, so I'm just going to get out. So the cop pulls us over, and she starts yelling at me, and I'm like, come on, man, you're just being a bitch. He goes, and the cop she rolls her windows down, and the cop sticks her head in, and she goes, you didn't say that last night when you were chin deep in my pussy. So, I've never seen a cop turn bright red ever in my life. So then she's going on and she goes, yeah, you're the motherfucker that stretched my pussy all out. The cop's like, don't drive anymore. You guys have a good night. I'm just gonna leave.
Great line. Oh man,
she got you out of a ticket.
This girl we'd be in the shopping, like we'd be getting food, and come on, Dad. She'd go, come on, Dad, because she dyed her. She looked young. She was younger anyway. Doesn't matter. So she'd be like, come on, Dad, get the stuff out of the cart faster. No sex for you tonight. People would just stare and look at us and shit. Because she was like 14 years younger than me. It was crazy. It was hilarious, man.
Only
cop though. I've been pulled over a lot in like a 30-year period. I was pulled over a lot. I have never seen a cop turn beet red and just leave. He just left because he couldn't deal with it. He just left. He should have given us like 2 tickets and he just left. It was hilarious, man. Antmus, you reminded me of that whole thing. I forgot all about it, dude. That's all just from a couple words you said.
Cliff Foster, I'd love to sit down with you and over some drinks and swap stories.
We'd have to record them, Cliff, because there's gold in them. Their stories.
Hey Dan, did you lose the background?
I did. What the hell happened?
Give me a heads up.
Well, thank you, my friend.
So I just watched Ben Johnson, Ben Johnson and Kevin Warren all talk to Loveland. And I got to say, man, Ben Johnson getting on the phone with Loveland, Ben Johnson was extremely excited to draft Loveland. So whatever that means for you guys, I think that Ben Johnson is seeing a future for Loveland, and he's going to be a huge part of our offense.
I can't disagree with you at all. I'm on it, Tony. Thank you. Let's see. Here we go.
Absolutely, Cliff, because Cliff Victoria says Foster, definitely the statute of limitations has expired. We couldn't do that now. You're right.
And really quick, the Lions drafted defensive tackle Tyleek Williams from Ohio State, who I really like that kid.
Me
so
too.
We're going to face him twice a year, and so we'll see how he does.
Okay, here we go. This is from
I'm
Tony.
kind of afraid of that, actually.
Can you hear that?
No, I can't.
All right. I didn't think you could.
You can read it.
The audio's on. It clicked off. Just click the X on the audio piece. Or is it
over here? No, I can hear it. I just need to present
it
different. I need to present it differently. Hold on.
Okay.
Because I love watching this shit. Share screen. Also share audio. That's what I want. All right. Let me know if you can hear this.
Nope.
No. You can't hear that?
Sure, do you work on that? I'm gonna do something for like 2 minutes, man. Let me make sure somebody's there. I might run down to the street. I want to get the reaction. I wasn't leaving because there's only 3 of us here, but get that going. I'll be watching.
Also share audio. Also share. Oh. Okay, it has to be this. That's what I'm doing wrong. Can you hear this?
Yes.
Okay, let me start over. Let me make sure the volume's up.
Hey, Colson.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Ryan Post from the Bears. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. Ready to be a Chicago Bear?
Let's go, Coach. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
We're gonna be great. Let's do it.
Oh, we are gonna be great. I'm gonna hand you over to Coach Johnson now, okay?
Yep.
Let's go. What was that, man?
Coach Johnson.
Tell me something now.
Come on now.
We cooking with hot grease now, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate
Smart,
it. I don't know what
tough,
you're getting. Trust.
explosive. I mean, what? Yeah, I know exactly what we're getting, man.
Come on.
You excited?
Yes, sir. I can't wait. I can't wait to be
Good.
there.
Good. Man, it's a huge. It's the first pick as a head coach, man. And you're exactly what we're looking for, man. Beautiful.
Coach, I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you too.
Let's go be great. Let's go win games.
It's a match made in heaven. Hey, I'm going to pass you off to our president here, okay? This is Kevin Warren.
All right.
All right, man.
Hey, Colston, congratulations.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much.
Good. Yeah, congratulations. We can't wait till you get here.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Time to win some championships.
Let's go win. Let's go
All right,
win.
go blue.
Yeah, go blue, baby. Let's go Bears. Come on, bear down.
That's right. You can't beat it, man. We're ready to go. Okay, we're
Let's
happy
go.
for you,
appreciate
and this is the best franchise in the NFL. We can't wait till you get here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. The excitement's palpable, man. You can see it.
He never high-fived Eber loser like that.
Right. Flu's a little too dorky for high fives.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. I'm so glad. Last year everyone knows I was just riding it hard for Jim Harbaugh, right?
Yeah, for sure, man.
But it really does seem like he held out for the Bears job because he knew Eberloser was getting tossed.
Yeah, he called us a sleeping giant, and he had been looking at us for a while, and I think he was honest in saying that he wasn't quite ready to be a head coach the year before, and probably as he watched Fluce's debacle of a season, he started thinking, hey, I think I'm ready for this team. So yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Like, when's the last time you saw a coach target us?
Right? Cliff's saying Ben wanted Caleb. I can't disagree. Who? Don't even get me started on Caleb Williams. I mean, don't even get me started on Caleb Williams.
And as Furious makes a great point that to remind everybody, Ben Johnson was a tight end coach before he was an offensive coordinator.
Yes.
So, if there's anybody who knows what he's going to do with Loveland, it is Ben Johnson.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Washington just got Josh Connerly.
Yeah, that's a bummer, but I'm very curious at the end of this first round, going through my list and seeing who's next, who's dropped, who I like for tomorrow, and kind of thinking about that. And we didn't see as many trades as I think we thought in this first round. Saw a couple early and a couple late. I think now I'm kind of retracting that. I didn't think we would draft it 10, 39, 41. Now I'm starting to think that 39 and 41, we're gonna stay pat and we're gonna get some great players.
Cliff's saying Washington seems to have some brains at the top of the organization. Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, when I did the show where I was like trying to get Caleb Williams cards in the box of score cards I bought,
yeah,
I found out that he's not in that box of Panini Score football cards. He's not.
Oh, he wasn't going to be there anyway.
No, he's not in him because he hadn't signed his NFL thing yet.
Oh, it's like licensing or something, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I spent $200 or more on cards for a bunch of fucking Jaden Daniels cards. Fucking maybe I'll make my money back one day on him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Hopefully it's not because he's beating us every year in the playoffs. This is another thing I wanted to bring up because this kind of goes to what Carl was saying. He did a whole show about it on he did a short about it on his channel because he was saying that Ben Johnson did that stumble bum play just to get the job for the Bears. So Adam Hogue posts this. Ben Johnson presents the Piccolo Award to Bears linebacker TJ Edwards with this incredible line. First, I need to thank you because if you hadn't taken the cheese on that stumble bum play, I don't know if I would have gotten this job.
Is that real? Did he really say that? Oh my goodness. Taking the cheese.
Oh, that's funny. See, that's what makes it even better, right? Like he seemed like he really wanted this job.
Yeah, I think he did really want this job, and it's wild how much ties he has to Chicago that I didn't realize. I never, when I looked him up and looked at where he coached before and all this stuff, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did not either.
Yeah,
and he's a Cubs fan.
Right.
By the way, did you see that pitch?
Yes. That slider or changeup or whatever it was. Yeah, that was nasty.
Dude, I showed the first pitch for anyone that hasn't seen it. I'll see if I can find it. I don't want to get any copyright strikes on this show, but maybe I can. I thought maybe I might have recorded it on my phone. No, I didn't. He came out the Cubs and threw out the first pitch. Dude, I mean, anyone would have swung at that. Anyone. It just came and it dropped right at the last second, and whew, I would have whiffed my ass off at that. I showed my wife that. She's like, anyone would have swung at that. I'm like, yes. Yeah, it was like it was a real pitcher, Tony. Yeah. Cliff, probably in the 80s, which is perfect for that pitch because then it just hangs and then it just it dives. Yeah. Yep. Patty saw it too, man. That was a beautiful. That was probably one of the better, if not the best, first pitch I've ever seen anyone throw. It's like maybe he was a former pitcher. Wouldn't doubt.
I mean, he had to be.
Yeah.
I mean, with a pitch like that wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't just show up on the mound and go, "I'm gonna try something." He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was a college QB, so he had a good enough arm, right, to be a college QB. Didn't he? I want to say he was on the same team with Ryan Pace. Am I wrong about that?
There was something like that, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think that.
Well, Pace was Boston College, right?
Yeah, he was South Carolina.
But was there some crossover or somebody? Yeah, there was some. I forget what that was. I'm not sure how to look it up. I'm not remembering.
Let me see if I can.
What the crossover was.
Did Ben Johnson play college football with Ryan Poles? No, Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles did not play college football together. Ben Johnson played college football at the University of North Carolina, while Ryan Poles. Okay, I don't know why I thought that.
No, but there was something. But I don't know if it was Poles. It was maybe somebody else or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I remember all.
Yeah. Let's see. Where are we left with this? We've got
one more pick.
Okay, so Maxwell Hairston went to the cornerback, went to the Bills.
Yep. And then if you're not seeing it yet, Jaheed Campbell from Alabama, middle linebacker, went to the Eagles. And it's just like,
you fucking kidding me.
Just do it every year. They get somebody and you're just like, why? It's so unfair.
I know, man. Jaheed Campbell is from where? Where'd you say he's from?
Alabama.
Okay, Alabama.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he's a great middle linebacker. Some people actually even proposed him to our Bears at 10, just because of the talk about, Edwards and Edmonds. Not sure if they're playing Mike or Will or, flip positions or whatnot. And that he would come in and just be the middle linebacker for the Bears,
Yeah.
But that's how wild this draft is. I mean, we're talking about guys who are drafted at 31 who were talked in the same conversation as the 10th overall pick.
Yeah.
So just everybody chill on the Loveland pick. It's just this draft. It's got 30 guys who have like all the same ranking, and you got to make a pick at 10 and you got to make a pick at 30.
So Kansas City and Philadelphia swapped picks, huh?
Yes, apparently so.
And I'm sorry, who did Philadelphia? What was his name again?
Jaheed Campbell.
Yeah.
Jihaad. Jihaad.
Oh, okay. Got it. Cool. So that leaves the Kansas City Chiefs, and then we're done, huh?
Yep.
For today. So I guess the chat poll was, you guys were correct by saying that majority of you said that we were not going to trade back up into the first round. And I'm glad we didn't.
Yeah, at this point, with the guys who are left in this draft, in this second round, like, I feel really good that there's still a lot of really talented player. One thing I'll point out is edge rushers didn't go like the amount of them I thought that would go in the back end of the first. Talking Easy from Boston College, Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. I'm sure some more guys will come to my mind in a minute that I thought would be first round draft picks. They're still out there. So that edge rusher we could still get. Running backs, you know, we didn't see Travion Henderson or Judkins go in this first. We also didn't see, you know, we saw one trade up for Jackson Dart on quarterback, but I think that in round 2, we're going to see a handful of quarterbacks start going. I'm hoping that run happens before our 39th and 41st pick, just to push some guys down to us. And that's very possible because now you're talking about the teams that were in the top 10 that would have considered a quarterback in a better year. Now are in the top of that second round saying, let's get our guy. Yeah, TJ Sanders, good D tackle.
Chad Speaker says Hampton's still there. You talking about Omari and Hampton? He's gone.
Will Johnson did fall. I think medicals is a big concern, and overall speed also was a bit of a question mark. Still a good football player, but yeah, he did fall.
And now tomorrow I'm just going to be I'm going to be waiting on pins and needles for Shedeur Sanders to go to a cold weather outdoor team. I guess I'm going to the laughter you're going to get out of me if that happens is going to you're going to hear it in England.
Hey, I think the Browns are up pretty early in the draft. I think I actually need to check the order because a couple of these trades involved a bunch of the middle of the second round picks and stuff. And yes, Josh Simmons is still on the board, so that questionable injury is a big issue with people.
Oops, wrong one. Oh, what is?
Oh, his injury just, he didn't get to work out at his pro day like he had said that he would. That was a big contingency for me because if he could have worked out and he could have shown that he was healthy or getting back to to playing condition, then you'd consider him higher in the first round. But he didn't, and I think teams are just wary on drafting a guy that they can't test out.
So here's to the second round tomorrow. Goes Browns, Houston, Titans, Browns. Oh, fuck you, Browns. Why even give the Browns shouldn't be allowed to have extra picks. They're going to suck no matter what. They're taking good players away from other teams.
I wouldn't be surprised if one of those is Shedeur Sanders.
With TJ Watt or TJ Watt. What the hell?
Mason Graham went to the Browns.
No, they're quarterback.
It's Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
The Browns?
Yeah, the Browns.
Where's Watson?
He's coming off whatever that torn ACL, so he's not even going to be healthy, I don't think, until like mid-season at best.
Man, I would. Oh God, it would be so beautiful if he went to the Browns.
I think that's a match, man.
Please, football gods. Please, football gods. Send Shedeur Sanders to the Browns, please.
But yeah, one of those two picks is definitely a quarterback, so that's going to drop somebody. Houston Texans traded back. I think they would target offensive line for sure, but they need someone right away, so I'm not sure if they'll necessarily target Josh Simmons. They might go Jonah Saviania, but but he's also a guy that, a lot of people consider moves inside. I still like him as a right tackle. I do. PJ!
Up J2K. What's
Hey,
up,
brother.
Joey?
How you doing, man?
Coach
Not bad.
P. Coach P. What are you working overtime tonight or what?
It was a rough one, bro. It was a rough one.
Yeah, see, I knew we were going to lose you. You're going to be out in film rooms and shit until midnight all the time.
How you gonna tell me you're gonna lose me when I'm here?
Yeah.
I am here, bro.
Well, we lost you for most of the show.
Well, that's true.
Well, you got it in the nick of time.
And you came in time just for me to say, thanks for joining us tonight, guys.
All right, fill me in. Who we drafted?
Colston Loveland from tight end out of Michigan.
Was he the first tight end taken?
Yep.
Yes.
So he went before the guy from Penn State?
Yes.
Yep. Penn State went to so look at the draft board down here.
Yeah,
Colston
at
Loveland.
14.
San Francisco got mcichael Williams. Dallas got Tyler Booker. Miami got Kenneth Grant. Tyler Warren went to Indy.
No, I'm just thinking about that. I'm thinking about that mcichael Williams. He went right after us. Huh?
Yeah. In the beginning of the show, Glenn Morgan popped in live from Green Bay at the draft.
Oh wow! Okay.
He told us he wanted Tyler Warren, and I was like, yes. He's like, who do you want? Who? Because I asked him, who do you want? And he's like, who do you think I want? And I'm like, every time I zig, you zag. So I'm gonna go tackle. And somebody said something that Foster's. I forget what he said. It was like either tight end or something. And he's like, you got one of them right.
I
I'm
said
like,
tight end or linebacker because that's where I was going.
I said, don't tell me you're going to say Tyler Warren. We had a high five moment. He's going on about everything that we could do with him, just like I'm thinking. And then we draft Colston Loveland. But it's not anything that I'm upset about. But he could.
Well,
he was J2K's top tight end. So
okay,
he was my 7th overall player.
Okay, J2K. What do you think about the pick?
I love it.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I think he's an absolute playmaker. He's going to have a great role early on in this offense as primarily a receiver. But he's a better blocker than Tyler Warren is. Okay. And as he learns the run game and that part of our offense, I think he'll slowly become more of an inline tight end when needed. But he is very much a fantastic receiver. He stretches the field from a wide tight end position. Great kid, intelligent, very, very athletic, 6'6", 250 pounds. I mean, there's just so much to love about this guy as a prospect.
4'5", 40.
4'5", 40. Okay. So what does this say about Komet?
It says we've got a perfect 12 formation.
Yeah. They complement each other perfectly.
Okay.
We can have a run game and a high octane passing game out of 12 personnel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me say hi to the chat. I see some guys saying hi to me real quick.
Yes,
what's up, Cliff, Antmus, Patty L, Amberius, Chad Spiegel, Tony Moy,
Chad Spiegel.
What'd I say?
Spiegel.
Him too. Both of them.
Spiegel. What's up, Foster?
How you doing, brother?
Speaking of Spiegel, Lord of the Rings. What's up, Foster?
Oh, fucking Josh.
Coffin's right there, dude. I'm ready for it too.
Josh Simmons. That's who Kansas City drafted.
They did draft a left tackle, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, great. And I moved out of the shitter. I'm back in the room.
Good for Kansas City.
Yeah, Philadelphia got Jihad Campbell or Jahid, however you pronounce it.
Who was that?
Middle linebacker from Alabama. He was actually a very good player.
Yeah,
I thought they had the other kid from Georgia.
They have.
Who went in the second round a couple years ago? Supposed to be a top round pick.
They're just piling players on. Watch them pick a defensive tackle again in the second round.
Yeah, that's incredible.
We were joking earlier because the Packers have taken like 7 wide receivers in 3 years.
Hey, if a quarterback can't make a wide receiver, maybe your wide receiver will make a tackle. I mean, make a quarterback.
No, you were probably right the first time. He'll make the tackle on the interception.
Oh wow, okay.
This is
I think N'Kobe Dean was who you're talking
N'Kobe
about.
Dean. Yes.
Yeah, but they run a 3-4, so I think Campbell and Dean are going to play side by side.
Okay, all right. Man, they getting everybody from Georgia and Alabama down there, or up there. Hey,
Georgia defense. They just won a Super Bowl with it. So.
Yeah, they doing well with their draft.
Is that the claw, Dan?
Yeah, that's the claw. It's a bear claw.
Now I seen yesterday, J2K, or it must have been on Aldo's show, that you like the tight end rankings. You don't think we could have got a good tight end in like the second or something?
Oh God, don't even get started.
Not like these guys.
You're gonna get Raging Oracle going again.
Oh, my bad.
Well, all right. So my next tight end.
It got hot here for a minute, dude.
So my next tight end was Mason Taylor out of LSU, and I liked him. I thought that, I think that Loveland has just rare special traits. I thought Mason Taylor was more like a Sam Laporta type tight end. Now, I'm a little bit lower on Sam Laporta than I think most people. I think people are really still attached to that rookie year, but last year he really had a blah ho-hum year.
Yeah.
So I think people should kind of come down to earth on what Sam Laporta actually is. I think Mason Taylor fits that Sam Laporta second round tight end. He's a good move tight end, but the special side of Loveland has me ranking Loveland at the very top. After that, who are my other tight ends? There's a handful of guys that I really did like. So I really liked Arroyo from Miami, who I think he's got traits where he could potentially be the best tight end in this class. But the injury history was a concern. He's only had something like 12 or 14 games, like full games played because of these injuries. So you really got to trust your the tape watching and what you see with the player to be confident about him. Fannin was a guy who I really liked too from Bowling Green. He's a guy you could get the ball into his hand, and he's got good movement skills. Good in short area spaces. So sure, there's some guys in that second, third round range where I think you could have gotten to complement Kmet, still help out the offense. But I just got to tell you that, Loveland was my 7th overall player in this entire draft.
Oh, wow.
So, that's how rare and special I think Loveland is.
So what do you think about what Tony Moore is saying, where he's saying Wani says that Loveland reminded him of Kelsey's athleticism?
That was kind of when they asked me for a player comp. It's kind of hard to give a player comp for Loveland because there aren't a lot of tight ends that I've ever watched that have that length.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Rick is leaving. Rick, I'm sorry, Rick, Patty, Armando. I won't be in Sports Zone Chicago chat tomorrow. I'm heading up a new software install at work, and I'm the guy that's like learning it, setting it up, getting the scripts ready for everything. I'm on the phone all day tomorrow, so unfortunately I'm going to miss it tomorrow. But I'll have it on in the background, and I'll just peek at you and say hi when I can. So have a great night, Rick, and thank you for joining us. Much love and appreciation, my friend. Go ahead, JTK. Sorry.
Later, Rickster.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, just to round it out, I really did like Loveland. I actually forget what we're actually talking about. If it was,
we were talking about the tight ends on your list because I was going to throw like three more names out there.
Well, yes, there are a handful of other guys that I think are out there, and I'll let you, Foster, name those off that I kind of had in a grouping that are good move tight ends, good wide tight ends, and there's another guy who's a great blocker, and then you've got a guy much later in like the 5th or 7th round who he's just this all over the field kind of playmaker guy, but he's a little undersized, ex-quarterback. That was Conley out of where was he?
Chad and Brian Gilmore are signing up too. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for joining us.
Good night, you guys.
Good night, guys.
Appreciate it. We
appreciate
it.
If you're unlucky, we'll see you tomorrow.
Kalen Conyers from Texas Tech. 9.27 RAS score. Ex-quarterback, great with the ball in his hands. I mean, you can just do all sorts of fun stuff. So yes, there were other tight ends. This was a good class to take a tight end, but I'm very happy with the pick. I have zero problems with it, and I hope I kind of talked some people off the ledge today.
Now,
there's one you didn't talk off the ledge.
Who's that?
Huh?
Raging Oracle, I think.
Oh, Raging Oracle. Yeah.
I tried.
You're leaving, Foster?
No, I said I was joking. I said he helped me off the ledge. I wasn't.
Oh, sorry.
I was looking at Warren. So it's J2K said it earlier. He literally said, he goes, you know what? Warren, Loveland, whoever you got on the top of your list, that's who you pick. Right? I mean, you said that earlier, I thought, J2. Am I right?
Yeah.
So how can I complain? Because it's leaning towards one of the guys I was looking. And PJ, I said earlier when we were talking to Glenn, I just said tight end or linebacker because I was thinking Warren or Walker were the guys, one of those guys we were going to get. So I'm fine with this pick. I just wanted to throw a couple names in for Dre 2K and see what he thinks about them. Harold Fannin and Gutter Helm out of Texas, the dude out of Texas, and even that other guy. And there's two good tight ends on that team, actually. Didn't realize it. But I'm sure you've heard the names.
Yeah. Harold Fannin, I think we talked about being from Bowling Green.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah. But then, Gunnar Helm. Yeah, I thought he's, a good move tight end. There's a lot of guys who I think would have been good picks. Also, the Mike Evans, Notre Dame. I thought he was a good move tight end as well. Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, also another good move tight end. Gadsden from Syracuse, who very much an ex wide receiver who lines up at tight end. He could have been something in the 5th round. Jackson Haas from Georgia Tech, who is the big blocking tight end that, if you can get a guy like that in the 7th round who becomes your Mercedes Lewis on a cheap 4-year deal, I mean, it's still a good find, special teamer.
That was my Luke Lachey, J2. I wanted Luke Lachey in the 7th.
Oh, Luke Lachey,
Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, there was this little cluster of quality, I would call them quality number 2 tight ends, maybe they're 3rd on the depth chart as a rookie, they grow into a 2nd spot. But just the rarity of Loveland being able to be an ex-receiver, a power slot, stretch the field, and still be a good enough blocker at the tight end position, it is special.
Okay. So let me say this. I actually agree with Raging Oracle with this statement here. I'm saying he is an ad player. We had bigger problems to fill.
I think I'm saying he isn't a bad player. We just had bigger problems to fill.
No, I'm saying he
is Bad
He is
player?
he is an ad player.
Straighten that out,
Or
Oracle,
additional
for us if you're
I
here.
think he's
you
on
still
his
with-
phone and typed it. It just the phone fucked it up.
Dude,
I think he's saying
everything I type on my phone comes. Every time I put it comes up. No, every time I put you, like you suck, it ends up sending I suck.
yeah. He's saying he's not a bad player. Yeah.
The phone's telling you off.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Don't use that language with me. Paul.
Every time I type F, it spells fuck.
Well, that's just because that's usually what you're writing, dude. The phone knows you.
Yeah, I mean, outside looking in, because again, I'll be the first to tell you, I didn't come close to doing as much research as J2K does. So, but with that being said, I thought we ought to address the trenches. I've been saying that the whole off season, and I think getting a tight end, we could have got one, seeing as though he'd be the second tight end in like the third or something like that. So what do you feel about that, J2K?
Well, I actually did talk about this specifically a little bit earlier. I do think that, and this isn't my preference, but what I see Poles and Ben Johnson and what they did this offseason is they did address the offensive line and they did address the defensive line. So I felt that their direction in this draft was going to be more oriented towards skill players because they felt they already made those additions. Now, I am 100% with you guys that if we had drafted an offensive tackle, a left tackle at 10, or a defensive end, I would have been happy with that pick as well. And I still think there's an opportunity in the second and the third round, and even the fifth round, to add to the trenches. I've got a couple guys like on a list of players that we have talked to and had visit Hallis Hall that fit into those kind of roles. And even in the seventh round, there's a couple of guys. So I don't think that ship has passed. It hasn't sailed yet. So I think we could still do something. But I was very confident that this would be a Ben Johnson skill player draft plus 2 trenches, 1 on defense, 1 on offense.
Okay. So Shorty, before the pick came in, who were you hoping the Bears would draft?
Tyler Warren.
For the same reason that J2K is saying as far as tight ends?
Yeah, and you know, I see him as a perfect fit for the T formation. I'm not fucking kidding either. He can run, he can throw, he can probably kick, he can catch. Although I'm not a fan of left-handed quarterbacks, or left-handed baseball players. Yes, not left-handed quarterbacks in the NFL, not left-handed throwers. I'm sorry for anyone that's left-handed. It makes my brain twist into a circle. So him being, I saw him throwing, passes in college with some, gimmicky plays, and I was like, oh fuck, he's left-handed. Other than that, like, I thought he would have been a really good fit because I really do believe Ben Johnson is going to, at some point, run some kind of version of T formation, simply because he knows the team he's the coach of. He respects the history of the Bears. He knows that is one of their staples. It's in the fight song, and he is ingenious enough to draw it up, to make it work. Now, that doesn't mean that Colson Loveland
Chad, for getting started.
Can't work in a T formation.
Well, you know what the worst thing about this pick is, PJ? Honestly, you know what the worst thing about this pick is?
What's that?
The worst thing about this pick is Shorty's going to talk about the freaking T formation every week for 3 freaking more years.
I'm sure we're going to hear about it every week until season opener.
And I said,
over. I'm going to have to go down there and bite him so he's not up at night to talk about this shit.
And I said, you're all going to be sitting there on the couch or standing up watching the game, however you do it. I stand up half the time. Somebody's going to be drinking coffee, you're going to be drinking soda, water, beer, whatever, and they're going to come out with the T formation. Everyone's going to spit their fucking drinks out at the same time and go, Shorty!
He's speaking it into existence.
I am speaking it into existence, man.
Okay, I got you.
I literally believe it's going to happen.
Oh, I'm sure we're going to see some type of version of it, but I mean, T formation is just like bringing back the old tall sweep. I mean,
No, but it's not about running every play out of it. It's about lining up in the formation for the symmetry. And then you can flex guys out. You could do both tight ends in the backfield with one running back. You could move both tight ends back up to the line in a symmetrical formation. You could take one tight end, flex him out, wide like Loveland. You could put Cole Kmet at the line, and then now you're in a single back. But every time you do that, you're forcing you're going to learn what the defense is doing. And so it's going to be an audit. Well, you're going to in most cases, you're going to figure out whether it's man or zone. Am I wrong? You would know more about that now than I probably would, but I would think so.
well, I think you can. I mean, that's the thing about the formation because, as you guys know, this is pretty simple. The telltale sign of telling if a team's in pain is a man or not is the motion. Whether or not they have the T formation, I don't see how you can necessarily predict that. Only thing I can see with the two tight end set is the fact that you think the team will think you're going heavy, and then you can spread them out because you have two tight ends. I mean, that's the only telltale sign that I can really see. But the formation itself, I guess I'm not as, I shouldn't say excited, but it's just not that big of a deal to me as opposed to having a running back and a fullback. I mean, a formation is a formation. In today's NFL, you can do a lot of different things out of it. So to your point, I agree that, yeah, we will see it. I believe we will see some forms of it, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot to me, I guess, if that makes sense.
Have you guys studied or looked at match concept? It's basically Nick Saban brought this concept, created this concept where it was a way of, taking away the problems or the issues with being in man or being in zone. When they read, oh, you're in zone, well, we know what everybody else is doing. Oh, when you're in man, we know what everybody else is doing. So match concepts is actually a blend of zone and man defense so that offenses can't predict or even within the first second or two won't understand whether it's zone or man. It's actually match concept.
Yeah.
It's a great, I actually posted something on my Twitter, like, I don't know, 9 months ago when I heard Eberflus talking about it. But there is, if you just Google it or search it on YouTube, there's some really awesome breakdowns of how it works, where it came from, the history of it, and it's very much super popular in NFL. And what has happened in the NFL is you actually see less motion in the NFL because it doesn't uncover man or zone because of the match concepts.
Okay. So because I'm high on Grant. Do you think that Grant would not have worked for us, or you just
Kenneth Grant from Michigan?
Yeah, or do you just still prefer the tight end instead?
Oh, he went 13 to the Dolphins, and I thought that's right around where I had him. I think he's great. I just kind of go back to this being kind of Ben Johnson's draft of skill players, and we're going to see a running back, we're going to see a wide receiver, we're going to see an offensive lineman and defensive lineman depth, and
So
we
in
also
the 6th and 7th round for the
right
trenches
mid
part? Okay.
right, and we also may see a linebacker in the 3rd. I have my eye on a player I know we brought in, and he very much fits Dennis Allen, and he was a top 30 invite. And given we didn't re-sign Sanborn, the recent conversations of what we're doing with Edmonds and Edwards, Will and Mike linebacker, where they're situated with Edmonds' contract up next year, or there's an out to get out next year, so we may bring a guy in. It's I'll give you his name right now. The linebacker, Demetrius Knight Jr. from South Carolina. Just a speed linebacker, very aggressive, great tackler, someone who just can absolutely, get through his gaps untouched, blitz a
6th or 7th round?
quarterback. Third.
Oh, 3rd round. Okay.
Yeah, probably like 72.
So because we're going to have, if I'm not mistaken, 3 picks tomorrow, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So 2 seconds in the 3rd, you're thinking running back, wide receiver, and linebacker, possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
Now,
I
did we
think
bring
that
in
3rd and 5th round picks are also potentially wide receiver.
Did we bring in Loveland for one of our 30 visits?
No, he was injured, so we didn't work him out. But I guess at the pro day they had extensive conversations with him.
Wait a minute, he's injured.
Yep, it's a shoulder injury. He'll be ready by camp. But I know what you're thinking.
Oh man,
Yeah,
not
a knee.
Jeez.
We took the guy DOA.
God.
I'm watching Cam Ward highlights up here as they're talking about it. You know who he reminds me of? Only with
Steve McNair.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
we had the discussion at work today. As a matter of fact,
good. That was good. He's got a little more, little more throwing angles though. I think, but he's got the same body type and looks like about the same arm strength. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
I thought Steve McNair was really special.
Me too.
I don't necessarily see Cam Ward in that upper echelon, but I see the similarities or the player comp.
Yeah, I actually got a chance to see one of Steve McNair's games when he was in college.
Romy, what's up, Romy?
Nice.
What's up, Romy?
Here's somebody we got to walk down. I'm going to read you guys. I'm going to read you guys Dan Aguirre's Facebook comment when we drafted him. So Dan Aguirre says, "It's like we have a leaky roof, and instead of addressing the roof, we took our money and bought a car instead." ? I'm addicted to the Chicago Bears. Not going anywhere. But why can't we ever address needs? They just paid Cole Kmet, and additionally, Caleb was sacked nearly 70 times last year. Why draft a tight end? We've answered the question, but it popped up on my phone, and I had to read it off because I like Dan a lot, man.
Respectfully.
And I get all of it. I understand all of it. I understand what Ray Oracle's saying. Addressing the lines. Pete, 3 years, every week, you and I sit here and go, what's the biggest problem? IOL. Every freaking week almost for 3 years.
Yeah.
So I get it.
Yeah.
And even after addressing it in free agency, because Johnson did say, I need 8 guys. He didn't say 5. I need 8. I still wasn't, going, hey, we still, and I even said it on the show 2-3 weeks ago. I'm like, we got to make sure that when somebody gets hurt on the week of Halloween, this is exactly what I said, that there's somebody there. And then we all came up with, who do we got for sure that we know? And it was one guy. The comedian. And we still don't know about him because he's, but
yeah. And I think that's honestly where I'm at respectfully. I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative or nothing like that, J2K.
For sure.
I just think that's really the consensus for me, is that we needed to address the trenches still, be it the defensive side as well as the offensive side. And I wanted us to do it early and often. And to me, you can get a running back, tight end, or somebody like that later on in the draft. But I mean, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm not going to sit there and harp on it too long, though. But I just wanted to give my opinion about it.
Tony, did I show you this?
Hard to see. There you go. Hold it. Stop right there.
Is that McNabb?
I pulled a signed McNabb card. Pretty
Wow.
cool. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I just wanted to clarify. Like, I have two different points on like what I personally would like to do versus what I think Ben and Poles are doing. So, I think what Ben and Poles are doing are going to go after more skill players. I would be absolutely fine if we went and drafted offensive tackle first, defensive tackle next, defensive end next. And then you go into the later rounds and you get a guy, Iowa tight end, or you get one of the many running backs that are going to be there as an addition to Swift. That's still a good draft philosophy for me.
Now, when it comes to defensive ends, do you not agree? Not saying that you should, but do you not agree that we need more of a speed rusher? Because with the two defensive ends we currently have, being Sweat as well as Dale, they're more of a contained type and not a speed rusher. So, do you think we need a speed rusher on the end?
Not necessarily like a specific speed rusher. I think we need another pass rusher.
Right back.
And I would imagine that Dennis Allen's going to stay true to his type. But we have talked about Dennis Allen's type being, on one hand, a big defensive end. On the other hand, Khalil Mack and Von Miller, right? So for me, like a guy like Nick Scorton, like fits right in between those kind of two guys, like a guy who still has enough athleticism, great hands, good speed off the edge, but he's 255. He's not lightweight. He's not super tall. I think he's 6'1" or 6'2". But I think that's a good fit for an edge rusher for us.
What about that Pearson guy out of Tennessee?
He got drafted.
Oh, he did?
But a guy who did not get drafted who fell was Mike Green.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
so he's still available. Also, EZ from Boston College. He's also still available. So there are some good edge rushers. Landon Jackson is still available, but I think we kind of all expected that. Yeah,
I'm not impressed with him.
Yeah, I think we
now, what about, because Raging talked about this earlier, and I agree with him. What about a one technique? As far as in the second, who would you recommend there?
Well, we did bring in Alfred Collins from Texas, who is more of a nose tackle. So that could be the pick as well. I know a lot of people like CJ West, and I do too, from Indiana, but he wasn't on the list of players that we've talked to. At the same time, I didn't have Colston Loveland as someone we talked to just because if a team goes to a pro day, I don't count that as a visit necessarily, unless I specifically heard that they left off the field with the player and went to a room to conduct a meeting. But some things can pass. And also combine meetings, I don't count unless the player really talked up the combine meeting. Just because I know every team meets with every player at the combine, so it's not always a big deal.
Now, who is this roaming bringing up? Darius Alexander. Who's that?
Darius Alexander from Toledo. Man, he's got great tape, and he was exceptional at the Senior Bowl. The guy looks like an absolute stud. The issue I have with him, he's currently 25, and when the NFL season starts, he's going to be 26.
Wow.
So when he's getting off of his rookie contract, he's going to be 29, turning 30.
Yeah.
So you're really, drafting a guy for just,
one
rookie contract.
3-4
He may be extended a few years, but you're into his 30s.
Sounds like a fourth or fifth round draft pick there.
D line's kind of not a position that you have a lot of longevity. There seems to be a drop off at that kind of older age for some guys, unfortunately. But Darius Alexander, I mean, I think he could be a high second round pick given his tape. but he may fall because of his age to the third.
Oh yeah, he's
round.
definitely falling for his age.
Right.
Yeah, I
Right.
think even Romy saying third, I think that's going to be high for a 25-year-old, soon to be 26-year-old. I'm thinking fourth or fifth at least.
Yeah, but his tape is really good. It's exceptional tape, and he seems like a guy that you could just plug and play right away, and that might be due to the fact that he is an older prospect, so he is he's ready for it, so to speak.
So Shorty, what is your hope for pick 39? Am I correct? Is that what we got?
Yeah, it's a good question because I really wanted Trey Henderson in this draft. Like I think his receiving skills out of the backfield and his speed is just. He's actually not a bad blocker too. If I'm incorrect, if I'm wrong, stop me. But
no, he is. He's one of the better pass blocking running backs.
That's what I thought I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
His spud is. Oh man, I just see. I want speed. That's what I want. I want speed, but I'm not sure if I said this earlier that Travion Henderson he's more of a replacement for Swift in this offense than he is a complement to it. I think, and I think maybe Judkins might be the better. And the reason why I was thinking Travion Henderson is because I expect Swift to be gone after this season. So he would be he would be our premier back, and then maybe we work on that again next year. But I don't know if Judkins might be a better fit for a complementary back to what we have.
Okay, so Foster, your take on if the Bears did this. At 39, take Henderson. Then at 41, takes Judkins.
Just don't see it. I don't see
two running backs?
Yeah. Two running backs in the draft with your two best picks left. Do you guys see it? Because I just don't. And by the way, out of those guys, I know you love Henderson, Shorty. I'm bigger on Judkins because I kind of want the basher, and I believe he's been healthy, whereas Henderson's had some injury bugs. So I'm just trying to look at it from all angles. Does anybody see the Bears doing that?
Only reason why I brought it up is because
it freaked me out.
When Johnson was there in Detroit after the draft, they traded away Swift Finn because they drafted Gibbs after signing Montgomery. So I'm wondering if they do a double play here and take two like that and then try to trade him again, because I don't think Johnson believes Swift is really a part of his offense. I could be wrong. But
I don't know about that because he said it wasn't. There was an interview with Johnson about this. Anybody remember it? He's talking about Swift. Do you remember this, JT, where he was saying it's not. It wasn't even that it was Swift, because he would have kept with Swift, but they just had such a great opportunity to get Gibbs that they had to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me if I got that right. Too. I don't remember exactly. I just remember going through it. I'm going, that kind of makes sense.
Well, Johnson really liked Swift in his offense, and then the GM, they actually traded back and then up to take Gibbs, and that was more the GM than it was Ben Johnson. So they just had a high grade on Gibbs, and then once they got Gibbs, in house, then they put out feelers to trade Swift. Now, had they not gotten a team to trade for Swift, I think they would have been fine going into the season with Swift, Gibbs, and Montgomery.
You know what my biggest wish for tomorrow is, though?
What's that?
Peach? It doesn't involve the Bears.
Anything with the team formation?
No. If you say if you say anything against Dion and his son, I'm coming to Georgia to fight you.
I want Shedeur Sanders to go right here.
Book a flight to Georgia right now. Book a flight. Book a flight in the AM to Georgia.
What weapon did you misplace now, PJ?
You're gonna wake up tomorrow and there's
He's
gonna be
looking for. See, he was looking for a weapon as he was booking the flight. I knew it.
Man,
you're gonna wake up tomorrow. There's gonna be a $500 bill out of your bank account. You'll be like, "What the fuck? Wait, what just happened? My phone just bought me a ticket."
Yeah. If that thing was on, you're going to be seeing those in your ads.
I'm telling
you.
United Airlines to Atlanta tomorrow. You know, what? Now I'm getting all these United Airlines ads.
You ain't hating on my man Prime now.
No.
No,
well,
sir.
A little bit I am. You know why? Because he hated on our beloved. I can't accept that.
I was liking him, and then he started spewing some stuff again, and I'm just like, dude, I just started liking you again.
Please,
you gotta go and see some of the crap that you said.
Please, he was talking shit about Caleb going to the Bears because the Bears suck and they can't develop a quarterback and it's a cold city and he'll never let his kids play for a cold city. And that's right there, sitting there with the first pick in the second round, is the worst fucking team in the entire NFL, hands down. And it's a cold weather outdoor team. Please make this happen, ball guys.
I don't mind any of that, Dan. You know what bothers me about him is his race crap that he brings up, and I'm just staying it like it is, man.
Yeah.
A couple interviews I saw with him, it was all about race, and I'm like, dude, do we got to go there? Do we got to go there? Because there was no reason to go there.
Now, I respect the fact that he's a father who's having the ability to coach his son or had the ability to coach his sons. And I think that's a beautiful thing that he was able to do that.
I agree with that. I'm happy for him for that.
Yeah. As far as his son himself and the talent, I thought he was pretty decent. I'm not again gonna pretend like I'm nearly as good as J2K with this, but I thought he was a first round talent. I really did thought it was I thought it was a first round talent. Maybe not high first round, but at least still a first round talent.
Yeah, and I touched on this a little bit.
I was thinking back end on it. Sorry, J2. I was thinking a bit late in the first round myself.
Yeah, and I touched on this earlier that I do like Sanders, but there's some question marks to it where his offensive line was so bad that he didn't really get to play like a pocket quarterback and grow that way. And he almost became more of an athlete playing quarterback because he was just constantly having to run from the pressure. And then it's just like backyard football. And I thought he's exceptionally talented at doing that, but he really needs to go to a team, fit for a year or two, and just do that muscle memory, that in the pocket, read the defense, read the field, all that kind of stuff that he just didn't get at Colorado, which was not his fault at all. I don't think there was bad coaching there. I think that he potentially could be a very good, a top 15 quarterback in the NFL. He needs some, not discipline, but just routine and doing the things the right way.
So changing subjects real quick, Shorty, the tackle that you was highlighting earlier while we was talking, who was that?
That was
You're saying
that was area, I think that was Ursay.
Ursay?
That was Ariante Ursary, Minnesota. And then what I will like him be is he's got the trunk below the waist. You know what I mean? That he had. That's what I like about. That's what I want in my left tackle. That we've been missing that in our last two left tackles, and I want somebody more of the build of like Trent Williams.
And what round is he predicted to go in?
Second, probably.
Second. Okay.
He'll go tomorrow.
Okay.
Early tomorrow. I wanted to show you this since you missed it earlier. This is from Tony Moy. Sent me this.
Okay. Tony Moy.
He's
saying big butt. Tony Moy.
Hold on. I I gotta represent this.
And I'm going Saviana and Caleb Johnson are too. In their second round.
Oh yeah, in that second round.
Two of the guys I like, and of course Omar Lott.
Yeah.
It's for Peach. It's for Peach.
Yeah, agreed, Foster.
Hey, it's Ryan Post from the Bears. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. Ready to be a Chicago Bear?
Let's go, Coach. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Coach.
I
Awesome,
appreciate
brother.
you.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna be
gonna.
great. Let's do it.
Oh, we are gonna be great. I'm gonna hand you over to Coach Johnson now. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go, Coach.
Let's go. What we got,
Coach
man?
Johnson.
Tell
Come
me
on now.
something now.
Come on now.
We cooking with hot grease now, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate
Smart,
it. Don't know what
tough,
you're getting. Trust.
explosive. I mean, what? Yeah, I know exactly what we're getting, man.
Come on.
You excited?
Yes, sir. I can't wait. I can't wait to be a
Good,
Bear.
good. Man, it's a huge. It's a first pick as a head coach, man. You're exactly what we're looking for, man. It's beautiful.
Coach, I appreciate you so much.
How long is that
It's gonna
tie?
be great. Let's go win
Yeah,
games.
it's a match made in heaven. Hey, I'm gonna pass you off to our president here, okay? This is Kevin Warren.
All right.
All right, man.
It's a long tie.
Hey, Colston, congratulations.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you so much.
Good. Yeah, congratulations. We can't wait till you get here.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited.
Warren and
Can't
Johnson
Time
wearing
to
the
win
same
some
tie.
championships.
Let's go win. Let's go
All right,
win.
go blue.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
blue, baby. Let's go Bears. Come on, bear down.
That's right. You can't beat it, man. We're ready to go. Okay, we're
Let's
happy
go. I
for you,
appreciate
and this is the best franchise in the NFL. We can't wait till you get here.
I love the high five at the end.
Man, those guys got some long ties on, don't they? Jeez.
The other end of it's like this long, right? It's like
I'm looking at both of their ties. I'm like, man, those are long ties.
a guy with a big Johnson has to let his tie hang long, right?
Well, I was trying not to go there tonight, but seeing as though you and Tony Moy both bringing it up, I mean. But no, I mean, I'm good. I always find it funny though. All right, story time. I always find it funny when I get you be around a bunch of coaches and we just all start calling each other coaches, and then in the middle of the conversation, I'm sitting there going, well, who are they talking to? We didn't call it each other, always calling each other coach. Hey, coach, we're like, are you talking to me? Who are you talking to him?
This Tony also sent me this, so let's take. I haven't even watched this yet, so let's take a look at what this is.
I watched Loveland. There he is in line at Michigan. Attached to the tackle, boom, blocking DNs, moving them, extending the arms, perfect footwork, everything. And that's with a bum arm, 20 years old, and there he is battling his ass off. I went from like, oh yeah, he's a good first round tight end, to now I'm like, man, this guy might be a top 10, top 12 talent in this draft. And I'm glad I did that study, because that's what I came around to, that this is a true possibility as an inline 3-down tight end that's like could be an 800,000-yard receiver for you as well. And that's you don't find those are really hard to find. I watched Loveland.
Can you
live up to those stats?
Do you have any highlights of Loveland?
I've been trying to find them so I don't get any copyright strike or claims. But I couldn't find any on Twitter, like or on ESPN. Usually I play the ESPN clip with like oops.
Because I'm wondering now, J2K, this is where your expertise comes in. Is he kind of like the guy from San Francisco?
Healthy?
No,
Kittle?
Kansas City.
Kittle?
Kittle, yes.
Yes. Yeah, he's a I think he's like him with far more length.
Okay.
But I don't want to say that Kittle is like he's an all pro and potentially a Hall of Famer. So I'm just a player comp. Yeah, he's a move guy, but he's a great blocker. And I think that got lost in translation because a lot of people see the highlights of him basically playing like a wide receiver, and they're not seeing the run plays because those don't ever make a highlight reel, right?
Right.
The deep catches that do, so they don't see it. But he's a very good blocker, and I thought he was a better blocker than what I saw from Warren.
See, the reason why I'm asking that, because
Yeah.
based on what Tice was just saying, he said something about a blocker, and that's why I was wondering because I know to me Kittle is one of the better blockers, so I like his block.
So Pete, usually when I go to the ESPN site, I've done this for the draft the last couple of years. I play this. Usually they have a highlight clip here when they're talking, when they have their players, and like this one looks to be like a highlight reel of Mike Green, but they didn't have a highlight reel of Colson Loveland. So
Gotcha.
I don't want to try to find one and then,
Gotcha. Okay.
But it's funny. Carl wasn't high on this pick on Colson
Yes,
Loveland.
and I was like, what?
Yeah, couldn't believe that.
Hey, what's that? 3 Michigan guys went first round, or is it more?
Three in the top 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Graham, Loveland, Grant.
Okay. Cool. I don't know. I really don't know where I'm at with what we do at 39. I don't know because I see a need for a running back. I see a need for a one technique. See a need for a defensive end. See a need for offensive tackle. So I really don't know where I'm at. Honestly, I don't. I was
Let me throw this at you, Paige.
Tony Moy sent me a clip that's on Twitter, so I can use that if you want to see that.
Please.
All right.
But go ahead, Foster. While he's getting together.
I was just going to say, and I said this last week, I think too.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. We're not sitting in the room, and you don't know what Johnson thinks of some of these players that we're not so high on. You don't know. Like we were talking earlier, we're talking about because he fits Allen's mold. Dominique Robinson. What is he excited that we got him? Do we even? Because what have we seen? We saw that in the beginning there, he got a sack or two, and we thought maybe there was potential. Well, maybe it wasn't right in Fluce's scheme or whatever. And the guy's a couple more years into the season. The same with Karan at tackle. I'm just saying, there's guys that I even brought up Roschon Johnson. I kept saying I thought we were using him wrong last year. We should have used the running backs a little different, in my opinion, because I said this. I don't know how many times I sat here and I said, man, don't run Swift. And then they run Swift and it's a 1 or 2 yard gain or a 1 yard loss. Not saying that he was terrible, but you look at the offensive line he was working with, it looked at times he was this or that, where he's kind of like hesitant. So having shored up at least the 5 starters, and I'm going to throw Braxton Jones as the starter today because I'm just going to say he's going to be healthy and he's going to be better than Leno was. He's average to above average. So that's what we're dealing with as of now, but that could change. But we don't know any of this because we're not there with Allen in the defense or Johnson in the offense or any of these coaches. You don't know how Eric Bieniemy is going to affect the running back room. If you remember, when the day we drafted, and I'm sorry for repeating this, but you weren't here. The day we drafted Roschon, I said, there's our 3-down back that we haven't had in a while. There's the guy that's going to be 3-down back. Hasn't lived up to it, but we don't know what these guys think and how they think that they're going to be able to use them or maybe just change what we see. And by that, I mean, I'm talking about coaching these guys up better. So, and I don't even know if that's going to happen either, but we don't know what they think. And in the second round, I wouldn't mind seeing Saviana or Caleb Johnson or Judkins for those 2 picks. I know I'm just going out there, man. I'd actually like to see a trade back because I believe 39 to 70, 60, you might get similar talent. Pick up a 5th rounder or something, or even a 6th.
What'd you say, Paige?
I said, I let Foster know. He said, sorry for going out there. I'm like, bro, you always out there.
Hey, so I got a question for you guys. If I told you,
I come back for a visit once in a while, Pete.
If I told you we drafted a 6'5", 250-pound defensive end that ran a 4.54, how would you feel about that?
I would like that.
All right. Well, that's our tight end.
I like that.
Who is now going to take some reps at defensive end after he developed them?
Well, this guy can handle a defensive end of that size. That's my point.
Earlier.
Like people see this and they're like, oh, this is just a pass catching tight end. What's the point of that? And then it's just like, we can run 12 personnel and switch to a 3 wide receiver set because of this guy and not change the personnel.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
It's matchup nightmare. It's like, what do you play us? You play us in nickel? You play us in base against the 12 personnel? Like, as a defensive coordinator, what do you do?
Yeah, and that's what I was bringing up earlier as far as, formations goes. I mean, when you have 2 tight ends and then, that suggests heavy, but then, you can spread them out because they both, pretty good pass catchers. So I could see that happening a lot, and therefore you can get mismatches because of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just my expert opinion there.
I don't know why I've got some background noise in my headset, and I don't know where the hell it's coming from.
Look at that.
It's me, dude. I'm eating.
It's like somebody talking on one of these 12 tabs I have open, and I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay, Clip.
He looks to be pretty decent. I mean, I'm not going to hate on him. I mean, he looks to be pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, J2K brought this up because people are going on last year. So go look at him with McCarthy, and then last year, what was even Carl was going? Yeah, they had like a 31-year-old rookie quarterback in Michigan.
Yeah,
some wheels too.
It was Devin Warren, and he played 9 games, and I think he got benched. And yeah, I mean, just terrible quarterback play. So last year, he didn't get the statistics, he didn't get the highlights that he had the year before. But you gotta kind of learn how to grade these guys without looking at the end game statistic or the PFF grades. You just got to look at. I mean, look at that. Like, does that look like a guy with that type of speed and athleticism that can block a defensive end? I mean, it kind of doesn't, but he does.
He's kind of reminding me of Kittle.
Yeah.
That's.
Tour comped him to Kyle Pitts.
I love me some Kyle Pitts.
On the leaner side, more wide receiver-ish.
Yeah, I love me some Kyle Pitts.
I think that Loveland, the hip fluidity of Loveland far exceeds Kyle Pitts. But I do think that when you look at Kyle Pitts in college and him as a receiving tight end, I think there's some comparables to that. But I wasn't as high on Kyle Pitts coming out, and I didn't really like the way Atlanta used him. So I think
KEU.
Sorry, J2K. I'm gonna interrupt you like that. Like a fucking asshole.
No, I didn't even care. I heard a weird sound.
KEU, man. Haven't seen you in a long time, man. Hope you are well, my friend. Thanks for hopping in with us tonight.
We were just talking about the QB, how bad he was. KEU.
Now, in
Pete,
comparison,
I got something for you real quick. So this guy holds the all-time record. Is it for catches or touchdowns as a tight end in Michigan history? For one season. He's got a record for tight ends in the history of Michigan. That's 120 years, 130 years. I'm just trying to throw something in positive for you.
Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to picture Komet and him together.
Yes.
What does that look like?
That looks fantastic. A lot of people were like, oh, what does this mean for Komet? No, this means that Komet has another stud tight end on the other side of him that's going to make his job easier It's going to make Loveland's job easier.
Reason why I ask, if Caleb had a hard time finding Komet last year, now you have another tight end. What is he going to do with him?
So to answer that, I would say that Loveland stretches the field and opens up the lanes more. And because he's such a seam-splitting tight end, or he can run a deep over, you're actually going to give Komet more opportunities when teams bracket Loveland, or they do some kind of a cloud defense, or there's a good matchup on Loveland. You're going to see Komet as kind of a safety valve who has more room around him because of Loveland stretching the overall field. And at some point, I would like to answer Steve Rogers' question, but I'll let you guys carry on with this topic.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so he's asking about the difference between Warren and Loveland. With Warren, in the tape I watched, I could see him being able to motion in or out of power, right or left, because he could run out of the backfield. My question is, could Loveland
It's a T formation. T formation.
So Warren was great with the ball in his hands as a runner. I almost would call him a big running back because of the way he moved. And Loveland, he's more of a straight line guy, but don't discount Loveland's hip fluidity for what Warren did, running through traffic and stuff like that. I think you could, put it this way, you could have Loveland motion and then you hand the ball off to him on a jet sweep, and Loveland's speed and quickness could absolutely do just as much damage as Tyler Warren could. I don't think that Warren's college tape, the way that Penn State used Warren, is necessarily an indicator of how a team's going to use him in the NFL. And before you say, oh, but he was such a Swiss Army knife and a weapon, Ian Cunnings was on all those shows and said the very same thing. He's going to be used more as a traditional tight end. In college, Warren, his speed and his size and his athleticism was so overmatching to college defenses that he could do those things. In the NFL, he's going to be far more of a traditional tight end, and same with Loveland.
Cool. Well, I think I'm all questioned out for Shorty. I think I'm all done now, sir. Thank you.
Did you see, Pete? Did you see the poem that when Ben Johnson presented the Brian Piccolo Award to T.J. Edwards and Roman Dunze? Did you see the poem?
Yeah. Thanking TJ Edwards, thanking TJ Edwards for falling for the play, or is he when they got the job?
No, not that. The poem.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the poem. No.
Okay, well, let me show you that. I'll let you read it because I already read it for the chat. But if, with your booming voice, it'll sound
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Booming.
Finally, J2K has to piss. I've only gone 4 times. Okay. Where is it?
I'm with Cliff. I'll be watching Indy and the Bears all year. I said it earlier in the show, just because I was more on the Warren train than the Love
Can
one.
we make it bigger?
No,
that's what she said.
PJ. Where's that fire starting magnet?
So do I start here at he?
Oh, sorry.
He wore the C upon his chest.
All right, let me. I hold on. Let me before you do that.
That's pretty good.
There we go. Okay, I'll scroll as you read. Start off. Yeah.
Cool. He wore the C upon his chest, not just in games, but in each test. A bear by number, name and grace, but more than that, steady face. Okay. He wasn't picked in any round or fame. No headlines danced around his name. Yet still he fought and still he rose, a quiet strength the whole team knows. With courage burning deep and true, he gave his all in all he do. I guess that was supposed to say in all he did, but okay.
Mhm.
Not just in wins, but every day he led with heart in every play. He stood for loyalty and trust, a friend, a guide both first and just. He showed that greatness doesn't shout, but lifts others up day in and day out. His life is marked by dedication, a model for each generation. Each practice moment, snap and stride, he gave the game his soul and pride. When his illness came, he met the storm with strength that moved beyond the norm. And though his race was far too brief, he left behind a bold belief that love is real and brotherhood, that fighting back is doing good, that joy and grit can coexist, that every name deserves a list. Today we see his spirit rise and steadfast hands and through his eyes. And though he is gone, his story grows, a legacy that never slows. That's a very nice poem. I'm assuming that's about McMichael.
Brian
Brian
Piccolo?
Piccolo.
Oh, Brian Piccolo. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I
But
kind of
isn't it
thought that as I
cool?
was reading it too.
Isn't it cool that we have a head coach who can write a poem and throw a sinker?
It is, man. And then his sense of humor and the way he is, I got friends just like him, man. People that I hang out with.
Infectious.
Thank you, Cliff. I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, thank you too, Foster. I appreciate that too.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you, Shorty.
Yes, well read, PJ.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's he read that poem as he before he gave the Piccolo Award to the
Yeah.
rookie and the vet because TJ Edwards, born and raised a Bears fan. My buddy coached him in high school. My high school friend coached TJ Edwards in baseball in high school.
That's sweet.
Pretty cool.
Thing about reading poems, I think you got to find the rhythm of it, and that's always the tough part, finding the rhythm.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
it was a very nice poem. Yes. Did he write that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, what up, Triple R?
What's up, Triple?
brother?
The power of polls compels you. PGTS.
The
Thank
power
you.
of polls compels you.
Thank you, Patty. I appreciate it. My natural voice is kind of deep, but because people can't normally hear me when I talk in my natural voice, I always try to raise it where I can be easily heard. Because when I used to talk on the radio, the operator used to always tell me, "Could you please talk up?"
No, it's all bass.
Right.
PJ's our low voice James Earl Jones of BCP.
Yeah, right.
Oh no, James Earl Jones. That guy had a voice. Him as well as
What?
Barry White.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
Oh
well.
yeah.
Deeper voice.
We'll have to get Vernon Roseman to read that next time he comes on.
Yes, Vernon Roseman
There
is
you go.
a deep voice.
Yeah.
The other night I was changing the channels. I woke up and the Big Bang Theory happened to be the one with James Earl Jones, and it was hilarious because he was so good in that, man. He's messing with the chick from Star Wars. They go play Ding Dong Ditch at her house. I don't know if anybody saw it, but I thought it was funny.
I thought Field of Dreams, one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah.
When he started narrating the part about the field, I thought that was the best, one of the best scripts ever.
Everything he says, he could read the freaking back of a cereal box and it would come out right. Niacin and vitamin C.
That was good. That was good, Foster. That was good, bro. That was good.
That was quick-witted on that one, man.
That was good.
That's not the only thing I got left, guys, if you haven't noticed.
That was good, bro. That was good.
Even Patty agrees. Hey, Lara. He's like, true, Foster, true.
Patty, thank you for staying up with us for this whole draft, man. This is awesome. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
But wait, there's more tomorrow.
And the next day.
There's more.
Yeah.
So what do you think about making for dinner on Saturday?
How about some fish and spaghetti?
No,
No,
you
I-
need to go with something else, man.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing Saturday.
Wait, hold on. Where's it at?
Oh, I got it. I got it. What Foster say? How about some tin pan dog?
I'll have some egg rolls, some tin pan dog, and a glass of Zach Charbonnet to go.
I just passed that one. Where did that one go? Wait, let's get to this one first.
I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
And then of course trips.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti. Yeah. Spaghetti with the sauce. You don't have spaghetti without the sauce. Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'll have some egg rolls, some tin pan dong, and I'll have some egg rolls, some.
We gotta get another clip of you saying, and a glass of Zach Charbonnet.
Steve Rogers mentioned another good one. Morgan Freeman's really good too at that.
Yes.
Another great one, dude.
Yes.
This is a good one too.
Cliff says I should sleep sometime. Yeah, we all try and do that, Cliff.
Good. Yeah. Watch the bin. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. DVDs were good too.
Would you like to stroke my pussy, darling? Would you like to stroke my pussy, darling?
Oh, this one's a good one too.
People are drilled over and over and over and over and over and over. This
You guys, when Foster calls next time, you got to call call a bar and then place an order, and then it's like spaghetti, motherfucker, and dog, or
play the sound bites as the order.
Yeah, play the sound bites as an order, and then just play it off like that's what you're trying to order. Or something. It'd be hilarious.
I can get you egg rolls, but we don't even know what tin pan dong is.
It's fish and spaghetti, motherfucker.
Spaghetti, motherfucker, spaghetti.
Hey, congratulations, Cliff, man. That weight loss journey. Congratulations, bro. Good job, man.
I've done it too, guys. I'm down to $177 from 192. Trying to get to 165, 168. It's easier on my knees.
Yeah.
Dude, I oops, I spelled your name wrong, Patty. Sorry. I'm up to 234 now.
Hey.
So I'm like, I gotta get back to fasting. So I made it 26 hours. Pretty proud of myself.
That's pretty impressive, buddy.
I couldn't make
26 hours.
I ate at 11:30 yesterday, and then I ate at 1:30 today. That was the only 2 meals I had in that 24-hour period. I ate at 11:30 in the morning, and then I ate at 1:30 today.
I've had 12 White Claws in that period too. 0 calories, right?
That's impressive. Man.
Just filling the stomach.
No, I try to stay away from White Claws because they're like a fucking diuretic, man. They make me piss every 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's just
damn.
So much of it's water.
Yeah, I think it's easier to fast when you being busy because when I was just sitting around the house, just doing yard work and stuff like that, I was gaining a lot of weight. So it's easier when you constantly being busy. So man.
Yeah, you're not thinking about it.
So you guys
sound
you're talking about all this fasting and all this stuff, and I just sat here and ate a quart of black cherry vanilla ice cream.
Oh, I'm trying to lose weight.
After he just got to talk about how he lost some weight himself.
Not a gallon, it's a quart. I'm cutting back.
Right. A gallon for me. I'm on to the quart.
No, it's only half a quart, guys. I'm sorry. They made the container smaller.
I always do to lose weight, I'll just do a vegetable platter and a fruit platter and just eat that periodically of the day when I feel hungry because it's just so low calories, like bananas and carrots. you know, you can fill your stomach, but it's like
Totally.
100 calories at best, you know.
Yep, totally. Yeah. But then I dip it in a gallon of homemade ranch, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing to myself?
Right.
Butter-
Sure,
homemade
you bought one of those 55-gallon drums of ranch with the spigot on it.
Oh no, I make it. I make it out of buttermilk
make-
and mayonnaise. Two best
There you
things for you.
Right. I know.
I'm afraid to ask this question answer this question that Steve asked. Steve Rogers says, Foster, do you know what else you can do to help your aching knees? I don't really. You got to tell us now, but I'm afraid of the answer. It's gonna be something dirty. Watch.
Oh, I got something else.
You got the thing from Tony Moy with Pole.
I got something from Tony Moy with poles here.
Tony Moy and poles. That's the way it goes.
Let me. I gotta stop this, and I gotta represent it so I can give you the sound.
There you go, Raging.
There's two videos.
No alcohol.
Oh, I gotta turn up the volume. That would help.
Making calls. Did you come close at all to trying to move up? How close were you considering that?
Yeah, no. When we made those calls up, it took you out. Because I think I briefly mentioned this Tuesday. There's a run coming up here that I think you can make a pretty big impact on your football team. So to give up that for one person, so giving up two for one, like it probably would have been even more than that, but it just didn't make sense.
Making calls. Did you come close?
Cliff, I wanted to say to you, my mom's a diabetic too, so and she doesn't have very much money, so I gave her a credit card of mine, and I said, you use this for all your medical bills and all that shit, and I said also use it to put yourself on a keto diet, because I guarantee you, the science is there. You go keto, you will lose weight and you will reverse your diabetes. And sure as shit, her diabetes, like every day, her blood sugar is like 80 now since you started doing that. So good for you, Cliff.
And let me just say to you there, Shorty, mad respect for you doing that for your mom now. Mad respect.
Yeah, that was very nice.
Thank you,
mad
man.
respect, man. That's a very honorable.
Don't make me cry now.
I'm serious. I'm so serious, man. Because I hear people talk about, the conditions of their parents and do nothing about it. You actually did something about it, man. That's honorable, bro.
I'm glad she stuck with it too, because she's seen the benefits of it, and she's like losing so much weight that she's like, shit, now I have to have surgery to have the sag in my arm that's down to here removed. It's like
look out. You gotta watch out for Foster. He's gonna be trying to creep. He'll be making his way over there. Hey.
Well, when I first saw her, the first time I met her, I didn't recognize her because she had lost weight. She didn't appear the same as she was on our show all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's right. You met her in person at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
I should say Dansmas, my birthday.
Yeah,
man, Cliff is really doing it too, man. Cliff is
good for you, Cliff.
Man,
it also helps me don't make meatloaf at midnight.
While you're vacuuming the lawn.
But the meth does help. That does help.
Yeah.
That's what I need.
I know in practice they had me
way out.
For the last couple of days. They had me throwing the football. I'm like, man, I'm utilizing muscles in my arm that you know what I'm saying? I'm like, golly, hold on, let me get the rust out here.
How's the rotator cuff feeling?
Right.
Like, Coach B was here. That was when we did the show about the T formation, and it was the weekend before. And he was here with his kids, and we're out in the backyard throwing the ball. And I'm just like, the next day, I'm like, God damn, what is that? That's right. I was throwing a football for an hour.
Right. Like, golly, I haven't used this muscle in a while.
All right, let's see what else Ryan has to say here.
As you saw, we took Colson Loveland at the 10th pick today. Someone that we're really excited about, both the staff, coaching staff in the front office coming together, identifying a guy that we really liked, that we thought had a dynamic skill set, create mismatches. I think more importantly too is in terms of our offense can create, really beef up our 12 personnel. Someone that pairs well with Cole, along with other playmakers, and really creates headaches for a defense to go against. Love his competes, his fire. This kid is, he's physical, he's tough. He plays the game the right way. When you watch the tape, there's an energy level that comes with him, and you can see it throughout the game, and it's infectious to other guys. As you saw, we took Colson Loveland at the 10th pick today. Someone that we're really excited about, both the staff.
Oh, I let it replay, didn't I?
Staff in the front office coming
Yes, you did.
together.
Sorry. I was
Identifying a guy that we
typing.
really liked.
I was saying goodnight to Mayhem. I think Mayhem's signing off. So we appreciate you, Mayhem. Thank you so much, man.
Good night, Mayhem.
Every single one of you here in chat tonight with us. It's been a crowd, and you guys have been killing it with us. We had some moments, but you guys have a lot of options about who you could be watching.
Very true.
And hanging out with, and it's an honor and a privilege that you chose us tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. And
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
And I'm including you with that there, Patty, when I say guys.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
And real quick,
Ladies
the
and
truth
gentlemen.
comes out. Cliff isn't just losing weight; he's too fucking cheap to buy new clothes.
Like what? I gotta pay $50 for a new pair of jeans.
Yeah, dude.
No,
I paid 10 for these 20 years ago. What are you talking about?
Forget that. I'm just gonna go on a diet.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I should probably work on my health.
It's just an afterthought.
Oh man, Patty, that is like the ultimate compliment. I really can't. It's so humbling to hear that. So I really thank you so much. And I've said this a million times, but like the vision that I had when I started doing this channel, because one day I got a Christmas / birthday present from my wife, and it was a microphone. I'm like, what is this for? She's like, it's to do a podcast. I'm like,
regretted it ever since. No,
yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What did I do?
You're not kidding, Jake.
And I was like, what is this for? She's like, it's for you to do a Bears
You
podcast.
have to produce your show again, please.
I'm like,
please.
what is a podcast?
Bro, I gotta tell you guys this. I gotta tell you this. So we're in our just to your point, Joe. So we're in our coaches meeting, and we got to talking about some players, and they're saying some players, just one particular player, want to get into TV and stuff like that, and they turn to me and go, Coach P, he does a podcast. I was like, wait a minute, hold up. I said, I'm not the technical guy though. I'm like, so you don't want to take no lessons from me. You need to get with the guys I do the show with.
Oh, is that why I got some weird text from somebody tonight?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Oh man. Oh man.
Now look what started here. So now I'm really touched. I'm just like, I just think, Chris, come on, it's only because our names. No, whatever. I appreciate this because he says, Chris Foster, real Bears fan. Nothing against the rest of you guys, all great, but Foster is the best guy on YouTube of any Bears channel. So I'm like almost crying here, man.
It's true.
That's and here, I'm going to tell you guys, Shorty, do you remember when you were putting this together? Because you asked us to be on it, and I think I said something like, at one point I'm just not ready to do this every week because I had so much going on. And we were talking about the football aspect of it because I used to watch I used to grab every paper I could steal or whoever article from whatever magazine I could steal about the Bears. So I knew all this stuff. And then as time has gone on, I've forgotten stuff that I knew for decades.
Yeah.
And I don't have the time to do what I want to do regarding the Bears, at least not yet. Maybe one day this year it'll happen. But Shorty just said, he goes, no, dude. Because I just want you to be you on the show. None of that shit matters. because without you, it's not going to be the same show.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes for all three of us. It's, you know, when we regrouped and people left and all this stuff, this show is the three of us talking Bears and having fun. That's what it was designed to do, Pete, and that's what we've tried to keep it.
Yeah.
And one of the
I appreciate
funniest things,
everybody, man.
yes, everyone. So we went a different coaches meeting last week, and it was after the guys tuned in last week, and this is exact words. He's like, "Man, I enjoyed your show, but who's the guy smoking the Newports?" He said, "Yeah, y'all was talking, and he lights up a Newport," and I'm like, "What?"
Tell him no, it's a Marlboro, man.
I couldn't stop laughing, man.
I believe it. I believe it.
He got the talking, the cigarette, got the moving up and down.
I've heard that so many times. Like, who's the guy? Why is that guy who was smoking cigarettes? Like, fuck off. That's what he does.
I used to do it while I was playing football. It just doesn't matter.
You're like,
you think I'm kidding? We're in like sixth grade and we just finished running laps, right? There's Foster and a couple other guys pulling out the Marlboros as we get on our bicycles and go, you know, ride 6 miles home from football practice every day. We used to make jokes. Yeah, it keeps our lungs intact. We got to keep them working 24/7.
Right. Keeps you healthy.
Dude, we used to play both ways, so we were running for 60 minutes straight. I mean, that's all we did.
Yeah.
Man.
We had 12, 17 guys play, and we played 12 to 14 games a year for 3 years, and all we did was run. For 3 years, we just ran.
Mm-hmm.
So the cigarettes at that time were nothing. It was like, oh, yeah, I'll be able to intake more air. I can oxygen it better. Yeah, you dumbass.
I did the same thing. I have a picture of me losing one of the best football games we ever played. We call it the Mud Bowl. It was like 8-on-8. It was pouring balls. It was muddy as hell. I mean, it was mud. And I was playing quarterback. I usually played quarterback whenever we played sandlot football. And it was like we just kept going back and forth, and finally we're like, okay, last score wins, and then we're done, because it's been going on for hours. So I drive down the field, we're at like the 10-yard line. I throw like an out pattern to Chips Ahoy Boy. Chips Ahoy Boy was fast as fuck. He goes out, he cuts left to the sideline in the end zone, and I threw it just a little bit too late. Dude picked it off. I forget who it was. No, it was Chips Ahoy Boy, I think, that picked it off. And he just right down the right sideline for the touchdown to win the game in the best mud bowl we ever played, the best game we ever played, Mud Bowl. And there's a picture of me sitting in the back seat of my Ford. It was a 4-door car I had. I'm sitting there smoking a cigarette with like this look on my face, like.
Did somebody hand you a Coke and a Joe Green jersey and go, "It'll be all right, kid"?
Yeah. Good night, Steve. Hey, Billy Ocean.
Good night,
Roll
Steve.
on
Thanks
in.
for hanging out with us.
Good night,
We'll see you
Steve.
tomorrow. Billy Ocean, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yes.
The waves, the ocean's rolling in.
I think I gotta find this picture.
I think I was talking to the president of the college today, and we had a very in-depth conversation. And I because I had talked to the provost last week, so I'm talking to the president today. And I said, football is a metaphor of life for me, meaning that because I coach the defensive line, so they tell me, because one of them said, what do you think about coaching defense? What are your opinions about it? I said, well, like life, defensive linemen have obstacles in their way, being blockers. You have to overcome your obstacles in order to reach your goal. So when I'm teaching the boys and teaching them the whole thing about the football, use that as your sign for life. You're going to have obstacles. overcome your obstacles to reach your goal, no matter what what your goals are. And she looking at me and she like, that's pretty profound. And I'm like, well, football guys are not a bunch of dummies. I mean, we do think about life at times and know how to relate to life.
Dude, you're 100% right. I mean, it's truly a metaphor for life, right?
It really is.
That's why it's everyone loves the game so much, I think. And
yeah, I think it's so relatable.
Yeah. And sports brings everyone together. There is no
100%.
race. At least there shouldn't be. Like typically there isn't.
Yeah.
And everything gets put aside when you're playing sports, in general.
Yes.
So you guys missed it because I actually went to 2 bars, Shorty, and it was just dead and nobody wanted to talk bears.
Oh no!
I actually sat down and talked to the bartender Katie that I talked to last week on the phone.
Right.
Because she knew who I am, was. And
they, them, thou.
Who shall be?
We kind of got into the same thing because I said, yeah, football's kind of like life, man. You go through, you got your playbook, and you try and get to where you're going to get, which is the goal. But the damn defense is always going to throw something in your route to screw you up, and you got to figure out a way around it. And no matter what happens, you'll get through it eventually.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, I'm still struggling. This has been going on 5 years with this crap with my mom and probate court and all this stuff. It's 5 years.
Wow.
And
long time.
I'm just amazed at it because I'm losing my patience, but I've been losing my patience for 3 years. So I still haven't lost them yet.
Yeah, it's a slow grind, bro.
You'll want to lose your patience. You'll never find it again.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you got a flashlight. It's kind of hard to see in
the chat now again.
Or you go to Walmart for a lantern.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said it like a pin. She knows who I am. I don't know what I meant. I'm laughing at Raging Oracle's comment in the chat.
She better have his money.
Oh man, I wish I could find this picture. Damn it.
I know my neighbor was asking me, me and my neighbor was talking about getting a what's that, generator?
Yeah.
For all the power outages we was having last year. I was like, now, what fun is that if I can't go to Walmart looking for a lantern for my podcast? I'm like, no, I can't go get a generator. That'll spoil the fun.
that was classic, man. You're walking around to Walmart with your phone in the cart. Hey, how you doing? Hey, where the lanterns at? Hey, are you a Bears fan? Are you a Bears fan?
Hey, what can I say? I have a magnetic personality. I draw people close to me.
Just
for crap. Also can bite them.
Kind of to the point of, what Foster was saying. Like, I started off doing this show, and I just didn't have. It was me by myself, and then Names I Will Not Names became a co-host of mine, and J2K is the second guest on the show.
J2K.
Is J2K still here, or did we put him to sleep?
Yeah.
No, I'm still here. I'm listening to you guys.
And then I meet you guys, and you guys are what made this. You guys are really what made this. So PJU and Foster and you, J2K, and even now Carl are all a part of what has made this so special for myself, for and look at everyone here. Still fucking hanging out with us almost 6 hours later.
Hey.
They're going to be doing it again in the next 2 days. And I just, it's just thank you guys. Thank you guys.
You just
fucking Cliff. Fucking Cliff. Here's Cliff tonight, right now. Yeah, I had Florida Power and Electric out in my backyard with their huge truck yesterday. taking the electric pole lines down. And then he says, they can fix my grass now so I can vacuum it. I don't know what I did with that. Remember the picture I sent you of the guy vacuuming his lawn?
Yeah. Yeah.
I lost it. I don't know where it went, man. I think
I have it. I have it.
Because I think mine was in that phone that got ruined last year.
Look here.
Find
Okay.
it anywhere.
I found the picture.
Of you smoking a cigarette, huh?
Let me see if I can get it to focus better.
Oh, I see it now.
Is that a cigarette?
You know what that is? That's my Ron Paulus jersey from Notre Dame.
Man, I threw that pick six.
I actually think oh no, I don't have it anymore. It was on my old computer before my computer took a shit, and I had to get it reset. But I had that picture of the dude mowing the lawn. I mean, he looked like he was mowing the lawn, dude.
No, he was vacuuming it, and I think it was
vacuuming it. Sorry,
I think it was literally the wasps. There's little baby wasps, like small wasps in the ground. Sometimes I couldn't figure out. That's the only thing I could come up with for what he was doing.
Those are the worst.
Yeah.
The wasps in the ground.
Yep.
You go to cut the grass, and here they come attacking you.
They live in the ground?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh
They
yeah.
only have like wasps on the eaves. I never knew they had ground
yeah.
wasps.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I actually I went on a call one time. I had to go deal with a disturbance, and these things just coming out the ground. Like, you get so distracted by it because I'm not one trying to get bit or stung. I'm sorry, I'm just not me. And they just coming up out the ground, man.
What was?
Wasps.
Oh no shit. Oh yeah, those are the ones you got to be worried about.
The beginning of last summer, I think I even said something on the show. There's a wood retaining wall, and there's a couple fence posts, and I'm replacing them. So I'm digging the thing out. Well, I turned around and hit the retaining wall with the hole digger, and it's steel. I was attacked, and the next thing I know, my leg was twice the size of the other, just by like 3 stings, man. I had to run and go. I had to get in the car and jump in the car and go get Benadryl because my leg was just in seconds. It was growing from 3 little stings, man.
That's what she said.
And they were. She will be next week. Yeah.
my dad on my dad's side, my grandparents had a farm up in Wisconsin, and it was like a summer place we would go to, right? And that it was a big old barn. It was almost falling down and stuff. And my cousin Steve and I were walking in the barn, and he steps on a hornet's nest, and I mean, just surrounded. He was just absolutely. He was like a walking, I should say, running as fast as he can ball of wasps, and he's like. They start getting under his clothes and his pants. He's literally, as he's running, he's stripping off his shirt. He strips off his pants, his underwear. He's like running naked back to the house. And I am on the ground. I'm like pissing my pants laughing.
So he's the original streaker.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And then today, my wife walks outside, and
not naked.
No, not naked. And she sees a snake, and she's like, "Oh shit!" It was a black snake, so she's thinking it's like a king snake or like a rat snake, and those are good because in the South you want those in your yard because they eat copperheads, and you don't want copperheads in your yard, especially if you have dogs. And this snake, she was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go back out there and see if he's still there." And she goes around the corner, and he's still there, and he sees her, and the snake just fucking flips out and starts trying to climb up the wall of the side of the house. Starts trying to climb up the gutter downspout, and like flips off the downspout and lands on the back deck, and like goes over into the corner by the back door. And she's like, "Oh my god!" And then she looks it up. It was a black racer snake, and apparently they like freak out like that, and they just start flailing everywhere and trying to climb up walls and shit. No, not poisonous. No, thank God. Luckily, I've never seen one. I've never seen a poisonous one in my yard.
Good.
Yeah. Hey,
God
Pete,
forbid.
you got cottonmouths down there?
Me, yeah. She thought it was a cottonmouth.
No, I'm talking to PJ because I know we got them there in Southern Illinois. I just don't know if they're that far north.
I haven't seen one or heard of anybody talking about any. Only snakes I ever hear people talk about here is the gardener, of course,
Yeah.
and I did see a black snake that was in the water one time. I saw that personally.
Yeah, you want to stay away from those.
Yeah,
I heard that per a movie.
That's usually where you find the cottonmouths in the water.
Yeah.
Near it.
Yeah, because I was down at the riverfront, and it was a
River.
black. Yeah, it was a black water. I mean, a black snake of some sort. I didn't get close enough to see what it was. Or
I was out fishing on a lake here, and there was a guy I came across. We were like passing boats, and we were talking. He's like, "Yeah, they're over there by the bridge. There's a swarm of cottonmouth over there." And I'm like, "Oh, you got to be kidding!" He's like, "Yeah, they were coming at my boat." I was like trying to swat them away with my oar. I'm like, "You got to be kidding me, man!" It's like every time I go out now, I carry a 22 with me.
It's 22.
When I go fishing now.
About 40 years ago in Mattoon, Illinois, there was a kid. There was a water running into a lake, the tributary running into the lake, and they were jumping off the rocks. And he jumped onto a nest of water moccasins. He was dead in 2 minutes because I don't know how many times he was bit. So I mean, they're dangerous.
Wow.
That's dangerous stuff, man. Even where my aunt lives at night, we walk around with a light low to the ground, and this is just in Southern Illinois. It's 200 miles from where I'm sitting. So we walk around at night with a lamp because they're out there, and you'll step on them, and then you're going to have a real problem once you get there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's that movie with Matthew McConaughey where he's been bit? He was bit by have you guys ever seen that movie? He was bit by a cottonmouth one time in the movie, and apparently, if you're bit by one twice, it'll kill you.
Or someone was bit and he had to take him to the hospital. Was that the one? He had to draw on his leg to
something like
determine
that.
Where I remember that.
Wow.
Well, it's time for my fourth White Claw piss. I'll be right back.
I'm not a fan of snake.
We don't have any cottonmouths or those kind of snakes, but we sure do have our rattlesnakes out here.
Yeah.
Well, at least you can hear them before they strike you, right?
Kind of, but they kind of rattle just before they're gonna strike. So it's one of these things. They see you well before you see them.
Yeah.
And you'll hear the rattle, and you'll kind of like turn around and look for where it's coming from. And sometimes they're like right by your foot.
Wow.
So yeah, it can be nerve-wracking. I've never been
bet.
bit, and I've seen dozens of them in my life. So whatever.
Being in Central Illinois, I'm grateful for where we are in the sense of we don't have to deal with a lot of snakes like you're speaking on, and then we're not dealing with the mountain lions nor the bears and stuff like that. I mean, we do have some coyotes, raccoons, but nothing super dangerous in my opinion. So that's why I'm just like, wow, it's just amazing for me that when I hear the stories about like you walking and you hear the rattlesnake, I'm like, geez, I would freak out, man. Just blow my mind. It just amazes me, man.
Yeah, and also with the ocean, like we have sharks.
Yep.
But
that's what I was going to say. You guys got sharks.
But the thing is, with rattlesnakes, with sharks, there's a certain time they come out. Like rattlesnakes, they come out, at dusk, during the day to go hunting. So you just know, okay, that's the time that I will see a rattlesnake. They're not out and about during the day. And then with sharks, it's like the only people who ever get bit by a shark, they're like, it's 5 a.m. and they're swimming 2 miles off the shore, in the winter. And you're like, what are you doing that for?
Yeah. It's just, I mean, granted, now I know here I don't know about where you guys are, but like here, we have like mice and rats.
Yeah.
But not every home has it. It's not like a big infestation, but those are the type of critters we have. But yeah, the other stuff that I see people have to deal with. I'm just like when I'll be watching that mowing channel, like the boring channel or Owl Blades or something like that. I'm watching them, and they be picking up these things, and I'm like, that's a prime place where a snake could be hiding or rats could be hiding. It just, I mean, yeah, it just kind of spazzes me out when I be watching it. I'm like, man, that's just crazy to me. Yeah, we got to deal with the snow too, raging. Yeah, but fortunately, the last few winters have not been bad for me.
Yeah.
No, you guys have been okay down there, man. My cousins keep saying and they've been there since '75, and they're farther south than you. They're like, they don't even call it winter anymore down there because it's nothing like it was.
But I still want to get cold because I want to keep away the snakes that J2K is talking about. Don't want to see those now. Hold on.
A little too far. They gotta.
But we're all garden, and I have 2 feral cats. I let them stay in my yard, man. I'll even put a thing of tuna out because I encounter like every October it's field mice, not rats, the little field mice because it's where I'm at. I'm in a marshland, and there's field mice everywhere you go. But we got hawks and snakes. So between the snakes and the hawks that are around, they're not around as much because the field they built a huge house in this field. But I haven't had to worry about the field mice in like 10 years since I've had cats hanging around and let more snakes. It used to be terrible, man. Every time I'd be cutting my grass, just killed another snake. And I mean, like every week I would kill a snake because there were so many of them.
Wow. Yeah. Where was this at?
This is right by O'Hare Airport. I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, but what are you killing snakes for? They're not venomous.
It's not on purpose, man. There's so many of them when I'm cutting the grass.
Oh yeah,
you got snakes up there like
see them.
You got snakes up there like that?
Oh yeah.
They're just garter snakes, though.
Yeah, it's just gardener snakes. They're not.
What are you using to cut your grass? A chainsaw?
I'm actually on a riding mower.
Yeah, that makes sense. You wouldn't see him. Yeah.
I want to throw a couple.
I'm always a day or two late with my grass, so that extra day or two is like 2 inches.
Right.
That's what she said. So, I just think it's, and I'm not the only one because the neighbors go through the same stuff. So, like a lot of times we'll just go out and drag something across the grass because I don't want to cut them up. They keep small critters out of my house and out of my yard.
Yeah,
I want them. I want them in my garden.
Yeah, I know. I live on a golf course here, and the what's that thing when you got the tall grass?
Tall grass.
Or the golf course. What is that?
It's called unmowed grass.
It's called. You got to do it more than once a month, Paige.
What is it called?
Fairway rough.
So the rough. So you got the field mice hiding in the rough, and because it's like touches to my backyard. I'm like, one day I'm out in my backyard and I see something moving in there. I was like, what is that? And I'm assuming it was a field mouse.
How many golf balls do you end up with in your yard, or how many windows have been broken?
Don't speak that into existence, brother.
Sorry, but
thank God I have not had a broken window as of yet.
Hit a golf ball with your lawnmower.
Now, with a golf ball, I get about 12 golf balls per year. Nope. Let's make that about 20 golf balls per year.
So you must be a hell of a golfer with all those free golf balls on a golf course.
Hey, I am good with the balls. You know what I'm saying?
When a golf ball lands in your yard, do you like lie by it like completely still? So when they come over, they like.
I don't because I'm afraid of that field mouse coming out there.
Oh, right.
Man, I'd be out there, PJ, hitting them back all over that course, man. While people are playing.
He's out there pulling up his pant legs when he sees a little tiny field mice.
Now I did. Now I wasn't home, but I came home one day and I seen a big divot in my yard. So you know what happened, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
somebody
like,
played their
come
ball.
on, man, stop. They just want to play it through my. I'm like, oh, I was like. So the next day I went out and got me some cameras for the back of my house now. I'm like,
That's what I was gonna say, man. Then you can start collecting money from them for the repairs. Just
I'm
buy
like,
some spray
"Gee."
shit. You're
know
good to
exactly
go.
who it is. Yeah.
You know exactly. I was thinking that, and I'm like, come on, man. My neighbor like, oh, I've never had that problem. I'm like, I bet. You guys don't want me to put a fence back here, but yet, you know, all right, okay, I got it.
And Farias is way south. They got everything down by him, like Carbondale. I used to go to Southern Illinois University every freaking weekend
to pick up chicks. You went there for mustache rides, huh? You missed his story earlier, PJ.
Oh, Pete, you did miss the story.
Why don't you tell the story one more time and we'll wrap it up because we're going on 6 hours.
So,
I gotta go to bed.
Antnis said something, and I can't remember what he said, but it reminded me of this incident that happened. Fuck, it might be 20 years ago already. So I'm going out with this girl, and she's kind of crazy. She's like 13, 14 years younger than me. And we're going down the street. And at this time, I'm drinking.
Something years old.
This time I'm drinking. We're both drinking, and cop pulls us over. I think she didn't put her turn signal on or something. So we pull in front of this. Oh, I'm gonna get out of the car. We're arguing. That's what it was. We're arguing. She didn't use her turn signal to get over her lane, and he sees us arguing. And I'm like, we're doing like 40, and I'm just gonna open the door and get out because the bar's right there. Mentality. So she pulls in, and the cop's coming up, and we're arguing, and I said something like, "Shut up, quit being a bitch." And she goes, the cop, as she's rolling down the window, and the cop's sticking his head in the window, she's going, "You weren't saying that last night when you were chin deep in my pussy." and then something else is said, and she's like, "Well, you're the motherfucker that stretched my pussy out." And the cop just turned red, dude. He didn't even give it a ticket. He didn't even give us a ticket or anything. He just left. He just left. And I said, I've never seen a cop turn red in the face like that ever in my life, and I've seen a lot of cops.
That's good stuff.
He didn't want to have nothing to do with it. He didn't want to give anybody a ticket. He just wanted to leave the whole thing, man. And he did. He just drove away, and we were still there arguing, sitting there arguing.
Hey,
Oh,
sometimes
man.
you just gotta walk away. What? Cliff is leaving? What?
Yeah,
Cliff?
we actually outlasted Cliff. That's amazing.
That is
Good night, Cliff.
man.
Good night, Cliff.
I keep missing private chats. I'm the worst with it.
Yeah, before we head out, I just wanted to say that I got to watch Afro Hunt, which
Did you?
has
Oh, yeah.
Foster's son in the movie. And I just want to say that I absolutely loved it. It was incredibly entertaining, very creative. I thought Jimmy Foster was an excellent actor in the movie. I thought he was the most natural, and he had this fantastic role. And full credit to everybody else who created that movie. It was so ingenious and creative. It was funny. I laughed out loud multiple
Looks really well
times.
done.
Yeah, and
Good
and
job,
and it
man.
and it is an independent movie. It's a low budget movie, so I'm saying that going into it. But the creativity and what they did in that movie was just, I'm really impressed. And as a creative person, a graphic designer, I know that I really enjoy this creativity, maybe more than some others. But I'm saying that everybody give it a chance. Just go watch it for a couple, for first 30 minutes, first hour. It's fun. It's entertaining. I couldn't say enough about how excellent it was. And very proud of you, Foster, for I'm sure that you've given Jimmy some tips, and I can see the personality, the outgoingness, and the quality of acting that he has. So
yeah,
I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Is that the link you just put in
I
there?
didn't do anything, J2K. I just gave it to his mom. Good.
Yeah. I'm sure
this is for our son making a movie.
I'm sure he learned from watching you.
Oh,
learned from watching you, Dad.
we're sitting there. I'm sitting there with my ex-wife and my kids and my daughter's fiance, and we're sitting there watching a movie in the theater out in Naperville. We're watching in a regular theater. So my wife just starts cracking up and she goes, "Oh my God, I've seen all those faces before." And she looks over and she goes, "On you. Those are all your faces." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. The poor kid."
Peach or J2K, is this the link to put in
Yeah,
private?
that's the link. It's free on YouTube now. So anybody can watch it. You know,
Really?
just check it. Yeah, just check it out. It's very entertaining. It's 2 hours and 22 minutes long. It's a lot of fun, very creative work. And I mean, there's some really great scenes. There's like this fight scene that takes place in this in the final building where they have the final duel. And they've got the guys in the background and they're fighting the bad guys, and you've got this foreground where one guy's fighting one of the other bad guys, and the camera work is awesome. And it's this long shot where they choreographed everything.
Yep.
And they're like flipping swords to each other and catching them, and then karate chopping and then flipping over things and grabbing things. I mean, just the amount of coordination that was into it. And then when you go into the credits, which this was so impressive to me, it's like, I don't know. I'm sure there's like a dozen people that worked on the film, but there's like
more
6 of them that just like did all these different things. So like the director is the animator, is the editor, is the motion guy, is the sound guy, and an actor. And Jimmy Foster's name's listed like 7 times as an actor for different roles. And I'm just blown away by how well it was made. And it was fantastic. So I'm glad that a free version popped up and I was able to find it, because I wasn't sure if I ever could find, a movie, an independent movie like that. But yes, please check it out, you guys.
Please.
I put the link in the description for everyone. Just copy and paste it, or put it on your desktop or whatever. Paste it on your phone, and you can watch it.
Go to your big screen TV, because it's going to be, and just put it on YouTube and watch it there, man. Like I said, I was fortunate enough. I think it was $20 to walk in and sit in the Barco lounger and watch it on the big screen. But
cool.
That is so awesome.
I'm really proud of these guys. They're 24, 25, 26-year-old guys doing this all by themselves. They spent 18 months filming and 2 months editing.
Wow.
That movie could have been 3 hours and 40 minutes long. That's how much. That's not even, I mean, they could have made it that long and still thrown away a lot of stuff.
Foster, do you know if that was a bonded movie? Do you know how they funded it? Was it with their own money?
All by themselves.
So my wife, she used to be a film accountant, and she now works for the credit card company that handles the film industry. And if they have the money for when they're making their next movie, they can take the cash from that money. They can go to my wife's company. They can put the cash into what's basically a bank, and then they can distribute them credit cards that they use for the purchases of things for that movie. And they'll get 1% cash back on every single, or like 1 or 2% cash back on every single thing that they purchase. So then they can actually use the balance that's left over from the cash back to pay their final balance.
And the best part is it'll have a BCP logo on the card.
Yeah.
Gotta get in there somehow, man. Gotta. Brilliant, JPK.
Just because they can, if whatever money they're spending on it, they'll get money back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm gonna bring it up to them, because so what happened was, I have seen their work. I've been following them. I've been commenting on them for a while. I'm like, you guys keep it up. Just keep doing what you're doing. So I walked in, and there's literally 22 or 23 of them sitting there that did this movie. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? Where do I go for the special presentation Afro hunt? Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, right in there. And then the kid looks at me, and I said, you guys know who I am? They're like, no. I said, I'm Jimmy Foster's dad. And they all stood up and shook my hand, and I was like, holy crap. It was like being treated like a king, man. I guess my son has told them some of the stories.
Yep.
What I've done, So
I just sent you the name of it, and I texted to you, Foster. So if they're interested, let me know.
Oh
And
no,
I
I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna
put them in that direction because they'll be able to make money back from whatever they're purchasing if they have it, if they're not like borrowing it, if they have the funds for it, you know what I mean? Not just like racking up their own credit card for it.
I'm setting up to send this to, I don't know, like 5 associate directors that I know. I'm trying even to send it to a couple of directors from Chicago PD that I work with, because I just want, they're young and talented, man. They just need a break. They need one break.
Like they're hungry.
And the best part is none of them get in any trouble. They all work a job every day. They're doing the right thing. So I more than want to help them and not discourage them, because people do. People are, well, this, that, whatever. I'm like, just ignore them, dude. Keep doing what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And they just put out another animated show. I think it's a 5-part show. There's another one. If you go to Z Studios, go directly to Z Studios on YouTube. Z Studios. Dark Shadows or something. It's like a 3 or 4-part mini movie.
Dark Shadows was a soap opera back in the
Yeah,
day.
I know. I'm probably saying the wrong name. Continue.
And also, just a heads up, the link the link will take you to the video, and it's from Z Studios, so you can just click on the Z Studios, check everything else out. And I wanted to say a little bit of a spoiler alert, but I'm sure you guys won't mind. The movie ends with the potential of a part 2.
Yes.
So I'm excited to see if that could get picked up. Maybe they get some funding for that, and then who knows? Jimmy Foster might be the next big actor we're looking at.
He's a good kid too, man. Now he is, after I beat some sense into him.
That's good to hear.
Before we end, I want to say that after last week's show, I had the fucking weirdest dreams that night. I had a dream with Jason UK Bears, where I was like hanging out with him and showing him football cards. And then after that, I had 2 dreams with you in it, Foster. One was you were trying to kidnap me.
That wasn't a dream.
That's weird.
You were trying to kidnap me, and I was like,
your wife makes good money.
I was running from you, and you grabbed me and you had me in your car, but now we're like hanging out, like we're buddies, and I'm just like, I gotta get the fuck away from this guy. So I roll out of open the door and roll out of your car, and then next thing you know, I'm like in this building and you're chasing me, and I'm like, I'm running down this hallway and I see like this closet, and it's like the sliding closet doors. So I slide the door open, I get into the closet, and I'm running from you, and I shut the door, and all of a sudden you're in the dark, and you're like, fucking gotcha, and I was like, ah!
It's a movie in itself, Shorty.
And then the second dream I had was you, only you look like your son. You had a full fucking head of hair. and I was like smoking a bowl, and all of a sudden it was like you had handed it to me, and it was super packed, and all of a sudden it turned into like it started to like burn so intensely, it turned into like a little miniature like nuclear explosion, like a little mushroom cloud, and all of a sudden all the sparks landed on the floor, and they started the carpet on fire, and then my house was burning down. And I'm like, what the? And that's all I remember about it. Like, why the fuck did I have these weird dreams of Foster?
It's fucking funny, man.
That's a perfect way to end it, guys. Go check out Afro Hunt, Z Studios. It's right there for you guys to look it up. I've been waiting for like a weekend, movie night to watch that, and I cannot wait to watch it. So make sure that you guys do that. What time does the draft start tomorrow? 8 o'clock again?
1 hour earlier.
7 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
It starts at 7 o'clock tomorrow? Eastern time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
Oh yeah, because they got 2 rounds to get in, man. I know there's less time in between, but it's 2 rounds.
Okay, so I'll set the show for 6:30 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Then. Good night, Patty.
Good night,
and
Patty.
We'll see you guys at 6:30 tomorrow night for day 2 of Draft Marathon on BCP. We want to thank every one of you, because we know that you could be anywhere else watching this, and the fact that you're hanging out with us is an honor and a privilege, and we love you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate you.
And Fieras, Patty here the whole time. I hope Armando's okay since he's probably sleeping by now.
Yeah.
Clip, we know you. We love you, my friend. Raging Oracle. I mean, the list goes on and on. Chad Speaker, thank you guys for your super chats tonight.
Each and every one of you guys.
Relentless Mikey, Chad Speaker. I will also, Foster, what's your schedule looking like? You gonna be able to join us tomorrow night, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna get in here. I'll be here.
Or not Foster, but PJ.
I should be here on
PJ,
time.
let me check. Let me check. I should be able to join.
Let me go my schedule.
Right.
Patty and Armando, the Laras. I'm gonna set something up over there on one of the bars, probably on Higgins Avenue. So I'll let you guys know about that.
Cool.
Just a Thursday night meet and greet. Bears.
That'd be cool. Why don't you just meet yourself?
Live again like I used to?
He's got to cough up a lung from that pack of cigarettes he smoked tonight.
Yeah.
So I can light another Newport up.
Is J2K back with us tomorrow?
J2K.
Yes,
is here.
sir. Yeah, I'll be here all tomorrow, and then on Saturday, I'll be here for most of the day. But I'm gonna hop over to Aldo's show.
Yeah, we're gonna be on Saturday. We're all gonna.
I'm
Aldo,
gonna rotate. I'm gonna do one a little bit earlier when Tooch is on, and then one a little bit later when Aldo's on. But yeah, it's gonna be super fun, bouncing back and forth on Saturday. Tomorrow I'll be here all day, and yeah, thanks to everybody who's listening out there.
Yes.
You know, I love you guys. You guys are all my friends in the chat, and yeah, appreciate you guys having me on tonight. It's always been fun. I love this tradition. So,
And let me just say this. I said it before, but I'm going to say it again. J2K, you are truly a good man, brother.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
J2.
all the work you put
hanging
in.
out with you talking.
Absolutely, yeah. And I always love when we make J2K laugh because you can't see him, and all I can hear is just his.
Yep.
It always cracks me up, man.
I've been trying to do it all night, man.
But yeah, on,
So Joe, just now popping in.
Yep.
Vizzo took a nap and came back. So for Saturday, we are going to be doing like a little crossover with the bar room. So I think I already have the link, and so I'll share that with you guys, PJ and Foster.
Okay.
And then we can all kind of do like we did. I'm not sure if we did it last year, but the year before, where Aldo's going to come in with us, and one of us can hop out and go in with on the bar room for a bit, and we're going to kind of cross talk the two channels together. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And then we can get into more efficient spaghetti talk, because that'll be fun. I'm thinking about having fish and
I'm
spaghetti.
actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
Yeah.
Guys, we love you in chat. You guys are what makes this show. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us the entire night. You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
You guys on the panel.
Yeah.
You know how much I love you guys. You guys are what make BCP. Every last one of you.
Yeah.
We got over 50 in the chat still, man.
Yeah. No shit. It's fucking 2:00 in the morning. For me, anyway.
That's why I love you, bro.
Who?
You.
Me?
Yeah. Man. You hang out with us, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and yeah. Got a big day at work tomorrow too. So
I know. That's what I said, man. I appreciate you, man.
I grace you with my presence for this long. So.
I appreciate you. Is this our longest show?
No, hell no. Hey, we went 8 hours the last draft. On Saturday is going to be like 8 hours again.
That first year, day 3 was almost 9 hours. Go back.
Yeah, it was crazy. We love you, Patty and Armando.
Yeah.
To all of you guys have a great night, and we will see you again tomorrow. I guess 6:30 Eastern time.
See you in a few hours.
Yeah,
see you in a few hours.
See you later today. Everybody stay safe. Stay safe. Tomorrow's another day, or today's another day. Yeah, it is.
Please do stay safe. Yes. And we'll end this shit like we always do. A 1, a 2, a 3. Bears.
Giddy up, groove, stay. You down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. You down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. Integral, grind exponential. You down with BCP? That's the way we rotate radially. You down with BCP? Down with BCP? You down with BCP? You down with BCP? That's the way we do things limitlessly. Yeah, you down with BCP? Yeah, you know me. You down with BCP? Let's blow. Switch the flow. Shift the tempo.